Welcome, dear friends, to a tranquil evening of storytelling. As the gentle whispers of spring fill the air, it is the perfect season for renewal and immersing ourselves in peaceful tales. Thank you for choosing to spend your time with us tonight. We hope your day was filled with the beauty of spring's embrace. Now let us gently set aside our worries and savor this moment of calm together. Remember, these spring nights are made for relaxation and serene dreams. Let us begin our journey into the world of dreams. Story 1. The fire crackles softly before you, my dear listener, casting dancing shadows upon the walls. Each pop and hiss of the burning wood is a tiny drumbeat for our tale tonight. So settle deep into your cushions, draw your blanket close, and let the warmth of the flames carry you away to a quiet village nestled in a valley where the evenings were long and the hearths were always lit. In this village lived a young boy named Kaelen. He was a quiet soul, with thoughtful eyes the color of a twilight sky and a heart that often felt too big for his small chest. While other children played boisterous games of chase, Kaelen preferred the company of the old forest that bordered the village. He knew the secret paths where the rabbits made their warrens and the particular oak tree whose roots cradled a sleeping badger family. But for all his knowledge of the woods, Kaelen carried a quiet loneliness with him, a feeling that he was a puzzle piece from a different box, never quite fitting into the picture of his own life. One evening, as the autumn sun bled orange and purple across the horizon, Kaelen was walking his usual path home. A sharp, cold wind had begun to whisper through the pines, promising a frosty night. It was then, as he passed the great, gnarled sentinel tree, a giant oak so old its trunk was wider than 3 men, that he saw a faint, pulsating glow from between its massive roots. Curiosity, that quiet and persistent friend, tugged him closer. He knelt, brushing away damp leaves and twigs. There, nestled in a bed of velvety moss, was a single, perfect acorn. But it was unlike any acorn he had ever seen. Its cap was a deep, burnished copper, and from within its smooth, wooden shell, a gentle, warm light pulsed rhythmically, like the slow, steady beat of a sleeping heart. It glowed with the rich, deep orange of embers in a dying fire, casting a cozy circle of light that seemed to push back the evening's chill. With reverent hands, Kaelen picked it up. It was warm to the touch, not with the heat of the sun, but with a deep, internal warmth that seeped into his palm and traveled all the way up his arm, settling comfortably in his chest. He knew, with a certainty that came from a place deeper than thought, that this was no ordinary treasure. He carefully placed the Ember-Acorn, as he decided to call it, into the safest pocket of his coat, right over his heart, and hurried home. That night, as he lay in bed with the acorn resting on his bedside table, its soft glow painted gentle patterns on his ceiling. For the first time in a long time, the silence in his room did not feel empty, but peaceful. He slept more soundly than he had in years, dreaming of golden forests and whispering leaves. The next day and the day after that, Kaelen carried the Ember-Acorn with him. Its warmth was a constant, gentle companion. He found that when he held it, the world seemed a little softer, a little kinder. The colors of the falling leaves appeared more vibrant, the song of the river more melodic. The acorn was changing him, not in a loud or dramatic way, but quietly from the inside out, like a seed slowly unfurling in fertile soil. A week after finding the acorn, a strange thing began to happen. The Ember-Acorn's light, which had been so steady, began to flicker. It would dim for a moment, then flare back to life, as if struggling to draw breath. A soft, whispering sound, like the rustle of dry leaves, seemed to emanate from it. Kaelen felt a pang of worry. Was the magic fading? Was the acorn dying? That night he had a dream. He stood in a moonlit clearing in the heart of the forest. Before him stood the sentinel tree, but in his dream it was not just a tree. A door, woven from living branches and glowing lichen, was open in its trunk. From within, the same warm, ember-like light pulsed, and the whispering sound was clearer now, a gentle, pleading call. He awoke with a start, the dream vivid behind his eyes. The Ember-Acorn in his hand was flickering weakly. He understood. It was not dying, it was homesick. It needed to return. And so, Kaelen knew his quiet walks in the woods were over. A true journey was beginning. He packed a small satchel with a wedge of cheese, a crust of bread, and a flask of cool water. With the flickering Ember-Acorn held tightly in his hand, its light guiding his steps like a tiny, personal lantern, he set off into the deep, slumbering forest. The journey was not easy. The familiar, friendly paths soon gave way to territory he had never dared explore. Thick brambles snatched at his trousers, and the ground became a tangled mat of roots that seemed to twist and move in the corner of his eye. The comforting warmth of the acorn was the only thing that kept the creeping fear at bay. He walked for what felt like hours, the forest growing darker and denser around him. The cheerful chirping of sparrows was replaced by the lonely hoot of an owl and the unsettling rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth. Just as doubt began to frost the edges of his resolve, he heard a different sound, a soft, panting breath and the pad of quiet footsteps. He stopped, his heart hammering against his ribs. From behind a thicket of ferns, a pair of intelligent, amber eyes appeared. A moment later, a red fox stepped into the dim circle of his acorn light. She was a beautiful creature, with a coat like polished cinnamon and a white-tipped tail that swept gracefully behind her. She didn't run. Instead, she sat on her haunches, tilted her head, and regarded Kaelen with a look of deep and ancient curiosity. Her gaze fell upon the Ember-Acorn in his hand, and a soft, chuffing sound escaped her, a sound that seemed to hold a note of recognition. "Hello," Kaelen whispered, his voice small in the vast quiet of the woods. The fox blinked slowly, then stood and took a tentative step forward. She sniffed the air near the acorn, her nose twitching. Then, to Kaelen's astonishment, she gently nudged his hand with her cool, wet nose before turning and looking back the way she had come, as if waiting. "Do you know the way?" Kaelen asked, feeling a little foolish for talking to a fox. The fox chuffed again and took a few steps, pausing to look back at him. It was an invitation. An unexpected friendship, kindled in the dark of the forest, was being offered. Trusting the gentle wisdom in the fox's eyes, Kaelen followed. His new companion, whom he silently named Rowan, was a perfect guide. She moved with a silent grace he could never hope to match, her paws making no sound on the fallen leaves. She would stop and wait for him when the way was difficult, leading him around treacherous gullies and under low-hanging branches. She was a quiet presence, a warm, living shadow at the edge of his light, and her company melted the last of his loneliness away. They did not need words to understand each other. A shared glance, a soft sound, was language enough. They traveled through the rest of the night and into the next day. Rowan led him to a small, clear stream where they both drank, and she even managed to sniff out a patch of late-season berries for him to eat. As they walked, Kaelen noticed the forest changing. The trees grew taller and stranger, their bark shimmering with a silvery moss that caught the light. Flowers that looked like tiny closed lanterns hung from vines, and the very air began to feel different, thicker, sweeter, and humming with a soft, magical energy. Finally, as the second evening began to paint the sky in watercolor hues, Rowan stopped before a wall of intertwined ivy that climbed high into the canopy. It looked impenetrable. She turned to Kaelen, her amber eyes holding his, and then she simply stepped through. The ivy parted for her like a curtain of water, revealing not the other side of the thicket, but a soft, golden glow. Taking a deep breath, Kaelen stepped forward. The ivy felt like cool silk against his skin, and for a moment he was enveloped in a whispery darkness. Then he emerged on the other side, and his breath caught in his throat. he was standing in the Glimmerwood. It was a hidden world, a secret heart nestled within the forest. The trees here were ancient and magnificent, their leaves not green, but shades of gold, copper, and burning amber. They glowed from within, casting the entire clearing in a perpetual, cozy sunset. The flowers he had seen earlier were open now, their lantern blossoms radiating a soft, white light. Fireflies, larger and slower than any he'd seen before, drifted through the air like living embers. The air was warm and smelled of honey, damp earth, and cinnamon. It was the most peaceful, beautiful place he had ever seen. In the center of the Glimmerwood stood the dream version of the sentinel tree, even more immense and majestic up close. Its bark was etched with patterns that looked like forgotten constellations, and its leaves shimmered with a light that pulsed in time with the Ember-Acorn in Kaelen's hand. The whispering sound was now a gentle, melodic hum that filled the air, a song of welcome and homecoming. As Kaelen and Rowan walked deeper into the clearing, figures emerged from behind the glowing trees and from within soft, mossy burrows. There were creatures of legend and story, small, furry beings with eyes like dewdrops, tall, slender figures made of woven bark and moonlight, and shy, fluttering sprites with wings of stained glass. They all watched him not with fear or anger, but with a quiet, patient curiosity. An elderly creature, who seemed to be woven from the very roots of the sentinel tree itself, stepped forward. His beard was made of lichen, and his eyes held the deep, slow wisdom of the earth. "You have brought it home, child of the outside world," the elder said, his voice the gentle rumble of stones shifting in a stream. He gestured to the Ember-Acorn, which was now glowing with a strong, steady, joyful light. "It called to me," Kaelen said, his voice barely a whisper. He held out the acorn. "I think it belongs to you." The elder shook his head, a slow, graceful motion. "It does not belong to us. It is a seed of the great heart," he said, pointing to the sentinel tree. "One falls every age to find a keeper in the world beyond. It chooses one whose own heart is quiet enough to hear its song and kind enough to answer its call. You have nurtured its light with your companionship. You have proven yourself its guardian." Kaelen looked down at the warm, glowing seed in his palm. He had thought he was just returning a lost item, but he had been on a quest of guardianship all along. "But it was fading," Kaelen said. "I was afraid it was dying." "Its light dims when it is too long away from the great heart," the elder explained. "It needs to return to share its experiences, to tell the story of the kindness it found. It drinks from the magic of this place, and in return, it shares the magic it collected from you." The elder led Kaelen to the base of the great heart tree. There a small, perfectly shaped hollow waited in the moss-covered soil. "Place it here, keeper. Let it share its story." Kaelen knelt. He felt a sudden, sharp pang of loss. Letting go of the Ember-Acorn felt like saying goodbye to a part of himself. He placed it gently into the hollow. The moment it touched the soil, its light flared, brilliant and warm, and a wave of pure, golden energy rippled out from it, washing over the entire Glimmerwood. The trees glowed brighter, the lantern flowers chimed a soft, clear note, and the humming song of the woods swelled into a chorus of pure joy. Images flashed in Kaelen's mind, not his own memories, but those of the acorn. He saw himself walking through the autumn woods, felt his quiet wonder at a spider's web jeweled with dew, shared his contentment while watching the river, and felt the simple, profound warmth of his own gentle heart. The acorn had not just been a passive object, it had been a witness to his life, a collector of the small, beautiful moments he hadn't even known he was creating. As the light subsided, the Ember-Acorn had transformed. It had taken root, and a tiny, perfect sapling, no taller than his thumb, had sprouted from it. Its two small leaves glowed with the same ember light. "A new story begins," the elder said softly. "And you, keeper, are forever a part of this wood. Your kindness is now woven into its roots. You may visit whenever your heart feels the call." Kaelen understood. The journey had transformed him. He had come into the forest a lonely boy and was leaving as a guardian, a friend, a person who belonged to two worlds. He had faced the unknown not with bravery, but with a quiet trust, and had found a friendship in a fox that had warmed his heart more than any fire. He spent a little while longer in the Glimmerwood, sharing a meal of sweet, glowing fruit with Rowan and the gentle folk of the wood. But as the moon rose high in the sky, he knew it was time to return home. Rowan led him back to the ivy curtain. As he prepared to step through, he turned for one last look. The Glimmerwood pulsed with soft, living light, a hidden ember in the vast, dark forest. He smiled, a true, deep, peaceful smile that started in his heart and reached all the way to his eyes. The journey back felt shorter, lighter. Rowan walked by his side until they reached the edge of the familiar woods, just within sight of his village lights. She nudged his hand once more with her nose, a fond farewell, and then melted back into the shadows from whence she came. Kaelen walked into his village, a changed boy. He was still quiet, still thoughtful, but the loneliness was gone, replaced by a warm, steady glow inside him, a personal ember that would never fade. He knew now that he did belong. He belonged to the human world, and he also belonged to the magical, hidden world of the Glimmerwood. He was a bridge between them, a keeper of a gentle secret. He went to his room and stood by the window, looking out at the dark silhouette of the forest. He could no longer see the glow, but he could feel it, a soft, warm pulse in harmony with his own heartbeat. The mystery had unfolded, not with a bang, but with the gentle, inevitable unfurling of a leaf towards the sun. He had grown not by conquering giants, but by listening, by trusting, and by caring for a small, lost light. And so, my dear listener, as the fire before us burns down to a bed of warm, glowing coals, remember Kaelen's story. Remember that the greatest journeys often start with a single step of kindness, that the truest friendships can be found in the most unexpected places, and that everyone carries within them a unique light, waiting for the right moment to glow. Let the warmth of this tale wrap around you like a soft blanket. Let the rhythm of the embers and the memory of the Glimmerwood's gentle light guide you into a deep and peaceful sleep, where your dreams may be just as warm and full of quiet magic. The story is over, but the warmth remains. Sleep well. Story 2. The old house at the end of Willow Lane had always held its breath, waiting. Its wooden beams creaked with memories, its windows winked with reflected moonlight, and its attic. Oh, the attic was a kingdom of forgotten things, draped in cobweb lace and dust motes that danced in the slanted afternoon light. It was there that a quiet child named Leo discovered the compass. He hadn't meant to find anything at all. A steady drip, drip, drip from a leak in the roof had drawn him up the pull-down staircase on a rainy Tuesday. The air was thick with the scent of aged paper, cedar, and the faint, sweet ghost of dried lavender. Leo's flashlight beam cut a wobbly path through the gloom, past towers of hatboxes and a dressmaker's dummy standing like a silent, headless guardian. It was tucked inside a small, brass-bound trunk, nestled in a bed of yellowed tissue paper that whispered and crinkled as he lifted the lid. The compass was not like any he had seen in his geography books. Its case was made of warm, honey-colored wood, polished smooth by forgotten hands. The face had no letters for north, south, east, or west. Instead, it bore 4 small, beautifully painted symbols, a feather, a teardrop, a flame, and a tiny, perfect key. The needle itself was a sliver of mother-of-pearl, shimmering with soft rainbows. It did not point to the magnetic pole. It spun slowly, aimlessly, before settling with a gentle sigh, pointing directly at Leo's heart. He carried it downstairs, his footsteps soft on the creaking stairs, the compass a comforting weight in his palm. That night, as rain tapped a lullaby on the window pane, he placed it on his bedside table. The pearlescent needle began to quiver, then spun again. It did not stop until it pointed firmly at his closed bedroom door. A soft, chiming sound like a tiny, distant bell seemed to emanate from the compass itself. It was an invitation. And so, Leo's journey began. It was not a journey of miles, for he never left the house. It was a journey measured in the quiet, brave steps one takes when facing the unknown corners of one's own home, and by extension, one's own heart. His first helper was found in the hallway, a place of long shadows cast by the nightlight. Barnaby, a large ginger cat with fur the color of autumn pumpkins, was curled on the Persian runner. He was purring a deep, rumbling engine of a purr that vibrated through the floorboards. "It's pointing to the library," Leo whispered, his voice small in the sleeping house. Barnaby cracked open one golden eye. "Is it now?" he rumbled, his voice as smooth and warm as cream. "The library is an excellent place for a beginning, full of stories, and more importantly, full of good napping spots. Courage, small one, is often just curiosity with a steady companion." He uncurled himself, stretched with a dramatic arch of his back, and padded silently ahead, his tail a question mark in the dark. The swish-swish of his fur against the doorframe was a comforting sound. The library was a cavern of stories. Moonlight streamed through the tall window, illuminating floating dust that danced like fairies. The compass needle shifted, pointing insistently at the highest shelf, one Leo could not hope to reach. The books there were enormous, leather-bound volumes that looked as if they contained all the secrets of the world. "A challenge of elevation," Barnaby mused, leaping effortlessly onto an armchair. "My talents, sadly, do not extend to librarianship." It was then that a second helper made her presence known. A soft rustling came from the fireplace, and from behind a firedog emerged a small, bright-eyed mouse with whiskers that twitched with intelligent curiosity. She wore a tiny shawl knitted from crimson thread. "The ladder," she squeaked, her voice like the turning of a tiny page. "The rolling ladder, you must give it a firm but kind push. It sticks a little on the third roller from the left. It has a nervous disposition, you see. It doesn't like to be rushed." Leo did as she instructed. He placed his hands on the smooth oak of the ladder and gave it a gentle, steady push. It gave a complaining squeak, just as the mouse had said, then rolled smoothly along its track. "I am Alara," the mouse said, climbing nimbly up the ladder's side as if it were beanstalk. "I am the keeper of lost endings and crumbs. That shelf holds the Atlas of Whispered Regrets, a heavy tome. You do not need the whole book, just a single page, I should think, the one with the folded corner." With Alara's guidance, Leo found the page. It wasn't a map of lands, but of feelings. And on it, drawn in faint silvery ink, was a path through a forest of tangled anxieties, leading to a clearing. The compass needle, which had been pointing at the book, now swung to the flame symbol on its face. "The kitchen," Barnaby declared from below, his purr now a soft, continuous hum. "The heart of the house, and the source of the cheese." They moved on, the trio now a fellowship. The kitchen was dark and quiet, smelling of bread and soap. The only light came from the pilot light of the stove, a tiny, steady blue flame. The compass needle quivered, aligning itself with the little fire. The challenge here was not height, but heat. The fear of getting burned. "It is not asking you to touch the big fire," Alara whispered from his shoulder. "It is asking you to understand the small one, the one that is constant, the one that waits." Leo knelt. He watched the pilot light, a brave, unwavering sapphire in the dark. He remembered how his grandmother would light the stove on winter mornings, how that small flame could boil water for tea and fill the whole room with warmth. It was a flame of patience, of potential. It was not something to be feared, but something to be trusted. As this understanding settled in his heart, a wonderful thing happened. The tiny flame symbol on the compass face began to glow with a soft, golden light. The first of the four was lit. The journey continued, a gentle pilgrimage through the sleeping house. The compass led them to the music room, where the needle pointed to the teardrop. A single, forgotten pearl from a broken necklace lay under the piano. It was there that Leo remembered his first piano recital, the stumble, the hot shame of a wrong note. But as he held the pearl, cool and smooth in his hand, he didn't feel the shame anymore. He only remembered the kind smile of his teacher and the warm, forgiving applause that followed. The memory, once sharp, was now polished smooth. The teardrop on the compass glowed with a soft, blue-white light. The final challenge was the key. The needle led them to the very back of the garden shed, a place Leo usually avoided, full of spidery corners and the sharp, metallic smell of old tools. It pointed to a small, locked wooden box tucked behind a bag of potting soil. "Ah," Barnaby said, sitting primly just outside the shed door. "A literal lock, how tedious." Alara scurried around the box, tapping it with her tiny paws. "No keyhole," she reported. "It is a puzzle box. It opens not with a metal key, but with the right kind of thought." Leo sat on an upturned flower pot, the box in his lap. He tried pushing panels. He tried turning it. He tried thinking of all the keys he had ever seen. Nothing. The night was beginning to soften at their edges, the first hint of dawn a pale smear in the sky. He felt a flicker of frustration, the journey's end so close, yet blocked. He looked at his companions. Barnaby, who had offered his steady, purring presence without question. Alara, who had shared her clever, detailed knowledge so freely. They had helped him not because they had to, but because they were kind. He thought of the journey, the patience needed for the ladder, the understanding needed for the flame, the forgiveness found in the teardrop. It had all been about a different kind of strength. A quiet strength. He looked at the box, no longer as a problem to be solved, but as a friend he hadn't yet understood. He held it gently and whispered, "Thank you." With a soft, satisfying click, the lid of the box sprang open. Inside, nestled on a cushion of velvet, was not a thing, but a message. A single handwritten note in his grandmother's looping script. It read, "The greatest treasure is not what you find, but the person you become while looking for it. You are braver than you believe." As he read the words, the final symbol on the compass, the key, glowed with a warm, buttery yellow light. All four symbols were now illuminated. The mother-of-pearl needle gave one last, contented spin and settled, pointing not to a direction, but simply resting at peace in the center of the face. The distant chiming bell sound echoed once more, a soft, final note of completion. The journey was over. Leo, Barnaby, and Alara made their way back to his bedroom as the first birds began to chirp their morning songs. The house was no longer a place of unknown shadows, but a map of conquered fears and discovered kindness. He placed the compass back on his bedside table. It was no longer a magical guide, but a beautiful reminder. He climbed into bed, the cozy weight of the blankets a welcome embrace. Barnaby curled at his feet, his purr a tranquil lullaby. Alara tucked herself into a little nest made from a stray sock on the dresser. Leo closed his eyes, the images of his gentle adventure drifting through his mind like the dust motes in the attic. He had traveled far without ever leaving home. He had been brave with the help of friends. He had learned that courage could be quiet, that help could come in the most unexpected forms, and that the most extraordinary secrets are often hidden within the most ordinary of moments, waiting for a curious heart and a kind hand to find them. And with that comforting thought held close, he drifted into a deep and peaceful sleep, while outside the new day began to dawn, gentle and full of promise. Story 3. In a quiet corner of the spiral galaxy, where stardust drifted like silver pollen and nebulae bloomed like watercolor flowers, there sailed a small, lonely vessel. Its occupant was a being named Kaelen, from the crystalline world of Veridia, where thoughts took shape as colors that shimmered across their skin. Kaelen's form was slender and graceful, with opalescent skin that shifted in hue with every emotion, soft lavender for curiosity, warm gold for joy, and gentle blue for contemplation. They had journeyed far from home, not in search of treasure or knowledge, but of connection. One evening, as Kaelen's ship floated near a binary star system, a distress signal hummed through the void, a soft, melodic plea that resonated not in words, but in harmonic frequencies. Following the sound, Kaelen discovered a small, damaged pod adrift amid asteroids shaped like sleeping giants. Inside was Orin, a being from the forest world of Lyra, whose people communicated through intricate, humming songs. Orin was covered in soft, moss-like fur that changed texture with their mood, smooth when calm, bristling when startled, and large, luminous eyes that held the deep green of ancient woods. With great care, Kaelen brought Orin and their damaged pod aboard. At first, they circled each other warily, two creatures from different stars, unable to understand the other's language. Kaelen's skin bloomed in anxious swirls of gray and silver, while Orin hummed a low, uncertain melody. But then Kaelen remembered a story from their youth, that sometimes the heart speaks in ways the mind cannot translate. Slowly they extended a hand, and their skin glowed a soft, welcoming rose gold. Orin, understanding the gesture, responded with a warmer, brighter hum. They decided to travel together until Orin's pod could be repaired. But space is vast, and even the friendliest of ships can feel lonely without a place to call one's own. So they began to build a sanctuary, a shared shelter where they could rest and grow together. In the heart of Kaelen's ship was a spacious, dome-shaped chamber with a transparent ceiling that revealed the star-strewn cosmos. Here they planted a garden. Kaelen contributed glowing seeds from Veridia, which sprouted into luminous, bell-shaped flowers that chimed softly in the artificial breeze. Orin planted spores from Lyra, which grew into velvety, bioluminescent fungi that pulsed in rhythm with Orin's humming. They arranged smooth stones from passing asteroids, hung wind chimes made of stardust and copper, and cultivated a little pond where tiny, silver fish swam in lazy circles. This garden became their haven, a place of soft light, gentle sound, and growing friendship. Of course, not every moment was seamless. Their differences, though charming, sometimes led to confusion. One afternoon, Kaelen arranged a beautiful meal, floating orbs of sweet nectar and delicate, glowing fruits, and set them on a low table in the garden. To show affection, Veridians traditionally offered food with both hands, their skin glowing in bright, joyful patterns. But on Lyra, accepting food too eagerly was considered rude. One was meant to pause, hum a gratitude song, and wait for the host to eat first. So when Kaelen offered the fruits with both hands, skin shimmering in happy golds and yellows, Orin hesitated, humming a questioning tune. Kaelen, misreading the pause, dimmed to a worried mauve. For a moment the air in the garden felt heavy with misunderstanding. But then Orin remembered a Lyran tale about a traveler who'd nearly missed a great friendship because of a simple custom. With a soft, clear hum, when that meant "I mean no harm," Orin gently took the fruit. Kaelen, understanding the effort, glowed warmly again. They spent the rest of the meal teaching each other their ways, laughing, Kaelen with ripples of cheerful violet, Orin with trills of amusement at their own silliness. Evenings in the garden were their favorite time. They would sit together on a cushioned bench woven from moon vines, sipping steaming infusions made from starlight bloom petals, and watch the stars outside. Kaelen's skin would glow in soft, shifting patterns that mirrored the constellations, while Orin hummed melodies that seemed to harmonize with the distant pulsars. In these quiet moments, they didn't need words. Kaelen would point to a particularly bright star, their skin blooming in a soft, wondering azure, and Orin would respond with a hum that rose and fell like a gentle tide, a song about lonely travelers and guiding lights. One day, while exploring a nearby nebula rich in healing minerals, they encountered a problem that required both their strengths. A delicate crystal needed to fully repair Orin's pod was nestled deep inside a cavern that echoed with strange, disruptive frequencies. Kaelen's color speech became muddled in the echoing space, and Orin's humming was thrown into discord. They tried to navigate separately, but the cave seemed to feed on their confusion. So they joined hands. Kaelen focused on projecting calm, steady colors, soft greens and tranquil blues, while Orin hummed a grounding, resonant tone. Together, their energies merged into a harmonious field that quieted the chaos. They retrieved the crystal not as two separate beings, but as one united presence. That night back in their garden, they celebrated not the crystal, but the understanding they had forged. As time passed, their unique ways of communicating began to blend. Kaelen learned to hum along with Orin's songs, and Orin began to recognize the subtle meanings behind Kaelen's shifting colors. They created their own little language, a fusion of light and sound that belonged only to them. The garden thrived, filled with hybrid plants that chimed and glowed in unison, a living symbol of their friendship. The day came when Orin's pod was fully repaired. They both knew Orin would soon return to Lyra, and Kaelen to Veridia. There was a gentle sadness in the garden that evening, Kaelen's colors muted to soft grays, Orin's humming low and wistful. But as they sat together, watching a meteor shower paint silver trails across the darkness, they realized something important. Distance was just space, it couldn't dim what they had built. They made a promise. In a quiet crater on a small, neutral moon, a place they had discovered together, they would build a permanent shelter, a little observatory where they could meet whenever the stars aligned. A place with a garden just like theirs, where other travelers might one day come and learn that friendship is a language older than words. On their last evening together in the ship's garden, Kaelen's skin glowed in a new pattern, one they had never made before, a slow, swirling dance of gold and green and deep blue, which meant, in the silent language of the heart, "You are my star." Orin answered with a hum that was both a lullaby and a promise, a melody that would linger long after they had parted. And so, beneath the endless, star-dusted sky, two beings from different worlds proved that kindness needs no translation. That in the quiet spaces between words, in the gentle glow of shared moments, friendship blooms, eternal and brighter than any sun. Story 4. In the velvet expanse of the cosmos, where stars hung like scattered diamonds and nebulae bloomed like watercolor flowers in an endless dark meadow, there drifted a small, forgotten observatory. It was called the Starlight Haven, a place built long ago by starfarers who believed in the importance of quiet contemplation. Its domed roof was made of a crystalline material that shifted from transparent to softly opaque depending on the light, and within its circular chamber grew a gentle, humming garden of flora from many worlds. Vines with leaves like silver satin curled up the walls, and blossoms that glowed with the soft light of captured nebulae dotted the soil. It was here, in this sanctuary suspended between worlds, that two very different souls found one another. The first was a being from a world of gentle winds and whispering grasses. His name was Kaelen, and he was tall and slender, with skin the color of twilight and hair that drifted about his head like fine, silken moss. His people communicated not with words, but with the soft, shifting colors that bloomed across their cheeks and hands, a blush of rose for curiosity, a shimmer of gold for joy, a soft azure for contemplation. He had come to the Starlight Haven to study the music of the spheres, to listen to the hum of distant pulsars and the sigh of solar winds. The second was a creature from a planet of deep, resonant caves and crystalline forests. Her name was Leora, and she was small and sturdy, with a body that seemed carved of smooth, pearlescent stone. Her face was a mosaic of shifting, iridescent facets, and she spoke not with color, but with harmonic tones that vibrated from the very core of her being. A low humming chord for contentment, a trill of ascending notes for excitement, a soft, single-pitched chime for sorrow. She had journeyed to the haven to map the emotional echoes of supernova, to feel the residual joy and grief of dying stars. Their first meeting was one of delightful confusion. Kaelen, upon seeing Leora, felt a surge of friendly curiosity, and his cheeks flushed a bright, sunny yellow. Leora, startled by the sudden color, interpreted it as a challenge, a flash of warning in her own culture, and responded with a low, warning drone that reverberated through the crystalline floor. Kaelen's yellow immediately dimmed to a confused, murky grain. He took a step back, his hands raised, palms open, now glowing a soft, questioning lavender. For a long moment they simply observed one another, a silent conversation of color and sound filling the space between them. Then Leora, noticing the genuine lack of threat in Kaelen's gentle posture, let out a small, experimental chime, like a single drop of water falling into a still pond. Kaelen's lavender brightened, and he responded with a slow, deliberate pulse of warm, welcoming peach. The misunderstanding, born of galactic distance, melted away into the first fragile thread of friendship. They decided to share the haven. It was large enough for two, and its garden seemed to thrive on the presence of life. Their days fell into a gentle rhythm. Kaelen would tend to the luminous blossoms, his touch causing them to glow brighter, their light responding to the hues of his skin. Leora would hum to the silver vines, and they would sway in time to her melodies, their leaves rustling with a sound like distant wind chimes. They began to build their shared shelter, a nook within the larger observatory. Together they arranged plush cushions woven from moon thistle silk and stacked crystalline data slates that glowed with soft, internal light. It was a cozy corner, filled with the combined warmth of his colors and her harmonies. Their attempts at deeper communication were a source of much gentle laughter and learning. One afternoon, Kaelen, feeling particularly grateful for Leora's company, glowed a deep, vibrant magenta, the color of profound appreciation in his culture. Leora, seeing this intense, unfamiliar color, assumed he was in some kind of distress. She rushed over, her stone-like body emitting a frantic, discordant series of chimes, and began patting his arm with a gentle, clinking sound. Kaelen was initially startled, but then he understood. He laughed, a silent shaking of his shoulders that made his twilight skin shimmer, and he slowly shifted his color to a calm, steady blue, then back to a softer rose, trying to show her the spectrum of his feeling. Leora eventually understood, her own facets shifting to an amused, shimmering pattern as she let out a ripple of laughing notes. They learned that day that her people expressed gratitude with a specific three-toned chord, which she taught him to recognize. Another time, Leora was feeling homesick. She sat in their nook, emitting a low, mournful, and sustained single note that filled the haven with a palpable melancholy. Kaelen, recognizing the sound of sadness, didn't try to cheer her with bright colors. Instead, he sat beside her and let his own skin fade to a quiet, sympathetic gray-blue. He reached out and placed his hand on the cool, smooth surface of her arm and simply sat with her in her sorrow. He then pointed towards the great dome, where a particularly beautiful spiral galaxy was spinning in a silent, stately dance. They watched it together, her notes softening, his gray-blue slowly being touched with the silver of starlight. In that quiet moment, their shared solitude became a shared comfort. Their greatest project was the harmony pool. In the center of the garden was a small, natural depression in the floor. Leora, using her innate connection to crystal, gently persuaded the material to rise and form a shallow, perfectly smooth basin. Kaelen filled it not with water, but with a clear, viscous liquid he distilled from the dew of the nebula blossoms, a substance that held light and vibration beautifully. This became their shared canvas. Kaelen would dip his fingers into the pool, and trails of color would bloom and swirl in the liquid, holding their shape for hours. Leora would hum a melody nearby, and the vibrations would travel through the floor, causing Kaelen's colors to pulse and dance in time with her song. It was their masterpiece, a testament to a friendship that did not need a common language, but had created its own. One evening, as a meteor shower painted silent, fleeting streaks across the dome, they sat by their harmony pool. Kaelen was tracing slow, lazy spirals of gold and silver, while Leora hummed a tune that was old when her world was young. They weren't trying to say anything specific. They were simply being together, their creations in the pool a beautiful, unintentional duet. The gold swirled into Leora's melody, and her melody gave rhythm to the gold. Kaelen looked at his friend, her stony form illuminated by the soft light of the garden and the firework display above. He felt a surge of emotion so pure and strong it had no single color. It was a swirling aurora of peach for friendship, azure for peace, and magenta for deep, profound gratitude. He let it flow across his skin, a silent, radiant display. Leora watched the beautiful, shifting lights on her friend's face. She didn't need a translation. She felt the meaning in the air, a warmth that had nothing to do with technology or biology, and everything to do with the heart. She stopped her humming and for the first time reached out with both of her hands, placing them gently on Kaelen's. Her facets shifted not to a specific pattern, but to a slow, flowing cascade of all the colors she had learned from him, reflecting his own light back at him. And from her core came a new sound, one she had never made before, a complex, layered chord that was part hum, part chime, part whisper. It was the sound of understanding. It was the sound of a bridge being built across the void, not of metal and energy, but of kindness. They turned back to the dome, watching the stars wheel in their ancient paths. The Starlight haven drifted on, a tiny speck of warmth and light in the great, cold dark. But inside it was a universe unto itself, filled with the luminous colors of a quiet friendship and the resonant harmonies of a bond that had learned to speak the only language that truly matters, a language without words, without borders, and without end. And in that cozy nook, surrounded by glowing flowers and humming vines, two friends from different worlds sat in a comfortable silence that was more eloquent than any symphony, knowing that no matter how far they were from their birth planets, they were, and always would be, home. Story 5. In the quiet folds of the whispering woods, nestled between two sloping hills, lay the village of Starlight Hollow. It was a place where the cobblestones remembered every footstep, where the lamplight glowed with a soft, buttery warmth, and where the air always carried the faint, sweet scent of night-blooming jasmine. At the very heart of the village stood a great old clock tower, its face like a kind, wrinkled moon, and its chimes. A melody of 9 soft, silver notes sang out each hour, marking time not with urgency, but with gentle reassurance. The people of Starlight Hollow were a peaceful lot. They mended nets by the creek, baked bread in clay ovens, and in the evenings they would sit on their porches, listening to the wind chimes, crafted from seashells and polished river stones, tinkle and sigh in the breeze. But lately a peculiar quiet had settled over the village, a quiet born not of peace, but of puzzlement. It began with the stars. A young baker's apprentice named Rowan was the first to notice. Each evening after the last loaf was pulled from the oven and the flour was swept from the floorboards, Rowan would climb onto the roof of the bakery, a slice of honey cake in hand, to watch the constellations wake up in the velvet sky. He knew them all by heart, the great squirrel, the teapot, the weaver's loom. But one night he saw that the brightest star in the teapot's spout, a star named Pippin, was gone. It simply wasn't there. The next night, another star from the weaver's loom had vanished. And the next, one from the squirrel's tail. It was as if someone were gently plucking the stars from the sky, one by one. The village was abuzz with soft, worried murmurs. Then another oddity arose. Old Mrs. Hemlock, who kept a garden of rainbow snapdragons, noticed that her flowers, which usually bloomed in a predictable spectrum from dawn to dusk, were now changing color at random. A flower would be cerulean blue in the morning, blush pink by noon, and sunflower yellow by evening. There was no pattern to it. And most strangely of all, time itself seemed to be stuttering. The great clock tower would chime 9 o'clock, and a moment later, as if taking a deep backward breath, it would softly chime 8 3/4. The hands on the sundial in the village square would shiver and shift, casting a shadow that belonged to an hour already past. The happenings were not frightening, but they were deeply intriguing. The comfortable rhythm of Starlight Hollow had been subtly disrupted, and a cozy mystery hung in the air, like the scent of rain before a shower. Rowan, a boy with a quiet mind and a heart that listened more than it spoke, decided he would try to understand. He didn't set out to be a hero, he was simply curious. He believed that everything, no matter how strange, had a reason, and that reason was often kinder than it first appeared. His first clue came from the oldest villager, a woman named Alara, who remembered songs that the wind had long since forgotten. She sat in her rocking chair on a porch draped with wisteria, her fingers tracing the patterns on a worn woolen blanket. "When the clock runs both fast and slow," she murmured, not to Rowan but to the evening air, "the answer is in the map you know." She began to hum a tune, a nursery rhyme every child in Starlight Hollow learned at their mother's knee. Tick-tock, climb the rock, where the 7-starred sheep flock. Past the fountain, through the glen, find the key and start again. When the silver chimes ring thrice, heed the map and take advice. Rowan had heard the rhyme 1,000 times, but he'd never thought of it as a map. He rushed to the village square, where a large, mosaic map of Starlight Hollow and the surrounding whispering woods was set into the cobblestones. It was beautifully detailed, with chips of colored glass showing the creek, the hills, and the forest paths. In the center was the clock tower, and around the border were 7 small, inlaid silver stars. The 7-starred sheep flock. He looked at the stars on the map. They were arranged in a distinct pattern, one that mirrored a small, faint constellation called the Flock, which was supposed to graze near the weaver's loom. Rowan glanced up at the sky. 2 of the stars in the flock were missing. A soft, drizzling rain began to fall, pattering on the leaves and tapping a gentle rhythm on the copper roofs. The wind chimes whispered their agreement. This was a path to follow. The next day, Rowan packed a satchel with an apple, a wedge of cheese, and a notebook. He decided to follow the nursery rhyme. Past the fountain, through the glen. The fountain was the mossback fountain, a stone frog that trickled water into a bird bath on the edge of the woods. From there, a little-used path led into a deep, quiet glen where the sunlight fell in dappled coins. As he walked, he observed everything. He saw how the ferns uncurled in the damp air, how a spider's web, beaded with rain, trembled in the breeze. He listened to the distant, comforting chime of the clock tower, which now sang 8 o'clock, then, with a soft whir, 7 3/4. He felt no fear, only a growing sense of wonder. In the heart of the glen, he found a red herring. Or rather, it found him. It was a small, bad-tempered badger, rummaging through a pile of fallen leaves. The badger, whose name was Barnaby, was known in the village for being a collector of shiny things. He had a den full of lost buttons, bottle caps, and one of the silver wind chimes that had gone missing from the willow tree by the creek. Aha, Rowan thought, his heart leaping. Perhaps the badger is taking the stars. But as he watched Barnaby grumble and shuffle, he realized the absurdity of it. A badger, no matter how clever, could not steal stars from the sky. This was a delightful discovery, but not the answer. He sat on a mossy log and shared his cheese with the badger, who grunted in grudging thanks. The detour had not solved the mystery, but it had gifted him a moment of quiet companionship. He continued his search, his eyes now drawn to the patterns around him. He noticed that the peculiar color-changing flowers seemed to pulse with a soft, internal light, and they always shifted hue just after the clock tower chimed. He also saw that the patches of the forest where the flowers grew thickest were also the places where the feeling of time slipping backward was strongest. The air would grow still, the birds would pause their songs mid-note, and the very light would seem to thicken like honey. That evening, back on his rooftop perch, Rowan looked at the sky in his notebook. He had drawn the constellation patterns as they were, and as they were becoming. He saw that the missing stars weren't random. They were all from constellations that, according to an old star chart he found in the village library, were guardians of temporal balance. The teapot poured the sands of time, the weaver's loom wove the fabric of days, and the squirrel stored memories for the winter. The nursery rhyme echoed in his mind. When the silver chimes ring thrice, heed the map and take advice. The silver chimes. The clock tower. He looked at the mosaic map again, at the 7 silver stars around its edge. And he understood. The map wasn't just of the village, it was a key. The 7 stars on the map represented the 7 main weights and pendulums inside the clock tower that kept its time true. The flock was the mechanism itself. The next time the clock chimed 9, Rowan was waiting at the base of the tower. As the 9th chime faded, he heard it, a faint, desperate, rhythmic tapping from within the stone walls. Tap, 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 tap. It was a sound he'd never noticed before, drowned out by the chimes themselves. He found the old caretaker, a gentle man named Finn, who had the heavy, iron key to the tower. Together they climbed the spiraling stone staircase, the air growing cool and still. The tapping grew louder. When they reached the top, in the chamber where the great gears turned and the massive pendulum swung, they found the source of the mystery. A small, shimmering creature was trapped in the mechanism. It was no bigger than a field mouse, with wings like folded moonlight and eyes like liquid sapphire. It was a chrono sprite, a being of time and starlight, so rare that most thought them only legend. One of its delicate wings was caught between 2 of the great brass gears, and with every painful effort to free itself, it was disrupting the delicate balance of the tower. Its distress was echoing through the very fabric of Starlight Hollow, causing time to stutter and the stars, which were its kin, to dim with worry. Rowan's heart swelled with empathy. This wasn't a thief or a trickster, it was a creature in pain. He didn't yank or pull. He sat beside the mechanism and began to speak in a soft, soothing voice, telling the sprite about the rain on the leaves and the sound of the wind chimes. He told it about the badger, Barnaby, and his love for shiny things. He poured all his gentle observation and kindness into his words. The sprite stopped struggling and listened, its tiny body trembling. Finn, with the steady hands of a lifelong caretaker, gently oiled the gears. Then, with infinite patience, he used a pair of fine tweezers to carefully nudge the sprite's wing free. The moment the wing was released, a soft, warm light filled the chamber. The chrono sprite fluttered into the air, its wing whole and glowing. It circled Rowan's head once, a flash of grateful starlight, and then zipped out through the open window. That very night, the missing stars winked back into place, brighter than ever before. The next morning, Mrs. Hemlock's snapdragons had returned to their normal, predictable cycle of colors. And the clock tower chimed the hours with perfect, unwavering accuracy. But the resolution brought more than just a return to normalcy. It brought the community closer together. The story of the trapped chrono sprite was told and retold, each time with more wonder and less worry. The villagers now listened to the clock's chimes not just as a measure of time, but as a reminder of the delicate, beautiful balance of their world. They began leaving small, shiny offerings, a sea glass bead, a polished button, on the windowsill of the clock tower, just in case the sprite ever wished to visit. Rowan, the quiet baker's apprentice, became a reminder that the greatest mysteries are often solved not with force, but with friendship, and that the most important clues are not found in grand quests, but in paying gentle attention to the world around you. And as the soft rain fell that night, and the wind chimes sang their gentle, random melodies, the people of Starlight Hollow slept more peacefully than they had in weeks, their dreams woven through with starlight and the comforting, steady tick-tock of the old clock tower, a sound that promised all was well, and all would be well in their little corner of the Whispering Woods. Story 6. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warm, golden light dancing across the room and painting long, gentle shadows upon the walls. The scent of burning oak and the faint, sweet aroma of cinnamon from a long-finished mug of tea hung in the air. It is in this gentle, quiet space that our story begins, a story not of great battles or loud proclamations, but of a quiet transformation, as sure and steady as the slow burn of a well-laid fire. Our story concerns a young girl named Anya, who lived in a small cottage at the edge of a vast, whispering wood. Anya was a quiet soul, with thoughtful gray eyes and hair the color of autumn ash. She was not unhappy, but she often felt a peculiar loneliness, a sense that she was a single, unlit ember in a world full of glowing hearths. She would spend her days tending the cottage garden, mending clothes, and reading by the window, always feeling a gentle pull from the ancient trees that stood like silent, watchful guardians just beyond the garden gate. One evening, as a particularly crisp autumn chill settled upon the land, Anya was gathering kindling from the woodpile. The sun had dipped below the horizon, leaving the world bathed in the soft, bruised colors of twilight. As she reached for a final piece of wood, her fingers brushed against something cold and smooth, hidden beneath the bark and moss. It was a small, perfectly round stone, no larger than her palm. But it was no ordinary stone. It was a deep, smoky gray, and nestled within its heart was a soft, pulsing light, the color of warm, glowing embers. She picked it up, and a gentle warmth spread from the stone into her hand, seeping up her arm and settling in her chest, quieting the lonely ache she so often felt. It felt like holding a tiny, captured piece of starlight, or the very heart of a friendly fire. She carried it inside, placing it on the mantelpiece where it cast a soft, rosy glow that mingled with the firelight, making the whole room feel more alive, more welcoming. That night, as she lay in bed, she found she could not sleep. The ember stone on her mantel pulsed with a slow, steady rhythm, and it seemed to be calling to her. Not with a sound, but with a feeling, a gentle tugging deep within her spirit. It was a feeling of invitation. Curious, she wrapped herself in her warmest shawl, picked up the stone, and stepped out into the moonlit night. The world was silver and blue, but the stone in her hand cast a small, warm pool of amber light at her feet. It seemed to brighten as she approached the edge of the woods, its pulse quickening. Taking a deep breath of the cold, pine-scented air, Anya stepped beneath the canopy of the trees. The forest at night was a different world. It was not frightening, but deeply, profoundly alive. The usual daytime chatter of birds was replaced by the soft hoot of an owl, the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth, and the gentle sigh of the wind through the needles of the tall pines. Her ember stone was her guide. It would glow more brightly when she was on the right path, and its light would dim if she started to stray. It was leading her deeper, away from the familiar trails, into the heart of the wood, where the trees grew so close together, their branches intertwined like old friends holding hands. After a long while of walking, the trees began to thin, and Anya found herself at the edge of a small, hidden clearing. In the center of the clearing stood the most magnificent tree she had ever seen. It was an ancient oak, its trunk so wide that 5 people linking arms could not have encircled it. Its bark was gnarled and furrowed, etched with patterns that looked like a forgotten language. And all across its vast, sprawling branches, nestled in the moss and nestled in the crevices, were thousands of tiny, glowing lights. They were not fireflies, but something else. Soft, gentle luminescence in hues of gold, soft green, and pale blue, pulsing softly in the darkness. It was a hidden world of light, a secret constellation, nestled in the arms of the great tree. Anya stood in awe, the warmth from her stone spreading through her entire body. This was where she was meant to be. As she watched, a small, rust-colored fox with bright, intelligent eyes and a bushy tail stepped out from behind the great oak's roots. It did not startle or run. Instead, it tilted its head, its nose twitching, and then it trotted right up to her. It was not afraid. It sniffed at her hand and then gently nudged the ember stone with its cool, damp nose. A soft voice, like the rustle of dry leaves, spoke in her mind. "You have brought it back, the heart glow, we have missed its warmth." Anya gasped, not in fear, but in wonder. You can't speak." The fox gave a small, chuffing sound that might have been a laugh. In a manner of sorts, the glade of echoes allows for such things. "I am Rowan, and you are the one who found the lost ember." "I am Anya," she whispered, her voice full of reverence. "What is this place?" "This," said Rowan, sitting back on his haunches, "is the hearth tree. It is the heart of the forest, the source of all its quiet magic and hidden warmth. And the stone you hold is a piece of it, a heart glow that was lost long ago during a great storm that shook the world. Without it, the hearth tree has been less than whole. The forest has felt the chill." Anya looked from the kind, wise eyes of the fox to the magnificent, glowing tree. She understood now the gentle pull she had always felt, the loneliness that was not just her own, but an echo of the forest's own missing piece. "What must I do?" she asked. "The stone must be returned," Rowan said simply. "But the way is not open to just anyone. You must prove your heart is true, that you carry warmth not just in your hand, but in your spirit. The tree will test you." Anya's heart beat a little faster, but the steady, warm pulse of the stone in her hand gave her courage. "I will try." Rowan led her to the base of the great tree. Up close she could see that the glowing lights were tiny, bioluminescent mosses and flowers, and small, shy creatures that looked like living starlight peeking out from behind leaves. The air hummed with a soft, magical energy. "How does the test work?" Anya asked. "It has already begun," Rowan replied, and with a flick of his tail, he vanished into the shadows between the roots. Anya was left alone in the clearing, the ember stone her only source of familiar light. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then she noticed one of the soft blue lights, a tiny moth-like creature with wings of shimmering velvet, flutter down from a high branch. It landed on the ground near her feet, and she saw that one of its wings was torn. It trembled, its light flickering weakly. Without a second thought, Anya knelt. She carefully cupped her hands around the tiny creature, not to capture it, but to offer it shelter. She breathed softly on it, her warm breath a comfort in the cool night air. She had nothing to mend the wing, but she hummed a soft, wordless lullaby her grandmother had taught her, a melody of comfort and repair. As she hummed, the ember stone in her pocket glowed brighter, and a tiny thread of its warm, amber light stretched out like a silken strand and gently wove itself across the tear in the moth's wing, sealing it. The moth's light steadied, then brightened. It fluttered its wings, testing them, and then rose into the air, circling her head once in what felt like a gesture of thanks before returning to the higher branches. A soft sigh seemed to pass through the clearing. The hearth tree's own lights pulsed a little brighter. Next, a small, anxious chirping sound came from a tangle of roots. Investigating, Anya found a young sparrow, its feathers fluffed up against the chill. It was lost and frightened, having strayed too far from its nest after dark. It hopped towards her, its tiny body shivering. Anya sat down, making herself small and unthreatening. She opened her hand, revealing the ember stone. Its warm, steady glow seemed to calm the little bird. It hopped onto her finger, its tiny claws like pinpricks. It was then that Anya noticed the problem. A thin, almost invisible vine was tangled around its leg, anchoring it to the root. Working with infinite patience, her fingers numb with cold, Anya carefully picked at the knot. It was stubborn, tightened by the bird's own frantic struggles. She didn't pull or tear, but simply worked at it, loosening one tiny fiber at a time, whispering reassurances to the trembling creature. Finally, with a soft snap, the vine gave way. The sparrow chirped, a clear, happy sound now, and flew up into the branches of the hearth tree, disappearing into the constellation of light. The tree's glow intensified further, the golds and greens shining like miniature suns and emeralds. The final test came not as a cry for help, but as a profound silence. Anya felt a wave of deep, ancient sorrow wash over her. It was the sorrow of the forest itself, for lost seasons, for fallen trees, for creatures who had passed from the world. It was the chill that Rowan had spoken of, the emptiness left by the missing heart glow. It was a sorrow that resonated deeply with the lonely ache Anya had carried for so long. She didn't try to fight it or push it away. Instead, she sat at the base of the hearth tree, leaning her back against its rough, warm bark. She placed the ember stone on the ground before her and simply shared. She let her own feelings of solitude and quiet longing rise up and mingle with the forest's grief. She didn't speak, words were too clumsy for this. Instead, she remembered. She remembered the warmth of the sun on her face in the garden, the taste of the first wild strawberry of summer, the sound of rain on the cottage roof, the comfort of a well-loved book. She poured these small, warm memories out of her heart, offering them to the sorrowful silence, a gentle counterpoint to the cold. As she did, the ember stone began to shine with a light so brilliant and pure it was like a captured sunrise. It was no longer just a warm glow. It was a beacon of shared experience, of empathy, of a heart that understood loss and yet still chose to remember warmth. The sorrow in the clearing lifted, replaced by a profound and peaceful acceptance. The lights of the hearth tree blazed, and the great tree itself seemed to breathe a sigh of deep contentment. Rowan the fox reappeared at her side, his eyes shining. "You have done it," he said, his voice full of warmth. "You did not fight the cold with fire, but answered it with a warmer heart. You have proven yourself. Now, return the heart glow." He led her to a specific spot at the base of the tree, where a small, smooth hollow waited, shaped perfectly for the stone. With a feeling of rightness, of a journey completed, Anya placed the ember stone into the hollow. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a pulse of light, swift and powerful, radiated from the stone, flowing up through the roots into the trunk and out along every branch to the very tips of the smallest twigs. The entire tree was suddenly ablaze with golden light, so bright it lit up the entire clearing as if it were midday. The light was warm, not harsh, and it filled Anya with a sense of joy and belonging so complete it brought tears to her eyes. The loneliness that had been her constant companion was gone, burned away in this glorious, shared warmth. She was not an unlit ember anymore. She was part of this great, glowing hearth. As the light settled back into its gentle, pulsing rhythm, brighter and more vibrant than before, Rowan nuzzled her hand. "The hearth tree is whole again. The forest will remember your kindness, Anya. You will always have a friend here, and you will always carry its warmth within you, even when you are far from this glade." Anya spent what felt like hours in the clearing, talking with Rowan, watching the light creatures dance, and simply basking in the peaceful, magical atmosphere. She learned that the forest was full of such hidden wonders, and that her quiet, observant nature was a kind of magic all its own. When the first hints of dawn began to tinge the eastern sky with pale rose and lavender, she knew it was time to return home. She felt a pang of sadness at the thought of leaving this beautiful place. "Do not be sad," Rowan said, as if reading her thoughts. "The path is open to you now. You can return whenever your heart calls you here. You are a keeper of this glade, a guardian of its light." He led her back through the woods, and this time the path seemed familiar and welcoming. When she reached the edge of the forest, she turned to say goodbye, but Rowan was already gone, a whisper of rust-colored fur vanishing into the trees. Anya walked back to her cottage as the sun finally rose, painting the world in gold. The air was still crisp, but she didn't feel the cold. A deep, abiding warmth remained in her chest, a gentle echo of the hearth tree's glow. She went about her day as she always had, tending the garden, mending clothes, reading by the window. But everything felt different. The colors of the autumn leaves seemed more vivid, the song of the sparrows more sweet. The loneliness was gone, replaced by a quiet, steady joy. She had been transformed not by a grand adventure, but by the simple, profound act of kindness and the acceptance of a warmth that was meant to be shared. That night, as she sat by her own crackling fire, she looked out her window towards the woods. And there, deep within the darkness, she could see a soft, golden glow emanating from the heart of the forest, a gentle, pulsing light that mirrored the beat of her own warm heart. She knew then that she was never truly alone. She was connected, a part of something vast and beautiful and kind. She had found her place not by seeking greatness, but by tending to small things with a great love. And as she drifted off to sleep, the ember light of the distant hearth tree mingling with the dying glow of her own fireplace, she felt a profound sense of peace. The story was complete, the journey had found its end, and the warmth would remain, a steady, comforting presence to guide her into the softest of dreams. The fire crackled its last, the room grew dark, and all was still, and quiet, and deeply, deeply well. Story 7. Deep within the heart of the world lay the elderwood, a forest so ancient that its roots remembered the first rainfall, and its tallest branches had once brushed the edges of the newborn moon. It was a place where moonlight did not merely fall, but pooled in silvery puddles between gnarled roots, and where magic was not a spectacle, but the very breath of the land. The air itself hummed with a soft, forgotten music, the rustle of leaves sharing secrets, the gurgle of streams murmuring tales of distant mountains, and the low, resonant hum of stones dreaming their slow, geologic dreams. On this particular autumn evening, as a crisp wind carried the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a young fox named Rowan sat at the edge of a starlit clearing. His coat was the color of burnt amber, and his eyes, wide with a restless energy, reflected the shimmering constellations above. He was listening, or trying to listen, to the forest. But all he could hear was the frantic thrumming of his own heart. He was filled with a yearning he could not name, a feeling that he was missing something vital, something that hummed just beyond his understanding. A soft rustle came from the canopy above. An immense snow-white owl named Alaric alighted on a low-hanging branch of the grandmother willow, her boughs sweeping the mossy ground like a gentle sigh. His eyes were twin pools of liquid moonlight, deep and knowing. "The wind speaks of unrest, little one." Alaric's voice was not a sound heard with ears alone, but a vibration that settled in the bones, calm and resonant. It carries the flutter of a heart that has forgotten how to be still. Rowan looked up, his ears twitching. "I feel empty, Elder Alaric, as if the forest is singing a song and I have forgotten the words." Alaric blinked slowly. "The words are not forgotten, young fox. They are waiting for you to be quiet enough to hear them. Come, the moon is generous tonight. She will light our path." And so their journey began. They moved away from the clearing and into the deeper, velvet darkness of the elderwood. Here the magic was thicker. Patches of bioluminescent fungi clung to fallen logs, glowing with a soft, blue-green light that pulsed gently, like a sleeping heartbeat. Delicate will-o'-the-wisps, little more than captured starlight, drifted lazily through the air, tracing invisible pathways. "Listen to the stream," Alaric whispered, as they approached a ribbon of water that chuckled over smooth, dark stones. Do not listen for the sound of water, but for the story it tells. Rowan crouched, dipping a paw into the icy current. At first it was just noise. But as he let his breathing slow, as he let the chill of the water and the soft patter-patter of a light drizzle beginning to fall on the broad leaves above calm his spirit, the noise began to unravel into meaning. It was a story of patience. The water was not fighting the stones, it was singing to them, wearing them smooth over centuries with its gentle, persistent melody. It was a lesson in softness overcoming hardness, in the power of constant, gentle flow. It speaks of perseverance, Rowan murmured, his voice full of wonder. It does, Alaric agreed. And it reminds the stones to dream of the sea. They walked on, the gentle rainfall creating a soothing symphony all around them. A soft pit-pat on the leaves, a steady drip-drop from the canopy, a faint hiss as it met the forest floor. The wind picked up not a gale, but a tender breath that stirred the pine needles into a soft shushing sound, and made the bare branches of the oak trees click together like whispering bones. Soon they came to a circle of ancient standing stones, draped in cloaks of thick emerald moss. In the center stood a monolith of pure obsidian, taller than the rest, known as the Heartstone. Place your ear against it, Alaric instructed. Rowan pressed his sensitive ear to the cool, smooth surface of the Heartstone. He expected silence, the silence of the deepest earth. But instead he felt a low, deep thrum, a vibration so profound it seemed to resonate with the very core of the world. It was the slow, steady pulse of the forest itself, the rhythm of roots stretching deep, of minerals shifting, of time itself passing with infinite patience. It was the language of stability, of being utterly and completely present. It feels eternal, Rowan breathed. It is the memory of the mountain from which it came, Alaric said. It teaches us that even in stillness there is immense life. Now look up. As if on cue, the clouds parted, and the full moon bathed the stone circle in a radiance so pure it seemed to wash the color from the world, leaving only silver and shadow. And in this magical light, the most breathtaking wonder occurred. All through the surrounding glade, flowers that had been closed for the night began to unfurl. They were moon-petal blossoms, their petals the color of moonlight, and as they opened, they released a soft, internal luminescence that made the entire clearing glow. It was a silent, radiant bloom, a celebration of the night. But why do they only bloom now? Rowan asked, his restlessness completely forgotten, replaced by awe. The sun is so much brighter. The sun gives strength for growing, for doing, for becoming, Alaric explained, his form almost glowing in the ethereal light. But the moon gives light for being, for resting, for listening. These blossoms understand that there is a season for basking in the sun's vigor and a season for absorbing the moon's wisdom. They do not fight the cycle, they embrace each part of it. The words settled deep within Rowan. The babbling brook's lesson of gentle persistence. The Heartstone's lesson of profound stillness. The moon petal's lesson of cyclical renewal. They were all pieces of a single truth. He thought of his own restlessness, his feeling of emptiness. He had been trying to fill the quiet with noise, to outrun the stillness. He had forgotten the part of the cycle that was for listening, for absorbing, for simply being present in the grand, quiet hum of the world. He sat down in the center of the glowing clearing, the cool moss soft beneath him, the gentle rain a tender caress on his fur. He closed his eyes and did not try to listen for anything in particular. He just listened. And in that state of open receptivity, the forest spoke to him not in separate voices, but in a single harmonious symphony. He heard the wind's gentle sigh as it wove through the pines. He heard the patient drip of water from a leaf. He felt the deep, slow pulse of the earth through the soles of his paws. He saw the soft, pulsing glow of the fungi and the blossoms against his closed eyelids. It was no longer a language of words, but a feeling, a vast, comforting presence that held him, a tapestry of sound and light and life woven together with threads of moonbeam and magic. A profound peace, warm and heavy as a quilt of summer wool, settled over him. The emptiness was gone, not because it had been filled with something new, but because he had realized it was not emptiness at all. It was a space, a sacred, quiet space meant for listening, for dreaming, for being part of the forest's endless, gentle song. When he opened his eyes, the first hints of dawn were painting the eastern sky with shades of lavender and rose. The moon petals were slowly closing their luminous faces, storing their light for the next cycle of darkness. The nocturnal creatures were retreating to their hidden dens, their wisdom shared for another night. Alaric was still perched on the hearthstone, a silent, majestic sentinel. He looked at Rowan, and no words were needed. The understanding passed between them as clearly as a moonbeam passes through clear water. Rowan bowed his head in gratitude, then turned and padded softly back toward his den. The forest was different now, or perhaps he was different within it. He no longer felt like a visitor trying to decipher a foreign language. He felt like a single, quiet note in a beautiful, endless melody. He reached his cozy den beneath the roots of a great oak just as the sun's first rays touched the highest branches. The gentle tension of his quest had resolved into the deep comfort of understanding. He curled into his nest of dried ferns, the sounds of the waking day, the chirping of birds, the buzzing of early bees, a pleasant, distant murmur. And as he drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep, the last thing he felt was not the restless yearning of the night before, but the gentle, reassuring pulse of the ancient forest, a lullaby of stone and stream and moonlight, humming him into his dreams. Story 8. In the velvet expanse of the cosmos, where stars hung like scattered diamonds and nebulae bloomed like watercolor flowers, there drifted a small, forgotten moon called Lumen. It was a gentle world, swathed in perpetual twilight, where the very air shimmered with soft, phosphorescent mist. And upon this quiet moon, two very different beings found one another. The first was a creature from the world of Chroma, a place where beings communicated not with words, but with the shifting hues of their skin and the gentle pulses of light from their heart centers. His name, in the color speak of his people, was a warm, steady amber glow, which for simplicity's sake we shall call Ember. He was small and softly rounded, with 6 delicate limbs and skin that changed like living opal. He had come to Lumen in a vessel that was not so much a ship as a seed pod, designed to unfurl into a shelter of interwoven, light-sensitive fibers. The second was from the harmonic world of Sonus, a planet where life resonated with music. Her name was a series of 3 clear, ascending notes, a hopeful little chord, which we might think of as Lyra. She was slender and tall, with long, whisper-thin antennae that trembled sympathetically with the faintest vibration in the air. Her transport was a hollowed-out meteorite that hummed with a constant, low C-sharp, a comforting drone that reminded her of home. Their first meeting was one of profound confusion. Ember, tending to his newly sprouted fiber hut, saw Lyra approach. He flashed a friendly, inquisitive green, the color of a chromian greeting. To him, it was as clear as saying, "Hello, who are you?" But to Lyra, the sudden flash of green light was a startling, silent event. She recoiled, her antennae vibrating with alarm. In response, she sang a fluttering, questioning sequence of notes, a polite "Are you friendly?" in her native tongue. To Ember, the sound was a jarring, physical pressure. He dimmed his lights to a confused, murky violet, retreating into the doorway of his hut. He had never experienced sound as language before. It felt invasive. For a long while they observed each other from a distance, 2 solitary creatures marooned on a silent moon, separated by an ocean of misunderstanding. Ember would tend to his glowing garden of luminous mosses, his colors shifting with his lonely thoughts. Lyra would arrange smooth, resonant stones around her humming meteorite, creating patterns that sang in the wind. The turning point came during a gentle shower of cosmic dust. Tiny, iridescent particles began to fall from Lumen's sky, catching the faint starlight. Ember, delighted, rushed out into the shower, his skin flashing in joyous, sparkling golds and silvers as the dust settled on him. He was painting with light in the rain. Lyra, watching from her shelter, was captivated. She didn't understand the colors, but she understood the feeling behind them. It was pure, unadulterated joy. Hesitantly, she stepped out into the dust shower. As the particles touched her singing stones, they began to chime, each one ringing with a different, delicate note. It created a spontaneous, twinkling melody. Ember stopped his dancing and watched. He saw the way her whole body seemed to lean into the sound, her antennae tracing the patterns of the music in the air. He didn't understand the notes, but he understood the feeling behind them. It was the same joy. Tentatively, he approached. He pointed a delicate limb first at his own chest, where his heart light pulsed a soft, steady blue, the color of curiosity. Then he pointed at the chiming stones. He then pointed at Lyra and back to the stones. Lyra tilted her head. She then pointed a slender finger at her own throat, from which the three-note name chord emerged, and then she pointed at Ember's heart light. A bridge, fragile and new, had been built. Not of words, but of intention. This was the beginning of their shared shelter. They decided to build something together, a place that would honor both light and sound. They found a cavern not far away, one whose walls were encrusted with natural crystalline formations. The crystals refracted light into 1,000 rainbows, and they also resonated beautifully, amplifying the faintest sound into a soft echo. Ember brought his light-sensitive fibers, weaving them through the crystals so that they glowed with whatever color his heart projected. Lyra arranged her singing stones in careful circles and spirals on the floor, creating a sonic landscape that changed as one walked through it. They called it the Resonant Grotto. It was a space that was never silent and never dark, a constant, gentle conversation between their two worlds. Their life in the grotto was filled with small, endearing misunderstandings that became inside jokes. One day, Ember was feeling particularly content after discovering a new patch of bioluminescent fungi. He glowed a deep, satisfied magenta. To Lyra, this was a new color. She associated magenta with the rich, low note of a cello-like instrument from her homeworld, an instrument played during summer ceremonies. Thinking he was feeling sad, she began to hum a slow, comforting dirge. Ember, bathed in his happy magenta, was baffled by the mournful music. He flickered in confusion. It took them most of the afternoon to untangle it. Ember would flash different colors, and Lyra would try to match them with notes until they both collapsed in a shared moment of laughter. Ember's lights flickering in a rapid, joyful staccato, Lyra's laughter like a cascade of wind chimes. They learned that Ember's magenta was like Lyra's F-sharp major chord, bright and celebratory. Their most cherished ritual was their nightly vigil. They would sit at the mouth of their grotto, on a smooth ledge that overlooked a vast, star-dusted plain. In the distance, the great spiral of the Andromeda galaxy turned slowly, a whirlpool of ancient light. In these quiet moments, they didn't need to try to communicate. They simply were. Ember's light would soften to a calm, breathing lavender, syncing with the slow rhythm of his contentment. Lyra would hum a single, sustained note, so low and soft it was almost a vibration, a harmonic anchor in the silence of space. They would watch the stars, the red giants burning with elderly warmth, the blue-white youngsters shining with fierce energy, the occasional meteor painting a brief, brilliant line across the darkness. Ember saw them as points of color in a grand tapestry. Lyra heard them as a silent, cosmic chord, a music too vast for any single world to contain. Together, they experienced the universe in a way neither could alone. One evening, a small, damaged probe tumbled out of the sky and crashed not far from their grotto. It was a cold, angular thing, all sharp metal and dead screens, a relic from a species that communicated in binary and efficiency. It was utterly alien to both of them. At first, they were frightened. Ember's light flickered with anxious oranges and reds. Lyra's hum became a tense, wavering pitch. The probe felt like an intrusion, a harsh reminder of a universe that could be loud and unkind. But as they watched the silent, broken machine, their fear turned to pity. It was alone and it was broken, just as they had once been. Without a word, they made a decision. Ember approached, his heart light glowing a gentle, healing gold. He laid his fibrous hands on the cold metal, and his warmth began to seep into it. Lyra knelt beside him and sang a slow, restorative melody, a song her people used to mend cracked crystal. The vibrations traveled through the metal, seeking out fractures and soothing stressed molecules. They worked for hours, their unique forms of care intertwining. Ember's light encouraged the probe's dormant solar panels to realign and drink in Lumen's soft starlight. Lyra's harmonics recalibrated its internal gyroscopes until with a soft click and a whir, a single light on its surface blinked on, a steady, peaceful blue. The probe did not speak their languages. It had no concept of color or song. But as it rose unsteadily from the ground, it turned to them and projected a simple, geometric shape onto the ground between them, a perfect circle, inside of which was a single, small dot. It was a universal symbol, a world and a friend. Then, with a silent, graceful arc, it flew back into the starry expanse, leaving them alone once more. But they were not the same. They stood together under the infinite sky, the bond between them stronger than any barrier of biology or language. Ember glowed with a color he had never produced before, a deep, luminous silver intertwined with threads of Lyra's signature chord note, a color that meant friend of my soul. In response, Lyra sang a new, complex harmony, one that incorporated the steady pulse of Ember's heart light, a song that meant my light in the darkness. They had discovered the one technology that could truly bridge any gap in the cosmos, a force more powerful than any engine or computer. It was not a language of light or sound, but a grammar of kindness. It was the simple, profound act of seeing loneliness and offering companionship, of witnessing difference and building a bridge, of hearing a foreign song and learning to sing along. And as the twin moons of Lumen rose in the sky, casting their pale, dreamlike light over the resonant grotto, the little creature of color and the tall being of song settled into their shared sanctuary. The crystals glittered with Ember's peaceful, sleeping azure, and the stones hummed with Lyra's soft, dreaming lullaby. Together in their little corner of the universe, they were a perfect, quiet proof that no star need ever shine alone. Story 9. The attic always smelled of cinnamon and old paper, a scent that seemed to linger no matter the season. On this particular afternoon, with rain tapping gentle fingers against the roof, a young girl named Clara had been sent to find her grandmother's old sewing box. The air was still and thick with memories, and the only light came from a single dusty window pane, through which the gray afternoon spilled like weak tea. Creak went the floorboards beneath her feet, a familiar song she'd known since childhood. She moved past towers of hat boxes, a dress form draped in a ghostly sheet, and a wicker trunk full of mothball-scented woolens. In the farthest corner, tucked behind a fractured mirror and a stack of National Geographic magazines, was an old sea chest she'd never noticed before. It was made of dark wood, banded with tarnished brass, and on its lid was a carving of a compass rose, though the directions were marked not with letters, but with tiny, intricate symbols. A teapot, a book, a key, and a feather. Her curiosity, a much stronger force than her mission, took over. With a soft thump, she sat before it. The latch was stubborn, but after a moment's struggle, it gave way with a satisfying clunk. The lid opened on groaning hinges, releasing a puff of air that smelled of cedar and distant, rain-washed streets. Inside, nestled in a bed of faded velvet, was not a treasure of gold or jewels, but a simple, beautifully crafted compass. Its case was made of warm, honey-colored wood, and its face was of creamy porcelain. The needle, a sliver of shimmering mother-of-pearl, did not point north. Instead, it quivered and spun, finally settling not on a direction, but on the little carved teapot on the lid of the chest. Clara picked it up. It was warm to the touch. As her fingers closed around it, a soft, silvery chime echoed through the attic, seeming to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. The needle glowed with a faint, milky light. "Well now," said a voice, dry and rustling like autumn leaves. "It's been an age." Clara nearly dropped the compass. Peering from behind a stack of books was a ginger cat of impressive size and dignified bearing. He had one eye of gold and one of green, and his tail twitched with an air of mild impatience. You can talk," Clara whispered, her heart thrumming like a hummingbird's wings. "Everyone can talk," the cat replied, meticulously washing a paw. "Most simply choose to say very dull things. I am Alistair, and you have awakened the Hearthstone compass. It doesn't do that for just anyone, you know. It requires a certain quality of quiet." "What does it do?" Clara asked, her voice full of wonder. "It doesn't point to where you are," Alistair explained, leaping gracefully onto the sea chest with a soft thud. "It points to where you need to be, a much more complicated business. Currently, it seems you are in dire need of a cup of tea." The needle, indeed, was steadfastly aimed at the teapot symbol. "But how do I follow it?" Clara asked. "You hold the intention in your heart, take a step, and listen," said a new voice, small and quick as a mouse's heartbeat. From a hole in the wainscoting, a tiny mouse with spectacles perched on the end of her nose emerged. She clutched a minute, leather-bound notebook. "The compass measures journeys of the spirit, not the stride. I am Pip, the cartographer of inner realms, delighted to make your acquaintance." And so, with the Hearthstone compass glowing in her hand, Clara took a step forward in the dusty attic. The world did not blur or spin, but shifted. The rain-tapped window seemed to stretch, the shadows deepened, and the air grew stiller. With another step, the towers of boxes and trunks rearranged themselves into a corridor of towering, cloth-bound cliffs. The familiar attic had become an unknown landscape. "The first challenge is always the veil of whispers," Pip chirped from Clara's shoulder, making notes in her book. "Don't listen too closely." A wind Clara couldn't feel began to rustle the papers stacked high on either side of her. At first, it was just a sound, like the pages of 1,000 books being turned all at once. Then, the rustling formed words. "You'll never find your way back," one whisper hissed. "The sewing box is all that matters. Why are you wandering?" Sighed another. "This is just a silly dream," a third chuckled, dry and brittle. Clara felt a knot of anxiety tighten in her chest. The needle on the compass wavered. Alistair, walking regally at her side, purred, a sound like a tiny, contented motor. "Ar-rar-rar-rar-rar-rar-rar-rar-rar-rar-rar." "The whispers have no power," he rumbled, "unless you lend them your fear. They are just old stories no one bothered to finish. Pay them no mind." Clara took a deep breath, focusing on the warm, steady purr and the gentle glow of the compass. She held the intention of kindness in her heart, kindness for her own curiosity, for this strange adventure. She took another step, and then another. The whispers faded, becoming once more just the innocent rustling of forgotten papers. The corridor opened into a vast, circular space. In the center stood a grand, cobweb-choked clock, its hands frozen at a minute to midnight. All around its base was a tangled, glistening web, and in the center of the web sat a large, sorrowful-looking spider, dabbing at her many eyes with a tiny lace handkerchief. sniffle, sob. The keeper of lost time, Pip whispered. She's always so upset. She can't get the clock to chime, and until it does, this part of the journey remains stuck. The spider looked up, her eyes gleaming like dewdrops. Oh, hello, she wept. Don't mind me, it's been so long since it made a sound. A proper clock should sing, but the mechanism is jammed with regrets and if-onlys, and my legs are too clumsy to fix it. The compass needle now pointed directly at the spider. This, then, was where Clara needed to be. Perhaps I can help, Clara said softly, kneeling at the edge of the web. What seems to be the trouble? The spider, whose name was Arabella, gestured with a delicate leg to the clock's interior, visible through a glass panel. Inside, among the gears and cogs, were tangled gossamer threads that shimmered with sad, gray light. They're all the little sorrows that get caught in the works, she explained. Every I wish I had, and I'm sorry I didn't, they've gummed up everything. Clara didn't have tools or magic, but she remembered the lesson of the veil. She had kindness and she had patience. Would you like to tell me about them? Clara asked. Sometimes giving a sorrow a voice is the first step to untangling it. So Arabella did. She spoke of lonely evenings and unfinished webs, of missed connections and conversations that never happened. As she spoke, Clara listened, her presence a quiet, steady comfort. And as each small sorrow was acknowledged, one of the gray, glistening threads inside the clock would loosen, then unravel into a soft, silver dust that drifted away. Alistair sat nearby, his purr a constant, soothing rhythm. Pip made encouraging notes. Tick-tock went the clock as a gear, suddenly freed, shifted a fraction of an inch. Finally, the last gray thread dissolved. There was a deep, resonant click from within the clock's heart. The frozen hands shuddered, then began to move. They swept up to the 12, and the attic was filled with the most beautiful, melodic chime Clara had ever heard. It wasn't a loud, jarring sound, but a soft, profound note that vibrated in the chest and seemed to set everything right. Bong. Arabella the spider wept again, but this time they were tears of joy. Thank you, she whispered, her web now gleaming with happy, diamond-like dewdrops. You fixed more than the clock. The way ahead was now clear, leading to a cozy nook under the eaves that Clara was sure hadn't been there before. A small round table was set for tea, with a steaming pot and 2 china cups. The compass needle glowed brightly, pointing at the teapot. The journey was complete. Sitting in the chair was a kind-faced woman who looked familiar, her image faded like an old photograph. It was Clara's grandmother as a young woman. She smiled. You found your way, she said, her voice like the chiming of the clock. The compass always leads you where you need to go. Sometimes it's to a place of help, like dear Arabella. Sometimes it's to a quiet moment of understanding. And sometimes, she said, pouring a cup of chamomile tea that smelled of honey and sunlight, it's simply to a nice cup of tea. They sat for a while in comfortable silence, the only sounds the gentle clink of china and the soft, rhythmic purring of Alistair, who had curled up at their feet. Pip was contentedly sketching the scene in her tiny book. The greatest adventures, her grandmother said finally, are the ones that teach us how to be brave in our own hearts, to be kind when we are afraid and patient when we are lost. You measured your journey well today, my dear. The image of her grandmother began to fade, along with the cozy nook. The world shifted back, the shadows retreating, the towers of clutter returning to their familiar, dusty places. Clara found herself sitting once more before the old sea chest, the warm hearthstone compass still in her hand, though its light was now gentle and dormant. She wasn't in the strange, expanded attic anymore, but she felt different inside. Larger, somehow. Braver. The rain had stopped, and a sliver of golden evening light pierced the dusty window. She carefully placed the compass back in its velvet nest and closed the lid of the chest with a soft, final thump. She knew it would be there if she ever needed it again. Then she stood, brushed the dust from her knees, and walked to the other side of the attic, where she found her grandmother's sewing box right where it was supposed to be. As she carried it downstairs, the ordinary sounds of the house, the hum of the refrigerator, the distant chatter of the television, felt like a warm blanket. She had traveled far without ever leaving the attic. She had faced whispers with courage and untangled sorrows with kindness. And she knew with a certainty that settled deep in her bones that no matter how ordinary a place might seem, it could always hold the most extraordinary secrets, waiting for a quiet heart to discover them. Story 10. In a quiet corner of the spiral galaxy, where stardust gathered in soft clouds and nebulas bloomed like watercolor paintings, there drifted a small space station called the Starlight Haven. It was not a grand place, nor was it particularly important in the cosmic scheme of things, but to the few beings who called it home, it was everything. The station's caretaker was a being from the planet Lumenwood, a gentle soul named Kaelen. Kaelen's people communicated not with words, but with shifting colors that danced across their skin like living auroras. When Kaelen was happy, soft golds and greens would ripple from their forehead to their fingertips. When thoughtful, deep blues would swirl in slow, mesmerizing patterns. Their body was slender and graceful, with long fingers that seemed to gather light, and eyes that held the deep, quiet wisdom of someone who had spent many cycles watching stars being born. One day a small scout ship from the planet Resonara drifted near the Starlight Haven, its systems failing. Kaelen, with their inherent kindness, brought the ship safely into the docking bay. From it emerged a Resonaran named Bryn, whose people expressed themselves through harmonic vibrations that shimmered in the air around them. Bryn was sturdy and compact, with skin that resembled polished river stones, and when they moved, the air hummed with gentle frequencies that could soothe or excite depending on their mood. Their first meeting was one of beautiful confusion. Kaelen approached, their skin glowing with warm amber hues of welcome. Bryn responded with a series of low, chiming notes that vibrated through the floor plates. Neither understood the other's language, but both recognized the universal energy of gratitude. Kaelen offered a cup of luminous nectar that glowed with soft inner light. Bryn produced from their pack a small crystalline instrument that created harmonies from starlight. They spent that first hour simply sharing these gifts, watching each other with curious, kind eyes. As days turned into weeks, the two beings found ways to coexist within the Starlight Haven. The station itself was a place of gentle wonders, corridors lined with bioluminescent moss that pulsed with soft light, observation decks where the stars seemed close enough to touch, and quiet gardens where plants from different worlds grew together in peaceful harmony. It was in the highest garden dome that they discovered their shared sanctuary. The dome was transparent on all sides, offering a breathtaking view of the surrounding nebula, a vast expanse of violet and silver gases where new stars blinked into existence like awakening fireflies. In the center of this dome grew a crystalline tree whose leaves chimed softly in the station's artificial breeze. Around its base, moss from Bryn's world created a carpet that changed color with the mood of whoever walked upon it. Here they began to build their friendship, though not without challenges. One afternoon, Kaelen noticed Bryn arranging small, glowing stones in precise geometric patterns on the moss. To Kaelen's people, such arrangements were sacred, used only for solemn ceremonies of remembrance. Their skin flushed with concerned violet streaks. Bryn, sensing the shift in energy, responded with questioning chimes. When Kaelen gently dismantled the pattern, Bryn's vibrations turned to discordant notes of hurt. It took 3 days of gentle gestures and shared silent meals before they understood the misunderstanding. Bryn had been creating what Resonarans called joy patterns, geometric arrangements meant to celebrate friendship. Kaelen's people created similar patterns, but for mourning. When the realization finally dawned, Kaelen's skin blooming with understanding in rose and silver, Bryn's harmonics shifting to laughing chimes, they spent the rest of the day creating new patterns together, blending their cultural traditions into something uniquely theirs. Another time, Bryn brought what they thought was a great treasure to share, a basket of fruits from their homeworld that smelled sharply of ozone and sparkled with inner light. To Resonarans, these were delicacies that created beautiful harmonic echoes in one's body for days. To Kaelen's people, their scent caused temporary color blindness in their skin communication. For nearly a week, Kaelen could only produce muted grays and browns, while Bryn vibrated with such concerned frequencies that the station lighting flickered in sympathy. Yet from this mishap came one of their most beautiful discoveries. Since Kaelen couldn't communicate through color, they began drawing images in the air with light, simple representations of stars, the station, themselves, and Bryn. Bryn, in turn, learned to create harmonic pictures, vibrational patterns that Kaelen could feel as gentle pressures against their skin. They had created a new language, born of necessity and care. Their deepest connection formed during the station's night cycle, when the main lights dimmed and the stars beyond the dome shone with brilliant intensity. They would meet in their garden sanctuary, often without planning to, drawn by the same longing for companionship beneath the cosmic tapestry. Kaelen would settle on the color-changing moss, while Bryn would find a place near the crystalline tree. Together, they would watch the galaxy turn outside their transparent walls. Kaelen's skin would glow with patterns mirroring the star clusters outside, pinpricks of light dancing across their arms and face. Bryn would hum harmonies that seemed to harmonize with the music of the spheres, vibrations that made the crystalline leaves chime in response. During one such evening, as a particularly beautiful nebula drifted into view, its gases swirling in shades of deep cobalt and burning orange, Kaelen noticed Bryn's vibrations had taken on a lonely, melancholy tone. Without thinking, Kaelen reached out and placed their long, luminous fingers against Bryn's stone-like arm. To their surprise, colors began to flow from Kaelen's fingertips into Bryn's skin, not just on the surface, but deep within. And Bryn's vibrations traveled up Kaelen's arm, not as sound, but as resonant feeling. They had discovered they could share emotions directly, Kaelen's color language translating into vibrational feelings for Bryn, and Bryn's harmonics becoming color sensations for Kaelen. In that moment, Kaelen understood Bryn's loneliness, the deep homesickness that had lingered beneath their cheerful exterior. And Bryn felt Kaelen's own quiet longing for deeper connection. They sat there for hours, sharing not thoughts or ideas, but the pure essence of feeling, comfort, friendship, understanding, and the simple joy of not being alone in the vast universe. This discovery changed everything. They began spending their days working together to make the Starlight Haven even more beautiful. Kaelen cultivated gardens of light-sensitive plants that bloomed when Bryn sang particular harmonies. Bryn engineered gentle vibrational fields that helped Kaelen's color communication reach new depths of expression. They created a blended environment where both could thrive and understand each other perfectly. One cycle, a distress signal reached the station. A small exploration vessel from a third species had encountered technical problems nearby. When Kaelen and Bryn brought the visitors aboard, they found themselves facing a new challenge. These beings communicated through intricate patterns of light that flashed from their multifaceted eyes. The first hours were filled with confusion. The visitors flashed rapid sequences that meant nothing to Kaelen or Bryn. Bryn's welcoming harmonics made the visitors cover their light-sensitive eyes. Kaelen's color greetings were misinterpreted as aggressive displays. For a moment, frustration filled the docking bay, the visitors flashing agitated red patterns, Bryn producing distressed discordant notes, Kaelen's skin muddling with confused browns and grays. Then Kaelen had an idea. They gestured for everyone to follow them to the garden sanctuary. There, beneath the star-dusted dome, Kaelen and Bryn sat beside the crystalline tree and began their own cross-species communication, Kaelen's colors flowing into Bryn's vibrations, creating a beautiful display of understanding. The visitors watched, their flashing patterns slowing, then changing to softer hues. One of the visitors tentatively approached and placed a delicate limb on Bryn's shoulder while looking into Kaelen's eyes. A remarkable thing happened. The visitors' light patterns began to synchronize with Kaelen's color changes, while their bodies seemed to resonate with Bryn's harmonics. The three different species had found a way to communicate through the universal language of empathy and kindness. The visitors stayed for several cycles, and during that time, the sanctuary garden became a place of rich interspecies exchange. They discovered that the crystalline tree could translate between their communication methods when they all touched it simultaneously, the leaves chiming with harmonies, glowing with colors, and flashing with light patterns all at once. When the visitors' ship was repaired and they prepared to leave, there was a bittersweet feeling in the station. But before departing, the visitors gifted Kaelen and Bryn with a sapling from their own world, a plant that grew with leaves that both shimmered with light and produced gentle vibrations when touched. They planted it together beside the crystalline tree, a living symbol of friendship across worlds. That night, after their friends had departed, Kaelen and Bryn returned to their sanctuary. The new plant was already beginning to grow, its leaves casting soft patterns of light and vibration around them. They sat together in their now familiar silence, watching the stars wheel past in their eternal dance. Kaelen's skin glowed with deep, contented purples and warm golds. Bryn hummed a harmony so peaceful it seemed to still the very air around them. They didn't need to share emotions through touch anymore. They had learned to understand each other perfectly through the language they had built together, a language that needed no translation because it was rooted in patience, kindness, and the simple willingness to understand. The Starlight Haven continued to drift through that quiet corner of the galaxy, a small beacon of friendship in the vast cosmic dark. And within its highest garden, two beings from different worlds watched the stars, their unique forms of expression blending into something new and beautiful. A testament to the truth that across any distance, through any difference, kindness remains the constant that bridges all gaps, the universal language that every heart understands. Outside, new stars continued to blink into existence, nebulas swirled in magnificent displays, and the universe carried on with its grand, mysterious workings. But inside that transparent dome, something equally miraculous had occurred. The birth of a friendship that proved no one is truly alone when they are willing to reach across the void with an open heart. And as the station turned slowly in the starlight, its gardens glowing with blended colors and harmonies, it stood as a quiet promise that in the endless expanse of space, there are always places where understanding grows, where differences become strengths, and where friendship transforms strangers into family beneath the watchful eyes of a million distant suns. Story 11. In the quiet village of Stillwater Hollow, where the cobblestone streets were worn smooth by generations of gentle footsteps, and the air always carried the scent of lavender and freshly baked bread, something peculiar began to happen. It started subtly, as most peculiar things do, noticed only by those who paid the closest attention. The village clock tower, which had chimed every hour with unwavering reliability for 200 years, began to strike 13 times at midnight. Not a frightening, jarring 13, but a soft, melodic addition that seemed to linger in the air like a forgotten dream. Then the stars above the village green began to disappear. Not all at once, and not permanently. Each night, one more tiny pinprick of light would vanish from the constellation known as the Silver Sickle, which hung directly over the old stone well. And with each missing star, a corresponding flower in the garden of the village elder, a kind woman named Alara, would change color. A red rose would blush a deep midnight blue. a sunny marigold wood pale to shimmering silver. The village was abuzz with hushed, curious chatter, spoken over cups of chamomile tea and the gentle patter of rain against leaded glass windows. In a small cottage at the edge of the village, where wind chimes made of sea glass and shell sang a soft, random melody with every breeze, lived a young woman named Anya. She was the village cartographer and stargazer, a quiet soul with a heart that listened more than it spoke and eyes that noticed the things others missed. She spent her days mending old maps and her nights sketching the constellations on parchment stretched across her oak desk. She was the first to chart the missing stars. "It's as if someone is plucking them from the sky one by one," she murmured to her companion, a badger named Barnaby who was more interested in the crumbs from her ginger biscuit than celestial anomalies. The mystery deepened. Old Farmer Hemlock swore that the stream behind his barn was flowing backwards for a few minutes each dawn, carrying autumn leaves upstream towards the mountains. The village children reported that their nursery rhymes, when sung near the old well, produced faint, shimmering echoes that sang the verses back to them in reverse. The village council, a well-meaning but flustered group, held a meeting in the town hall, their voices a soft hum beneath the steady tick-tock of the grandfather clock in the corner. They proposed all sorts of solutions, asking the traveling wizard for help, posting guards around the well, even silencing the clock tower. But Anya, who sat quietly in the back, knitting a scarf the color of the twilight sky, felt a different approach was needed. "Perhaps," she said, her voice barely a whisper yet causing the room to fall silent, "the hollow isn't breaking. Perhaps it's trying to tell us something." The next day, Anya began her investigation not with questions, but with observation. She sat by the backwards flowing stream at dawn, not with instruments, but with a picnic of blackberry scones and a thermos of mint tea. She felt no fear, only a profound curiosity. As the first rays of sun painted the mist golden, the water indeed slowed, gurgled, and for a blissful 3 minutes flowed gently towards the high peaks. She noticed that the leaves it carried upstream weren't autumn leaves at all, but were from the silver-barked willow that only grew near the mountain summit. It was a clue, not a curse. Her next stop was the village archive, a cozy room above the library that smelled of dust and dried lavender. She pored over the oldest maps of Stillwater Hollow, her fingers tracing the faded ink. One map drawn by the village's founder showed a second well, now long forgotten, nestled in a grove of whispering aspen trees on the northern slope. The map was adorned with a border of constellations, including the silver sickle and a tiny, handwritten nursery rhyme. "When the sickle loses its silver light, and the stream forgets its way, find the well where shadows fall at noon, to restore the light of day." This was it, a guide. But the village elder, Alara, provided a red herring. "Oh, the shadow well," she exclaimed when Anya showed her the map. "That's just an old story. They say a grumpy forest spirit lives there, one who hoards lost things. He must be stealing our stars. We must prepare an offering." The village, eager for a tangible solution, busied itself baking honey cakes and polishing old coins to appease this theoretical spirit. Anya, however, looked at the rhyme again. "Find the well where shadows fall at noon." She took her compass and her most detailed map and journeyed to the aspen grove. The sound of the leaves was a constant, gentle rustle, like pages of a book being turned. She reached the crumbled remains of the forgotten well just as the sun reached its zenith. But no shadow fell upon it. The sun was directly overhead. Puzzled but not deterred, she sat on a mossy stone and shared her lunch with Barnaby. She thought not of grumpy spirits, but of the village itself, its rhythms, its history, its heart. She remembered the color-changing flowers in Alara's garden. Each flower that turned silver corresponded to a missing star. And Alara was the keeper of the village's history, just as Anya was the keeper of its maps. A sudden gentle rain began to fall, pattering softly on the aspen leaves. Anya looked up through the canopy and saw it. It wasn't the well where a shadow fell at noon. It was the constellation itself. The silver sickle was positioned directly above the village at midnight, but its shape, if you connected the stars, looked like a dipper pouring light. And what was directly below it in the village? Not the old stone well on the green, but the weather vane on the roof of Alara's own cottage, which was shaped like a sleeping fox. At the stroke of midnight, the fox's shadow was cast by the starlight directly onto a specific patch of Alara's garden. Anya rushed back to the village, not with alarm, but with dawning understanding. She went to Alara's cottage as the clock tower chimed 11 that night. She found the elderly woman not asleep, but in her garden, looking wistful and holding a small, tarnished silver locket. "I think I understand now," Anya said softly, so as not to startle her. Alara sighed, a sound like the wind through the pines. "It's my fault, dear, all of it." She opened the locket. Inside was not a picture, but a tiny, luminous speck of stardust, and pressed petals from a flower that was no longer blue, but silver. She explained that this locket was a gift from her first love, a star watcher who had left the village long ago. Every night, missing him, she would open the locket and look at the speck of stardust. Unbeknownst to her, her longing was so powerful and pure that it was gently pulling the corresponding stars from the sky, tucking them safely into the memories held within her garden. The clock chiming 13 was the village's heart trying to give her extra time. The stream flowing backwards was an echo of her desire to turn back the years. The rhyming echoes were the village's own fond memories of happier times, trying to comfort her. The problem wasn't a thief or a spirit. It was a heartache so quietly held that the very magic of Stillwater Hollow had sympathetically begun to unravel around it. Anya didn't scold or offer a simple solution. She simply sat with Alara, held her hand, and listened as the older woman shared stories of her lost love, of their walks through the aspen grove, and of the stars they used to chart together. As she spoke, a wonderful thing happened. One by one, the villagers, having realized Anya and Alara were missing from the planned offering ceremony, quietly gathered in the garden. They came not with accusations, but with blankets, lanterns, and thermoses of hot cocoa. They formed a circle under the night sky, a community of warm, flickering light in the dark. They began to share their own stories, of loss, yes, but also of love found, of friendship, of small daily joys. They sang the old nursery rhymes, their voices blending into a soft, harmonious hum that rose into the night. The clock tower began to chime midnight, and as it struck the 12th tone it paused and then chimed one more time, a 13th chime that was not a glitch but a benediction. And as the sound faded, the first of the missing stars winked back into existence in the silver sickle. Then another and another, until the constellation shone brighter than it ever had before. In the garden, the silver flowers began to slowly return to their original, vibrant hues. The peculiar happenings ceased. The stream flowed its proper course. The clock kept perfect time. But the village was forever changed. They had discovered that their home was not just a place, but a living, feeling entity that reflected their own hearts. They instituted a new tradition, a weekly gathering under the stars where they would share stories and listen to the gentle sounds of their home, the tick-tock of the clock, the song of the wind chimes, the whisper of the rain. Anya continued to mend her maps, but she now added a new feature to each one, a small, shimmering dot marking the location where a community had once mended a heart, and in doing so had put the stars back in their sky. And high in her cottage, with the sea-glass chimes singing their gentle song outside, she knew that the greatest mysteries were not solved with logic alone, but with the quiet, empathetic listening of a kind heart, a lesson as comforting and enduring as the soft glow of a fireplace on a dark, dream-filled night. Story 12. The little village of Silverwood Hollow was a place where the ordinary and extraordinary danced together like fireflies in the twilight. Nestled in a valley cradled by ancient, whispering trees, it was known for its cobblestone paths that glimmered with flecks of mica in the sunlight, and for the gentle, constant music of the wind chimes that hung from every eave. Each evening, as the great clock tower in the village square chimed 7 times, the villagers would light their lanterns, and the hollow would glow like a bowl full of captured starlight. But one autumn evening, as the clock finished its 7th chime, something peculiar happened. The sky, which should have been deepening into a velvety indigo, remained a curious, pale lavender. The first stars, usually punctual as the village clock, did not appear. The children, who had been waiting to play their nightly game of counting the constellations from the grassy knoll, looked up at a blank, starless canvas. The next morning, the village buzzed with quiet concern. The baker, a round man with flour perpetually dusted on his apron, found that his sourdough had failed to rise. The painter, who lived in a cottage covered in climbing roses, discovered that all her blue paint had turned a soft, pearlescent gray. An old hemlock, the keeper of the sundial garden, reported that the sundial's shadow was moving in slow, lazy circles, instead of tracing its usual arc. The village council, a group of well-meaning elders, gathered in the square, their murmurs mixing with the soft ting-ailing of the chimes. They suspected a mischievous wind sprite, or perhaps a forgotten enchantment from the forest. But a young woman named Alara, who mended clocks and spun stories for the children, thought differently. She was a quiet soul, with eyes the color of a twilight sky, and a heart that listened more than it spoke. That afternoon, Alara sat on a bench near the clock tower, sipping chamomile tea and watching the world. She noticed that the lavender tint in the sky had not faded with the day. She saw the village cats chasing not mice, but their own tails with unusual lethargy. She heard the blacksmith's young son humming a nursery rhyme, one that every child in Silverwood Hollow knew by heart. When the silver thread is lost from the loom, and the weaver sighs in a dusty room, look not to the earth nor the forest deep, but to the promises the dreamers keep. The rhyme tickled the back of Alara's mind. It was an old lullaby, one her grandmother used to sing. The silver thread, she whispered to herself. A thread, a connection. She looked up at the empty sky. The stars were connected, weren't they? In pictures and patterns. The thread that bound the constellations together was missing. Her first clue came from an old, foxed map of the night sky that she kept in her workshop. The map was dotted with constellations, each connected by faint, silvery lines. One of them, a small, intricate pattern called the Weaver's Spool, was known to be the first to appear each night, a signal for all the others to follow. According to the map, it was the thread that began the celestial tapestry. The next day, Alara decided to investigate the sundial garden, where time itself seemed to be unspooling. The garden was a peaceful place, filled with herbs that released their scent when brushed against, and the gentle plink of water dripping from a moss-covered fountain. Old Hemlock was there, scratching his head. The shadow, he said, pointing a gnarled finger. It's gone all wobbly. It's as if time can't decide which way to go. Alara studied the sundial. Its bronze face was etched with constellations, and at its center was a gnomon shaped like a leaping hare. She noticed something she'd never seen before. A tiny, almost invisible hairline crack ran from the base of the gnomon to the edge of the dial, pointing directly towards the constellation of the Weaver's Spool. This felt significant. A crack in time pointing to a missing constellation. But why? And how? Her search led her to a red herring, though a delightful one. Rumors spread that the missing stars were the work of the glimmer moths, ethereal insects said to drink starlight. Alara followed the trail to the whispering glade, a a place where the trees had leaves that tinkled like crystal bells. There she did find the glimmer moths, but they were not thieves. They were listless, their wings dim. They communicated not with words, but with feelings, and what Alara felt from them was a profound sense of loss. They were not the cause, but fellow victims of the strange happenings. They had lost their light to dance by. As she left the glade, the gentle rain that had been threatening all day began to fall, a soft patter on the broad leaves. The sound was a comfort, a steady rhythm in a world that had lost its beat. Returning to the village, Alara pondered the nursery rhyme again. Look not to the earth nor the forest deep, but to the promises the dreamers keep the dreamers. The children. She remembered the blacksmith's son humming the rhyme. She found him and a group of his friends building a fort from blankets and fallen branches near the edge of the woods. Do you know the rest of that song? Alara asked gently. The boy nodded and they all began to sing, their voices sweet and clear against the sound of the rain. When the silver thread is lost from the loom, and the weaver sighs in a dusty room, look not to the earth nor the forest deep, but to the promises the dreamers keep. Find the key where the hare does leap, at the hour when the world's asleep. The key where the hare does leap. The sundial had a leaping hare, and the hour when the world's asleep, midnight. That night, as the clock tower chimed 12 times, its deep bongs echoing through the quiet, lavender-hued village, Alara stood in the sundial garden. The rain had stopped, leaving the air clean and fresh. She held a small, oil-lit lantern. As the final chime faded, a miraculous thing happened. The hairline crack on the sundial began to glow with a soft, silver light. It was not a crack of damage, but a seam. A hidden compartment. With careful fingers, Alara pressed the edge of the dial. A small hidden drawer, no bigger than a thimble, slid open. Inside was not a key of iron or brass, but a single, perfect dewdrop, and within it, a tiny, shimmering speck of light, a captured star from the weaver's spool. But it was not alone. Tucked beside it was a tiny, folded piece of parchment. Unfolding it, Alara saw it was a child's drawing. It depicted the village under a starry sky, and in the corner, in wobbly letters, it read, "A wish for the stars to stay forever, so we can always play." Understanding washed over Alara like a warm wave. The blacksmith's son, in his innocent, powerful desire to never have playtime end, had made a wish upon the first star he saw, the star of the weaver's spool. And in Silverwood Hollow, where magic was woven into the very air, a sincere wish from a pure heart could sometimes take root. His wish to keep the stars had, paradoxically, captured the very thread that began the night, trapping it and freezing time in a perpetual, starless twilight. The backwards flowing time, the color-changing flowers losing their blue, the bread that wouldn't rise, it was all because the world was holding its breath, waiting for the signal to let the night begin. Alara did not scold or lecture. She simply knelt by the child's blanket fort the next day and told him a story. She spoke of the stars as old friends who had their own duties, to watch over the sleeping flowers, to guide the night-flying moths, to paint dreams on the ceiling of the world. She spoke of how beautiful it was to say good night, because it made the good morning all the sweeter. The boy's eyes grew wide with understanding. "I didn't mean to keep them all working," he whispered. "I just wanted them to stay." "They will always come back," Alara said softly. "That is their promise, and we must keep ours by letting them go." That evening the entire village gathered at the sundial garden as the clock chimed 7. The blacksmith's son, holding the tiny dewdrop in his cupped hands, stood before the sundial. He took a deep breath. "I wish for the stars to go on their journey," he said, his voice clear and brave, "and to come back and visit us every night." He placed the dewdrop into the hidden drawer and closed it. As he did, the dewdrop burst, releasing the captured speck of starlight. It soared into the lavender sky, a single, brilliant pinprick of light. For a moment there was silence, broken only by the gentle tingling of the wind chimes and the distant hoot of an owl. Then, one by one, the stars began to appear. First the weaver's spool, then the great squirrel, the teapot, the dancing bear, until the sky was ablaze with their familiar, friendly patterns. The lavender tint melted away into a deep, comforting navy. A collective sigh of wonder and relief rose from the villagers. The strange happenings ceased. The baker's bread rose into perfect golden loaves. The painter's blue paints returned, brighter than ever. And the sense of peace that settled over Silverwood Hollow was deeper and warmer than before. The community, brought together by the mystery, decided to start a new tradition. Every full moon, they would gather in the square with blankets and pillows. They would lie down and look up at the stars, and Alara would tell stories of the constellations, not as distant balls of gas, but as old friends on their nightly journeys. The children would fall asleep under the starry sky, listening to the gentle sounds of the clock tower, the wind chimes, and the soft, rhythmic breathing of their village, safe and whole once more. And in their dreams they would dance with the glimmer moths, now glowing brilliantly again, under the faithful, watchful light of the stars they had learned to love enough to let go. Story 13. In the heart of the world, where the sun's last golden rays surrendered to the velvety embrace of twilight, lay the ancient forest of Lumenwood. This was no ordinary woodland, but a realm where moonlight wove silver threads through the canopy and magic hummed in the very soil beneath one's feet. Here the night was not something to be feared but celebrated, a time of awakening, of whispered secrets, and of gentle wonders that unfolded beneath the watchful eyes of the stars. Our story begins with a young badger named Rowan, whose fur was the color of darkened earth and whose eyes held the curious glimmer of starlight. Unlike his fellow badgers who slumbered peacefully in their cozy sets, Rowan found himself drawn to the nocturnal world, to the soft symphony of the forest after dark. On this particular evening, as a full moon rose like a luminous pearl in the heavens, he felt a peculiar stirring in his heart, a longing to understand the forest's deeper mysteries. He ventured from his burrow, his paws making no sound on the carpet of moss that softened the forest floor. The air was cool and carried the crisp, clean scent of impending autumn. Fireflies like living embers drifted through the undergrowth, their pulsing lights casting fleeting shadows that danced with the rhythm of the night. Above, the leaves of the ancient oaks and whispering willows rustled softly, a language of their own that spoke of changing seasons and ancient dreams. Rowan's journey led him to a clearing bathed in celestial light. In the center stood a magnificent silver birch, its bark glowing as if it had absorbed the moon's very essence. This was the Glimmerwood, a place where the trees themselves seemed to breathe, their leaves tinkling like distant wind chimes. It was here that Rowan first heard it, a melody, soft and fluid, that seemed to rise from the earth itself. He followed the sound to a stream that meandered through the clearing, its waters shimmering with a faint, internal light. The stream didn't just babble, it sang. It told stories of mountain origins and oceanic destinies, of fish that dreamed in colors unseen by day, and of stones that remembered the footsteps of forgotten ages. As Rowan listened, entranced, a voice both deep and gentle spoke from above. The water sings of journeys, little one, but every journey requires a listener. Perched on a low-hanging branch was an owl with feathers the color of aged parchment and eyes that held the wisdom of countless cycles. This was Olthros, the elder guardian of Lumenwood. His presence was as calming as the forest itself, and when he spread his wings, they made a sound like pages turning in an ancient book. Master Olthros, Rowan said, bowing his head slightly. I hear the songs, but I don't understand the words. I feel the magic, but I don't know its purpose. Olthros blinked slowly, his gaze kind. Understanding is a seed that grows with patience, Rowan. Come, walk with me. Together, they moved deeper into the forest. Olthros led Rowan to a circle of stones, each one covered in velvety moss that seemed to pulse with a soft, green light. These are the remembering stones, the owl explained. Place your paw upon one and listen not with your ears, but with your spirit. Hesitantly, Rowan pressed his paw against the cool, smooth surface of the nearest stone. Immediately, a wave of images and sensations flowed through him. The gentle patter of spring rain nurturing new life, the vibrant energy of summer where every creature thrived, the melancholy beauty of autumn as leaves fell in a blaze of color, and the deep, silent rest of winter, where the world slept beneath a blanket of snow. It was the cycle of all things, the eternal dance of rest and renewal. The forest is preparing for its time of slumber, Olthros said softly. But this year the transition feels uneasy. The streams murmur of a lingering unrest, and the wind carries a sigh that the trees cannot ease. Rowan felt a tremor of concern. What does it mean? It means, Olthros replied, his voice a low rumble, that something has forgotten how to rest. Something holds too tightly to what was and cannot embrace what must be. Determined to help, Rowan spent the nights that followed exploring Lumenwood with renewed purpose. He learned to listen to the subtle dialects of the trees, the oak's sturdy, resilient hum, the willow's graceful, flowing lament, the pine's crisp, evergreen resolve. He discovered that the bioluminescent fungi that clung to fallen logs pulsed in patterns that conveyed messages of warning or welcome. He sat by the singing streams and learned that their melodies changed with the emotions of the forest, sometimes joyful and bubbling, other times slow and contemplative. One evening, as a soft rain began to fall, its droplets tapping a gentle rhythm on the leaves above, Rowan came upon a sight that made his heart ache. In a secluded grove, a single maple tree stood, its leaves still clinging stubbornly to its branches, though all around it, the other trees had begun to shed their foliage in preparation for winter. The maple's leaves, usually a brilliant crimson, were dull and brittle, and the tree itself seemed to droop with a weary sadness. The stream nearby flowed past it with a mournful tune, and the stones at its base were silent and gray. Rowan understood. This was the source of the unrest. The maple was afraid of letting go, of the silence and stillness of winter. It held fast to its leaves, to its identity, fearing that in releasing them it would lose itself entirely. He returned to Olthros and shared his discovery. The wise owl listened intently, then nodded. Fear is a powerful force, but so is compassion. The tree does not need a lesson, it needs a friend. It needs to be reminded that it is not alone, and that rest is not an end, but a promise of new beginnings. So Rowan began to visit the lonely maple each night. He did not try to convince it with words, for trees understand a different language. Instead, he simply sat beside it, his warm presence a quiet comfort. He brought glowing mushrooms from the glimmerwood and arranged them in soft patterns around its roots, their gentle light a reminder that even in darkness there is beauty. He invited the fireflies to gather in its branches, their tiny lights twinkling like captured stars. He asked the stream to sing lullabies of snowflakes and silent nights, of roots dreaming deep in the earth, gathering strength for the spring to come. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, the maple began to respond. Its leaves rustled with a less frantic energy. The stones at its base began to glow once more with a soft, mossy light. One evening, as a crisp wind swept through the grove, carrying the scent of frost and distant wood smoke, the maple released a single leaf. It fluttered down like a crimson tear, landing softly on the moss below. Then another followed, and another, until a shower of leaves descended, each one a testament to courage, to trust, to the beautiful surrender that is part of life's great cycle. As the last leaf fell, the maple stood bare and serene in the moonlight. but it was not a tree of loss, it was a tree of peace. Its branches, now exposed, seemed to reach gratefully toward the sky, ready to catch the first snowflakes of winter. The stream beside it bubbled with a cheerful, hopeful melody, and the wind whispered through its branches not with a sigh, but with a soothing, lulling hum. Ulthros joined Rowan in the grove, his wise eyes reflecting the tranquil scene. "You have done a great thing, little friend," he said. "You reminded the forest and yourself that wisdom is not just in knowing but in feeling, that the strongest magic is often the simplest, the magic of presence, of patience, of a kind heart." Rowan looked around the grove, now bathed in the soft blue light of the moon and the gentle glow of bioluminescent life. The rustle of the trees was a chorus of contentment. The babble of the stream was a song of serenity. The whisper of the wind was a blanket of calm. The forest was ready to rest, to dream, to renew. As the first snowflakes of the season began to drift down, kissing the earth with their silent grace, Rowan made his way back to his burrow. He felt a deep, resonant peace settle within him. The mysteries of the forest were no longer puzzles to be solved, but songs to be cherished, stories to be lived. He curled up in his cozy set, the sounds of the sleeping world a gentle lullaby, the soft patter of snow against the entrance, the distant hoot of ulthros keeping watch, the deep, rhythmic breath of the earth itself. And as he drifted into dreams, he knew that when spring returned, the forest would awaken not just renewed, but remembered. Every leaf, every stream, every stone holding within it the quiet magic of a night when friendship and understanding taught an entire woodland the courage to embrace the beautiful, necessary peace of letting go. Story 14. In a little house at the edge of a slumbering village, where the roofs were steep and the chimneys puffed gentle gray curls into the twilight, lived a quiet child named Leo. Leo's world was one of comfortable corners and well-worn books, but his favorite place of all was the attic. It was a kingdom of dust motes and memories, accessible only by a pull-down ladder that groaned like an old man waking from a nap. Krieg. One rainy afternoon, with the pitter-patter of drops playing a soft rhythm on the roof, Leo decided to pay a visit to his attic kingdom. The air was thick with the scent of aged paper and cedar. Light, what little there was, filtered through a single round window, illuminating the dancing dust. He was rearranging a stack of his grandfather's old travel journals when his hand brushed against something cold and smooth, tucked deep inside a battered leather trunk. It was a compass, but it was unlike any compass he had ever seen. Its case was made of a warm, honey-colored wood, inlaid with mother-of-pearl that shimmered in the dim light. The needle, however, did not point north. It spun in a slow, lazy circle before settling, quivering, pointing not toward a wall or a window, but directly at Leo's own heart. Beneath the glass face, instead of the cardinal directions, were tiny, elegantly carved words: courage, wonder, patience, kindness. As Leo held it, a soft, warm hum began to emanate from the object, a vibration that felt less like a sound and more like a feeling. It was a star-catcher's compass, though Leo did not know that yet. Its purpose was not to find a place on a map, but to find a quality in a soul. That night, as Leo lay in bed with the compass on his nightstand, its gentle hum seemed to grow a little louder, a little more insistent. The needle, which had pointed to his heart all afternoon, suddenly swung away. It pointed steadfastly toward his bedroom door. A challenge had been issued. The journey, measured not in miles but in metal, was about to begin. His first steps into the dark hallway felt like wading through deep water. The floorboards whispered under his feet. Squeak. Creak. The compass led him not downstairs, but to a small, forgotten door at the end of the hall, one that usually led to a linen closet. But tonight, when Leo turned the brass knob, the door opened not onto shelves of towels, but onto a moonlit path in a forest. The air was cool and smelled of damp earth and night-blooming jasmine. Fireflies winked in the darkness like scattered embers. The compass needle now pointed down the path toward a soft, golden glow in the distance. Leo took a deep breath, the hum of the compass a comforting presence in his palm, and stepped through. He hadn't walked far when a rustling came from a thicket of ferns. Swish, swish, thump. Out waddled a badger, wearing a tiny pair of spectacles perched on the end of his snout. He carried a lantern that cast a warm, buttery circle of light. "Halt," the badger said, his voice a low, gravelly rumble. "State your business on the whispering path, and do be quick about it. I've a very important nap scheduled for half past the moon's zenith." Leo, his initial fear soothed by the badger's comically serious demeanor, held out the compass. I'm following this." The badger adjusted his spectacles and peered at the device. "Ah, a starcatcher's compass. Been a long time since I've seen one of those. My name is Barnaby. I am the keeper of the first step." He looked Leo up and down. "The compass has brought you here to find something. What does the needle point to now?" Leo looked. The needle had stopped spinning and now pointed directly at the word courage. "Ah," rumbled Barnaby, nodding sagely. "It believes you need to find some. Well, the path ahead is dark, and the shadows play tricks on the mind. They whisper doubts and magnify fears. My advice, don't listen to the shadows. Listen to the hum of your compass, and watch your step. The roots are fond of tripping daydreamers." With a grunt, Barnaby gestured for Leo to continue. "Off you go. Courage isn't the absence of fear, you know. It's moving forward even when your paws are shaking." Emboldened by this strange and kindly guide, Leo walked on. The forest grew denser, the shadows longer. They did seem to whisper, hissing vague anxieties about getting lost or being inadequate. But Leo held the compass close, focusing on its steady, warm hum, and the whispers faded into the background rustle of leaves. S-H-H-H-H-H-H-H. The path eventually opened into a beautiful, overgrown glen. In the center stood a great, ancient willow tree, its branches trailing down to the ground like a green curtain. The compass needle swung wildly before settling on the word patience. As if on cue, a section of the willow's branches parted, and a sleek, silver-gray cat emerged. She stretched languidly, her purr a deep, resonant thrum that vibrated in the very air. "You've been expected," the cat said, her voice like smooth, warm milk. "I am Seraphina. You seek to pass through my domain, the glen of unfurling." She gestured with her tail toward the willow tree. "The way forward is through the heart of the willow, but the passage only opens for those who are still enough to hear it breathe." Leo looked at the dense curtain of branches. He took a step forward, but the branches remained tightly woven. He pushed gently, but they were as firm as a wall. "Not like that," Seraphina chided softly, curling her tail around her paws. "You are all push and no pause. Listen." Leo stood still. He heard the wind sighing through the high grass. He heard the distant chime of a bell, so faint it might have been his imagination. Ting, ting, and then he heard it, a soft, slow, rhythmic sound from the willow tree itself. Whoosh, S-H-H-H-H-H, whoosh, S-H-H-H-H-H, it was breathing. Seraphina nodded, her green eyes gleaming. "Patience is not waiting. It is a deep, active listening. Match your breath to the trees." Leo closed his eyes. He breathed in as the tree breathed out. Whoosh, he breathed out as the tree breathed in. S-H-H-H-H-H, he did this again and again, feeling his own hurried pulse slow to match the ancient, tranquil rhythm of the willow. When he opened his eyes, the curtain of branches had parted silently, revealing a tunnel glowing with a soft, internal light. Seraphina gave an approving purr. P-R-R-R-R-R-R-R. The tunnel led him out to the shore of a vast, still lake that reflected the starry sky so perfectly it was impossible to tell where the water ended and the heavens began. On a small, wooden jetty sat a little old woman with hair as white as dandelion fluff, mending a net that sparkled as if woven from starlight. The compass needle now pointed to kindness. "Hello, dear," the woman said, her voice crackling like a friendly fireplace. She didn't look up from her mending. "I'm Celeste. You've come to cross the lake of reflections, I presume." "Yes," Leo said, his voice small in the immense quiet. "The boat is there," she said, nodding toward a simple wooden rowboat tied to the jetty. "But it won't move for you. It only moves for selfless intent." Leo climbed into the boat and picked up the oars. He pulled with all his might, but the boat remained stubbornly fixed to the spot, as if anchored to the bottom of the lake. He tried again and again, growing frustrated. "It's no use," he sighed, his shoulders slumping. Celeste looked up, her eyes twinkling like the stars she mended into her net. "Why do you wish to cross the lake, child?" "To finish the journey, to see where the compass leads." "That is a wish for yourself," she said gently. "The boat does not answer to selfish wants. Look into the water, tell me what you see." Leo leaned over the side of the boat. The water was a perfect mirror. He saw his own worried face looking back, but as he stared, other images appeared. He saw his mother, looking tired after a long day. He saw his father, concerned over a problem at work. He saw a friend from school, sitting alone on a bench. He felt a sudden, deep ache of compassion for them. He didn't just want to finish his journey for himself anymore. He wanted to finish it so he could go back and be a better son, a better friend. He wanted to share the warmth and the courage he was finding. "I see them," he whispered to Celeste, "and I want to help." "Then you are ready," she said. As this new, selfless intention filled his heart, the boat gave a gentle lurch. When Leo picked up the oars again, they slid through the water as smoothly as if it were air. The boat glided silently across the lake, leaving a shimmering trail in the star-reflected surface. Swoosh. On the other side, the path led to a small, round hilltop. At its summit grew a single, magnificent tree with silver bark and leaves that chimed softly in the breeze. Tinkle, chime, ring. The compass was humming louder than ever, and its needle was spinning wildly. Leo climbed the hill and stood beneath the tree. The final word on the compass lit up from within, wonder. As he watched, a single, perfect star detached itself from the velvety sky above. It drifted down, slow and graceful, until it came to rest in the palm of his hand that was not holding the compass. It was not hot but cool, and it pulsed with a soft, friendly light. It was a piece of pure, captured starlight. He had done it. He had found what the compass was guiding him toward. In that moment, he understood. The journey wasn't about retrieving a magical object. It was about proving he could hold one. He had faced the whispering shadows with Barnaby's courage. He had learned to be still and listen with Seraphina's patience. He had discovered a selfless heart with Celeste's lesson in kindness. And now he was filled with a profound and quiet wonder. He heard a soft pop like a soap bubble bursting, and he was back in his attic. The rain had stopped. Moonlight streamed through the round window. He was still holding the star-catcher's compass in one hand, and in the other, the tiny, captured star still glowed. He carried it carefully down to his room and placed it in a glass jar on his windowsill. It shone with a constant, gentle light, a nightlight born of his own personal journey. The compass on his nightstand was quiet now, its needle still. Its work was done. From that night on, Leo was still a quiet child, but he was no longer a timid one. He carried the memory of the whispering path inside him, the gruff kindness of a bespectacled badger, the wise patience of a purring cat, the gentle guidance of a star-mender. And whenever he felt a shadow of doubt or fear, he would look at the star in the jar, its soft light a cozy, constant reminder that the greatest adventures are not those of distance, but those of the heart, and that the most extraordinary magic is often waiting to be discovered in the most ordinary of places. Story 15. In the velvet expanse where stars are born and nebulae dance in slow, eternal waltzes, there drifted a small, forgotten moon called Lyra. It was a gentle world wrapped in perpetual twilight, where the soil shimmered with soft phosphorescence and the air carried the faint, sweet scent of stardust. Upon this moon, two souls from distant corners of the cosmos found one another, not by design, but by the quiet pull of shared solitude. The first was a being from the planet Veridia, a world where forests grew upside down and rivers flowed with liquid light. His name was Kaelen, and he resembled a walking tapestry of moss and moonlight. His skin shifted in subtle shades of emerald and silver, reflecting his emotions like a living mood ring. When he was curious, tiny bioluminescent freckles would bloom across his cheeks. When he was peaceful, his form would soften into the hues of a tranquil sea. Kaelen communicated not with words but with colors, a ripple of cerulean for greeting, a shimmer of gold for joy, a gentle pulse of lavender for curiosity. The second was a traveler from the crystalline world of Xylos, where mountains sang and the inhabitants were woven from harmonious frequencies. Her name was Lyria, and she was a symphony given form. Her body appeared as shifting, translucent patterns in the air, like light passing through a prism. She spoke in melodies, a chime for hello, a soft hum for contentment, a rising chord for excitement. Her very presence filled the space with harmonic resonance, and when she moved, she left behind faint trails of music that hung in the air like forgotten notes. They met beside a grove of singing trees on Lyra, where the branches hummed in the gentle breeze. Kaelen had been tracing patterns in the luminous soil, painting stories with his fingertips, when Lyria drifted near. At first, they circled each other with cautious wonder. Kaelen's colors swirled in uncertain greens and grays, while Lyria's harmonics wavered in minor keys. But then Kaelen extended a hand, and from his palm bloomed a soft, welcoming amber light. In response, Lyria wove a chord of such profound gentleness that the very air seemed to sigh in relief. Thus began their cosmic friendship, a bond woven from light and song. Their first challenge was finding shelter. The moon Lyra was beautiful but exposed, with meteor showers sometimes painting the sky with fiery blossoms. Kaelen, used to the canopy forests of Veridia, felt vulnerable under the open sky. Lyria, accustomed to the resonant chambers of Xylos, found the silence unsettling. So together they decided to create a sanctuary, a place that would be home to both. They discovered a cavern hidden behind a waterfall of liquid starlight, where the walls were formed of living crystal that pulsed with a soft, internal radiance. Kaelen brought glowing spores from the singing trees, which he planted along the floor. They grew into carpets of soft light that changed color with his moods. Lyria hummed to the crystals in the walls, tuning them to harmonious frequencies that filled the cavern with a perpetual, gentle music. They called it the Resonance Garden, a place where light and sound lived in perfect balance. But their different natures led to moments of delightful confusion. One afternoon, Kaelen noticed Lyria's form flickering with rapid, staccato notes. Believing she was cold, he gathered armfuls of luminous moss and draped them over her shimmering form. Lyria, who regulated her temperature through harmonic vibrations, was utterly baffled. Her melody became a questioning trill, and she politely shook off the moss, sending Kaelen's carefully arranged colors into a flurry of embarrassed violet. When he finally understood, his laughter came out as a burst of sunny yellow sparkles, and Lyria responded with a chiming giggle that made the crystals on the walls tremble with delight. Another time, Lyria tried to share a Xylosian meal, concentrated harmonies stored in crystalline shards. She offered one to Kaelen, who, being photosynthetic, had never consumed solid food. He tried to absorb its energy through his skin, resulting in a cascade of discordant colors and a sneeze that scattered rainbows across the cavern. Lyria quickly realized her mistake and instead wove a soothing lullaby that nourished his spirit instead. In return, Kaelen taught her how to bask in the light of the nearby nebula, which filled her with warmth and made her harmonics glow with deeper richness. Their most treasured ritual became their evening stargazing. They would sit at the mouth of their crystalline cave, watching the cosmos unfold. Kaelen would point to distant constellations with a finger that trailed soft light, while Lyria would compose harmonies to match their slow, celestial dances. They didn't need words to share their wonder. Kaelen's colors would melt into deep indigos and silvers, mirroring the star-strewn sky, while Lyria's music would become a slow, expansive melody that seemed to stretch into infinity. During one such evening they noticed a tiny, wounded star skipper, a delicate creature with wings like stained glass caught in a thorny vine. Kaelen's form flushed with concerned crimson, and Lyria's harmonics dipped into a sorrowful minor key. Together they worked to free it. Kaelen used his gentle hands to untangle the thorns, while Lyria hummed a calming tune that stilled the creature's frantic fluttering. Once free, the starskipper rested in Kaelen's palms, its wings slowly regaining their iridescent glow as Lyria's healing harmonies wrapped around it like a soft blanket. When it flew away, it left behind a trail of glittering dust that settled on both of them, a silent thank you that needed no translation. This small act of kindness became a turning point. They realized that their differences weren't barriers, but rather instruments in a grander symphony. Kaelen began to learn the language of Lyria's music, recognizing the subtle differences between her "I'm curious" trill and her "I'm content" hum. Lyria, in turn, learned to read Kaelen's colors like a storybook, understanding when he was thoughtful, soft blue-green, or when he missed his home, a wistful, pearlescent gray. One night, a silent understanding passed between them. They were more than friends from different worlds, they were keepers of a shared peace. Kaelen reached out and his hand began to glow with a soft, golden light, the color of deep affection. Lyria responded by weaving a harmony so tender and complex that it brought tears to the eyes of the very stars above. In that moment, they didn't need to be Viridian or Xylosian. They were simply two beings, connected by the universal language of kindness. As seasons turned on Lyra, marked by the shifting patterns of nearby nebulae, their sanctuary grew. Other lonely travelers, drawn by the gentle radiance and harmonious echoes, sometimes found their way to the resonance garden. A being of living stone who communicated through rhythmic vibrations, a creature of woven starlight who spoke in shifting constellations, each found a place where their unique language was understood. The cavern expanded, its crystals singing in richer chords, its floors blooming with ever more intricate patterns of light. But the heart of it all remained Kaelen and Lyria, sitting at the cave's entrance, watching the universe breathe. They had built more than a shelter. They had built a bridge between worlds, a testament that no gap is too wide when crossed with compassion. And so, under the gentle watch of distant suns, their friendship continued, a quiet, enduring melody woven through with colors only the heart could translate, a reminder that in the vast, silent cosmos, the simplest acts of understanding can create the most beautiful constellations of all. Story 16. Story 17. Story 18. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled fingers toward a sky veined with starlight, lived a world unseen by human eyes. Here the mossy earth breathed secrets, and the boundary between earth and enchantment shimmered like heat haze. Young Pip, a hedgehog whose quills still held the softness of youth, burrowed beneath the frost-kissed roots of Grandmother Willow. Her trunk, wide as a cottage, pulsed with the slow heartbeat of the forest. "Listen, little thorn," murmured Fern, an elderly badger whose silver-streaked fur mirrored moonlit snow. Her claws traced patterns in the loam, a map of seasons. When winter overstays its welcome, the heartstone slumbers too deeply. She pointed toward the glimmering glade, where the first crocuses should have pierced the snow weeks ago. Instead, an unnatural chill clung, silencing brooks and frosting spiderwebs into crystal lace. The seasonal dance was faltering. Pip shivered not from cold, but from the forest's unease. He felt it in his paws, the stifled hum of roots craving thaw, the drowsy frustration of squirrels whose nut caches dwindled. But why, Fern? The frostfire moths always wake the heartstone. Each winter's end, these iridescent insects emerged, their wings shedding ember-bright dust to melt the glacial seal guarding the forest's magical core. This year their cocoons remained frozen in ice-locked birches. Fern's nose twitched, catching the metallic tang of lingering frost. The balance is askew, old tales whisper of this. When snow drowns spring's song, courage must thaw what magic cannot. She nudged a withered acorn toward Pip. Seek Thistle the hare, her ears hear the wind's oldest stories. Thus began Pip's pilgrimage beneath a sky bruised purple with unseasonable cold. Crunching through snow like shattered quartz, he passed ice-encased ferns that tinkled like wind chimes. He inhaled the crisp scent of pine sap bleeding from frozen bark and touched hoarfrost that melted into dew on his paw pads. Near Mistfall Creek, now a ribbon of black ice, he found Thistle, her fur puffed against the chill. "The north wind gossips," she whispered, ears pivoting toward distant mountains. A rock slide buried the sunstone caves. No dawn warmth reaches the frostfire cocoons. Her eyes, liquid amber in the gloom, held generations of weather wisdom. Only warmth born within the woods can rouse them now. Pip's heart sank. How could tiny creatures stir such cold? Yet Thistle nudged him onward. find Bramble the bear. His den holds the Ember-blooms. In a honeycomb cave veiled by icicles, Bramble snored amidst dried herbs. Pip hesitated before the mountain of fur, then sneezed from the dust of crushed petals, imbersant, smelling of cinnamon and sunlight. Bramble's rumble shook the earth. Ember-blooms. He yawned, revealing teeth like ancient standing stones. Aye, they store summer's fire, but their glow fades without. He lumbered to a clay pot brimming with luminous orange petals. Song the frostfires hatch to cricket choruses, silence starves them. Threefold wisdom now braided in Pip's mind, thaw the cocoons with inner warmth, revive them with song, guide them with Ember-bloom light. But who could sing in this frozen hush? Pip remembered the fireflies, minstrels of the midsummer nights, dormant in their root-cellar haven. Digging through snowdrifts with Bramble's help, Pip reached the firefly grotto. Inside, 1,000 tiny bodies glittered like captive stars. Wake, Pip pleaded, placing Ember-blooms among them. The petals pulsed, casting coppery light on translucent wings. One firefly, Zelda, flickered awake. The long dark, she buzzed weakly. Pip explained, his breath fogging the air. Sing spring back, for the crickets sleep too deeply. Zelda rallied her kin. Soon the cavern shimmered with bioluminescent music, a chorus of clicks and hums that vibrated through stone, up roots into the frozen birches. Pip led them out, carrying Ember-bloom bouquets in Bramble's woven grass satchel. Their combined light painted the snow in molten gold. At the cocoon grove, Pip pressed his small body against the ice-clad trunks. He thought of fern stories, sun-dappled ferns, the kiss of rain on petals. Warmth bloomed in his chest, radiating through his quills. Ice wept. Cocoons split like ripe fruit. Frostfire moths struggled free, wings crumpled and damp. Zelda's choir swelled. The moths trembled, antennae lifting to the sound. Pip scattered Ember-bloom dust over them. It fused with their wings, igniting veins of liquid topaz. With a collective sigh, they took flight, a constellation ascending toward the Heartstone glade. Pip followed their comet trails. In the glade, the Heartstone, a monolith of mossy quartz, lay entombed in glacial blue ice. The moths circled it, shedding glowing dust that hissed where it touched frost. Pip joined them, pressing his paws to the ice, pouring every memory of warm earth and wildflower perfume into the stone. Cracks spiderwebbed. Light erupted, not blinding, but a gentle effulgence like dawn breaking underwater. Ice melted into rivulets that sang as they flowed. Snowdrifts sighed into moss. Crocuses erupted like violet applause. Fern arrived with thistle and bramble, their eyes reflecting the rekindled Heartstone. "Well done, little thorn," Fern rumbled, nuzzling Pip's head. "You wove many threads into one tapestry." As spring unfurled, crickets chirping, brooks babbling, leaves unfurling like shy green hands, the creatures gathered beneath Grandmother Willow. Pip nestled against Fern's flank, watching fireflies paint the dusk. "Balance isn't stillness," Fern murmured to all, "but the courage to mend what's broken. Remember, the forest's song needs every voice, the moth's glow, the firefly's tune, the hedgehog's warmth, even an old badger's tales." Stars blossomed overhead, their light filtered through newborn leaves. Pip closed his eyes, lulled by the symphony of peepers and rustling ferns. The Heartstone pulsed softly, its rhythm syncing with his breaths, a promise that in the whispering woods, harmony would always find its way home, season after season, as long as kindness kept watch beneath the ancient trees. And in that certainty, deeper than roots, sweeter than wild honey, every creature drifted into dreams woven with the quiet magic of renewal. The distant star system of Lyra 7 held worlds as different as snowflakes in a nebulous storm. On the frozen, crystalline plains of Xylos, where auroras sang in silent ribbons of blue and silver, lived Vel. Vel was a Xylosian, tall and slender, their body seemingly carved from living ice that shimmered with internal light. Their thoughts were precise, logical, and flowed like glacial rivers, slow, deep, and immensely powerful. Communication for Vel was a series of intricate light patterns emitted from their core, a language of pure information. On the opposite side of the system, bathed in the perpetual golden hour glow of twin suns, orbited Florin. It was a world of immense, whispering forests, bioluminescent flowers, and warm, humid air thick with the scent of alien pollen. Here lived Kip, a Florinite no taller than Vel's knee, covered in soft, moss-green fur with large, luminous eyes the color of amethysts. Kip communicated in chirps, whistles, and expressive vibrations that resonated through their fur, conveying a kaleidoscope of feelings instantly. Fate, or perhaps a bureaucratic error in the Interstellar Exploration Guild, threw them together. Both were junior researchers assigned to survey the uncharted moon, Elysium Drift, a place of serene meadows, floating islands, and ancient, silent ruins. Their transport pod malfunctioned upon entry, crash-landing them gently but decisively in a field of giant, soft-glowing mushrooms that pulsed with a gentle lavender light. Vel emerged first, their crystalline form clicking softly as they scanned the unfamiliar, warm environment. The air felt thick and damp, uncomfortable against their normally frigid skin. Kip tumbled out next, chirping excitedly, immediately captivated by the glowing fungi and the sweet, honey-like scent on the breeze. Kip vibrated with pure delight, a low hum filling the air. Vel emitted a sharp, staccato burst of light, equals query, status. Damage assessment protocol initiated. Kip, mistaking the bright flashes for a friendly greeting, bounced closer, emitting a cheerful series of high-pitched whistles, equals friend. New place. Beautiful. Safe. Vel took a step back, their internal light flickering with confusion. The Florinite's proximity radiated uncomfortable warmth, and their chaotic sounds lacked any discernible data structure. Equals alert, unidentified organism, exhibiting erratic behavior. Maintain distance. Kip, sensing the retreat, tilted their head, their large eyes dimming slightly. Their vibrations shifted to a questioning, hesitant thrum. Equals cold one, scared. Sad. They cautiously held out a tiny, three-fingered hand, offering a piece of glowing blue lichen they'd scooped from a mushroom stalk. Vel analyzed the offering. Organic matter. Non-toxic. Illogical gesture. Equals negative, offering unnecessary. Priority, repair communication array. They turned their back, focusing on the damaged pod, emitting frustrated pulses of orange light as their delicate tools sparked against unfamiliar components. The silence felt heavy, punctuated only by the soft hum of the mushrooms and Kip's quiet, confused chirps. The misunderstanding deepened as they tried to work. Kip, eager to help, tried to hand Vel tools based on what felt right: a smooth, warm stone when Vel needed a cold conductor, a fragrant flower when they needed insulation. Vel's light patterns grew sharper, colder. Equals inefficiency. Disruption. Cease interference. Kip retreated to a large mushroom cap, their fur drooping, emitting soft, mournful vibrations like the sigh of a distant wind. They didn't understand the cold one's anger. They only wanted to be friends in this strange, beautiful place. Night fell on Elysium Drift, bringing not darkness, but a breathtaking transformation. The floating islands above began to glow with soft internal light, casting shifting patterns on the meadow below. The air cooled slightly, carrying the scent of night-blooming crystal vines. Then, a low rumble echoed through the valley. Not thunder, but something deeper, more resonant. The ground vibrated. Vel's sensors spiked. Equals warning, seismic activity detected. Origin: subterranean geothermal vent instability. Probability of surface rupture: 87.4%. As if on cue, the ground nearby cracked open with a sound like shattering glass. Steam hissed out, superheated and dangerous. Glowing orange fissures snaked across the meadow towards their pod. Panic, a cold, sharp sensation Vel rarely experienced, flared within them. Their logical mind calculated escape routes, all too slow. A frantic chirping erupted. Kip. The small florinite was dashing towards the largest cluster of glowing mushrooms near the encroaching fissure. Equals foolishness. Vel pulsed, believing Kip was panicking blindly. Equals evade. Evade. But Kip wasn't fleeing. They skidded to a halt beside a particularly large, pulsing mushroom with thick, fibrous roots sunk deep into the soil. With surprising strength, Kip began to push against the massive stalk, vibrating intensely. Equals help. Push. Strong roots hold. Safe ground. Understanding dawned on Vel, cutting through the panic like a laser. Kip wasn't acting erratically. They were sensing the stability of the ground through the interconnected root systems of the giant fungi, something Vel's sensors couldn't perceive. The florinite wasn't offering random gifts. They were trying to communicate comfort and help in their own way. The lichen, it had been a peace offering. Shame, warm and unfamiliar, washed over Vel. They abandoned the pod and surged forward, their crystalline body surprisingly strong. Together, Vel pushing with glacial strength and Kip vibrating with focused energy, they shifted the massive mushroom just enough to reveal a solid shelf of bedrock beneath its roots, untouched by the fissures snaking around it. They scrambled onto the safe ground just as the area where the pod sat cracked open, swallowing it with a hiss of steam. Safe but stranded, they huddled on the small rocky island, surrounded by glowing steam vents and pulsing lavender light. Their initial silence was heavy. Vel's internal light flickered erratically, processing the near disaster and their own misjudgment. Kip shivered slightly, the adrenaline fading, leaving exhaustion and residual fear vibrating through their small frame. Slowly, hesitantly, Vel extended one crystalline hand. Not a tool, not a demand. Just an open gesture. They emitted a soft, steady pulse of pale blue light. Equals gratitude. Assistance acknowledged. Error, misinterpretation. Kip looked up, their large amethyst eyes wide. They cautiously reached out a small, furry hand and placed it gently on Vel's cool, smooth surface. A wave of warmth, not physical, but emotional relief, forgiveness, and tentative understanding flowed through Kip's vibrations into Vel's perception. Equals friend. Kip chirped softly. Equals affirmative, equals Vel pulsed, the light warming to a gentle gold. Equals friend. The shared challenge had shattered the walls of misunderstanding. In the days that followed, working to salvage what they could and signal for rescue, their communication transformed. Vel learned to interpret the subtle shifts in Kip's vibrations, the quick trill of discovery, the low hum of concentration, the soft purr of contentment. Kip learned to recognize the meaning in Vel's light patterns, the steady blue of focus, the soft green of approval, the warm gold of reassurance. Vel used their logical mind to devise solutions. Kip used their innate connection to the moon's vibrant life to find edible glowing berries that replenished energy and soothing sap from the crystal vines that healed minor scrapes from salvaging. One chilly evening, as they huddled under a makeshift shelter woven from giant, flexible fern fronds, Kip's design, Vel's structural reinforcement, Kip shivered violently. The florinite body built for Florin's warmth struggled with Elysium Drift's cooler nights. Vel observed, their core light dimming with concern. Logic dictated preserving their own energy. But something else, a new, warm current flowing beside the glacial rivers of thought, prompted action. Vel carefully positioned themselves beside Kip. Then with a deep, resonant hum, they focused their internal energy. Slowly the air immediately around Vel warmed, radiating gentle, dry heat like sun-warmed stone. Kip's shivering subsided. They looked up, their eyes glowing softly, and emitted a deep, resonant vibration of pure, profound gratitude and comfort. Equals warm, safe, a thank you, friend. They leaned gently against Vel's side. Vel pulsed a soft, steady gold. Equals preservation of vital unit, friend. Priority. When the rescue ship finally descended, drawn by the homing beacon they'd painstakingly repaired together, the guild officers found them sitting side by side on a sun-warmed rock. Vel was patiently holding components steady while Kip, vibrating with focused intensity, used their natural resonance to fuse microscopic fractures in a salvaged communicator circuit, a technique Vel had calculated and Kip instinctively executed. Back on the guild station, they became something of a legend, the ice and the moss. Where Vel went, Kip was often perched on their shoulder or tucked into a specially woven pouch, radiating warmth. Where Kip explored vibrant hydroponics gardens, Vel was a steady, watchful presence nearby, their cool light a comfort in the artificial heat. They had discovered the true meaning of friendship not in their similarities, but in the beautiful, challenging space between their differences. It was the warmth offered in the face of cold logic, the steady light provided in moments of chaotic fear, the patience to learn a new language of the heart, and the profound understanding that sometimes the strongest bonds are forged not in ease, but in the shared warmth of a campfire on a strange, glowing moon, where an open hand and a soft pulse of light said more than any shared language ever could. Their friendship, like the singing auroras of Xylos and the honey light of Florin, became a beacon, a quiet testament to the universe that understanding, kindness, and warmth could bridge any distance, melt any ice, and make even the vast, starry unknown feel like a place called home. And as they sat together in the station's observation deck, watching the swirling colors of the Lyra Nebula, Vel's core pulsed a serene gold, and Kip snuggled closer, purring a soft, contented vibration that echoed the peaceful hum of the stars themselves. In the quiet village of Starfall Hollow, nestled between whispering pines and a babbling brook, there lived a young stargazer named Finn. Every evening, as the clock tower chimed 7 times with its gentle bronze tones, Finn would climb to his rooftop observatory to chart the constellations. The village took great comfort in knowing their stars were being watched over, for the people of Starfall Hollow believed the stars above were woven into the very fabric of their dreams. But one autumn evening, as the first crisp winds began to play with the wind chimes hanging from every porch, Finn noticed something peculiar. The constellation called the Silver Swan, which normally shone with 7 bright stars, appeared to have only 6. At first he thought it might be a wisp of cloud obscuring his view, but as the nights passed, more stars began to vanish from the sky, always one from each constellation, leaving patterns incomplete like unfinished poems. The villagers began whispering about the missing stars as they gathered around their hearths. Old maps were unfurled, and elders recited nursery rhymes passed down through generations, searching for clues. The most puzzling verse came from a rhyme children sang while skipping stones across the brook. When silver swans lose feathers bright, and dancing bears missteps at night, seek where time flows both back and forth, to find what's lost and prove its worth. Finn decided to investigate, armed with nothing but his telescope, a warm lantern, and his grandmother's start chart embroidered on cloth. His first thought was to visit the clockmaker, whose magnificent tower clock was rumored to occasionally tick backwards during the harvest moon. But the clockmaker, a kind old man with spectacles perched on his nose, assured Finn that his clock had been keeping perfect time, though he did mention something curious. The wind chimes outside his workshop had been playing melodies backwards all week. Following this clue, Finn wandered toward the edge of the woodland glen, where where the most magnificent wind chimes hung from ancient oak trees. As he walked, a gentle rain began to fall, pattering softly on fallen leaves and creating a soothing rhythm. The wind chimes indeed tinkled in reverse, their usually cheerful notes now sounding like echoes from yesterday. It was there that Finn met a little girl trying to catch raindrops in a cup. She explained that the flowers around her cottage had been changing colors, blue petals turning green, red blossoms shifting to violet, and that her favorite yellow daisies now glowed silver at night. Finn wondered if these color changes were connected to the missing stars. He spent the next day visiting each house where strange occurrences had been reported. The baker showed him loaves of bread that rose then sank back into dough. The weaver demonstrated how her threads sometimes unwove themselves. Yet each peculiarity led not to answers but to delightful discoveries. The backwards rising bread made the most delicious toast, and the unweaving threads created beautiful new patterns. Just when Finn began to feel hopeless, he remembered the nursery rhyme's mention of where time flows both back and forth. He realized the answer wasn't in the clock tower or the wind chimes themselves, but in their relationship to each other. Every evening at precisely 7, the clock tower chimed while the wind played the chimes. But recently the wind had been blowing from the east instead of the west, making the chimes sound backwards. Finn consulted his star charts and discovered something remarkable. The missing stars corresponded exactly to the positions where the village lanterns were brightest each evening. The community had been lighting more lanterns as the nights grew longer, and their collective glow was obscuring the faintest stars from view. The solution wasn't to find something lost, but to see what had been there all along. Finn gathered the villagers in the town square as twilight descended. He explained that the stars hadn't vanished, they were merely waiting patiently behind the veil of their own light. Together they decided to create a new tradition. Each evening they would dim their lanterns for 1 hour and simply watch the stars, appreciating their gentle glow. That night, as the clock chimed 7, and the wind chimes played their proper melody in the western breeze, the villagers watched in wonder as every missing star reappeared in the dark velvet sky. The silver swan glowed with all 7 stars again, and the constellations shone complete and brilliant. From then on, Starfall Hollow became known not just for watching stars, but for understanding them. The peculiar happenings gradually returned to normal. The flowers kept their daytime colors, the bread rose properly, and the threads held their weave. But the villagers had learned to appreciate the magic in everyday mysteries. And as Finn closed his observatory each night, he would smile at the sound of the gentle rain and wind chimes, knowing that sometimes the greatest discoveries come not from searching for what's missing, but from appreciating what has been there all along, waiting patiently for us to see it in a new light. The salt-kissed wind whispered secrets through Finn's unruly brown hair as he shuffled along the damp sand. Dusk painted the sky in bruised purples and fiery oranges, reflecting on the retreating tide that left behind a glistening tapestry of treasures. Finn, a quiet boy with eyes the color of storm clouds, preferred the company of the sea's leavings to the boisterous games of the other village children. His pockets were always heavy with smooth stones, fragments of pearlescent shell, and the occasional piece of sea glass worn soft by the ocean's embrace. Today, however, felt different. An unusual stillness hung in the air, thick with the scent of kelp and distant rain. He paused, drawn by a faint, rhythmic humming that seemed to vibrate up through the soles of his worn boots. It wasn't the wind, nor the distant gulls. Kneeling, he brushed aside damp sand near a cluster of barnacle-crusted rocks. There, half-buried, pulsed a shell unlike any he'd ever seen. It was no larger than his palm, a spiral of deepest midnight blue, swirling with veins of shimmering silver that seemed to shift and dance like captured moonlight. As his fingers brushed its cool, impossibly smooth surface, the humming intensified, resonating deep within his chest. It felt warm, alive. He carefully pried it free, cradling it in his hands. The silver veins flared brightly for a moment, then settled into a soft, steady glow. Finn felt a strange pull, a magnetic yearning towards the vast, whispering expanse of the ocean. That night, tucked beneath his patchwork quilt with the shell resting on his bedside table, its soft glow painted shifting constellations on the ceiling. The rhythmic humming filled his small room, a lullaby sung by the sea itself. Sleep claimed him, deep and profound. He dreamed not of flying, but of sinking gently into cool, welcoming water. He could breathe easily, the salt tang fresh and clean. Around him the ocean bloomed with impossible colors, corals like frozen fireworks, fish darting like living jewels, forests of kelp swaying in unseen currents. He felt weightless, peaceful, utterly at home. When he awoke at dawn, the dream clung to him like seawater, vivid and real. The shell lay silent and dark on the table. The pull intensified over the next few days. The shell remained inert during daylight hours, but its presence was a constant, quiet hum in the back of Finn's mind. He found himself drawn back to the shore each twilight, the shell tucked safely in his pocket. One evening, as the last sliver of sun dipped below the horizon, painting the waves in molten gold, Finn stood at the water's edge, the shell held tightly. The humming crescendoed, vibrating through his bones. The silver veins blazed with light. Tentatively, heart pounding like a trapped bird, he waded into the cool surf, holding the shell before him. As the water reached his waist, the light from the shell enveloped him in a shimmering bubble. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and stepped forward into deeper water. Instead of the expected chill and resistance, he felt only a gentle pressure, like stepping through a curtain of cool silk. He opened his eyes. He was suspended in a world of liquid light. Sunbeams, refracted through the surface far above, painted dancing patterns on the sandy floor below. Schools of tiny, iridescent fish parted around him like a living river. Gigantic ancient sea turtles glided past with slow, deliberate grace. The humming wasn't just in the shell now. It was the ocean itself, the sigh of currents, the crackle of distant reefs, the song of whales echoing from the deep. The shell pulsed warmly in his hand, its light a soft beacon. He was in the meridian depths. He drifted, awestruck, until a gentle bump against his shimmering bubble startled him. A large sea turtle, her shell patterned with intricate swirls of mossy green and gold, peered at him with ancient, intelligent eyes. Her gaze held a deep, calm wisdom. She nudged the bubble again, then turned, swimming slowly towards a towering forest of kelp that swayed like emerald giants. The shell hummed encouragingly. Finn understood. He willed himself to follow, finding that within the bubble he could move with surprising ease, propelled by thought alone. The turtle led him through the kelp forest, where shafts of light pierced the gloom, illuminating fish that looked like shards of stained glass and anemones that pulsed with soft, internal light. They emerged near a cluster of colossal coral structures, forming arches and caverns that pulsed with their own bioluminescent glow. Creatures Finn had only seen in faded book illustrations darted amongst the formations. Seahorses like tiny, armored knights, octopuses changing color like living rainbows, and schools of fish that moved as one glittering entity. The turtle guided him towards a vast, open amphitheater formed by coral, its floor covered in smooth, multicolored pebbles. Here, nestled amongst giant clams that opened to reveal pearls glowing like captured moons, were the merfolk. They weren't the humans with fishtails of legend, but beings sculpted from the sea itself. Their skin shimmered with scales in every conceivable hue, deep abyssal blues, vibrant reef oranges, pearly whites. Their lower bodies flowed into powerful, elegant tails, while their upper bodies were more humanoid, adorned with intricate patterns of living coral and trailing strands of glowing seaweed. Large, luminous eyes, adapted to the dim light, regarded Finn with open curiosity, and a hint of wariness. One merfolk larger than the others, with scales the deep indigo of the midnight ocean and a crown woven from phosphorescent kelp, swam forward. Her presence radiated calm authority. She placed a webbed hand against Finn's bubble. A warmth spread from the contact, and Finn felt a strange sense of understanding bloom in his mind, not words, but feelings and images. Welcome, Shell-bearer. I am Queen Thalassa. We felt the deep stars awakening. Her thoughts flowed into his mind, clear and resonant like bells heard underwater. She gestured to the shell in his hand, the deep star. Finn, overwhelmed, tried to project his own jumble of thoughts. I found it on the shore. It brought me here. It's beautiful. Thalassa smiled, a gentle ripple of light across her face. The deep star chooses its keeper. It has slept for many tides. Its return signals a need. She projected an image, a section of the vibrant coral reef Finn had seen earlier, but now gray, brittle, lifeless. A creeping shadow seemed to cling to it. The gloom spreads. It silences the songs, dims the lights. We know not its source, only that it weakens the meridian depths. Finn felt a pang of sorrow for the dying coral. Can I help? The question formed instinctively, fueled by the deep star's warm pulse against his palm and the profound peace he felt in this hidden world. The Queen's luminous eyes held his. The deep star sensed a kindred spirit, one who listens to the quiet things. Perhaps your eyes, unused to our depths, can see what ours cannot. But the gloom is perilous. You would need a guide. She turned her gaze towards the large sea turtle who had brought Finn. Cora has watched over these reefs longer than memory. She will swim with you. Cora nudged Finn's bubble gently with her beak, her ancient eyes conveying steadfastness. Finn felt a surge of determination mixed with trepidation. He was just a quiet boy who collected shells. How could he help save an entire hidden world? But the image of the dying coral, the fading light, and the deep star's unwavering warmth in his hand steeled his resolve. He nodded. I'll try. Their journey began the next tide cycle. Guided by Cora's steady presence and the deep star's soft light, Finn ventured deeper into the meridian depths towards the afflicted area. The vibrancy gradually faded. The water grew colder, the light dimmer. Fish were scarce, and those they saw moved sluggishly. The coral structures, once bursting with color and life, stood like skeletal ghosts, coated in a slimy, dark gray film that seemed to absorb light the gloom. The constant, soothing hum of the ocean was replaced by an unsettling silence, broken only by the mournful creak of dying coral. Cora swam close, projecting images of the reef as it once was, teeming with life. Finn concentrated, trying to see beyond the decay. He noticed things the merfolk, accustomed to the reef's normal rhythms, might overlook. Strange, faintly glowing tendrils, almost invisible against the gray slime, snaked from the dying coral towards cracks in the seabed below. They pulsed with a sickly, greenish light. He pointed them out to Cora, projecting the image. The turtle's eyes widened slightly. She nudged him towards a particularly large fissure, hidden beneath an overhang of dead coral. The fissure exhaled a plume of unnaturally cold water. The gloom seemed thickest here, clinging like tar. As Finn peered closer, the deep star in his hand flared brighter, its silver veins blazing. The light cut through the murk, revealing the source of the tendrils. Nestled deep within the fissure was a cluster of dark, spiny urchins, unlike any Finn had ever seen. They were the size of his head, their spines oozing the viscous gray slime. The sickly green light pulsed from within their bodies. They weren't feeding on the coral, they were poisoning it, draining its life and light, spreading the gloom. The stone-sick urchins, Cora projected, a deep sorrow in her mental voice. Thought lost to the deep trenches. Their poison brings silence and cold. Finn felt a chill that wasn't from the water. How do we stop them? He remembered something his grandmother, a healer in the village, once said about ailments. Sometimes the strongest poison needs the gentlest cure. Cora projected an image of a specific luminous plant, a kelp with fronds that glowed a soft, healing blue. Moonlace. Its light purifies. But it grows only in the sunken gardens, guarded by the razorback clams. They snap shut at the slightest tremor. The sunken gardens lay on the far side of the gloom-ridden reef. Getting there meant navigating treacherous currents and the suffocating silence. Cora led the way, her powerful flippers moving with silent grace. Finn concentrated, using the deep star's light to illuminate safe paths through fields of sharp, dead coral and around hidden crevices where more stone-sick urchins lurked. The silence pressed in, heavy and unnerving. Once a massive razorback clam, disturbed by their passage, snapped its jagged shell shut with a sound like thunder, mere inches from Finn's bubble. He gasped, heart hammering, but Cora nudged him onwards, her calm presence a steady anchor. Reaching the sunken gardens was like stepping into a forgotten dream. Here, untouched by the gloom, giant anemones bloomed like underwater flowers in neon hues. Fish shimmered like scattered gems. And growing in sheltered grottos were clusters of moonlace. Its long, ribbon-like fronds emitted a soft, ethereal blue light that seemed to hum with gentle energy. But true to Cora's warning, each cluster grew within the reach of enormous razorback clams, their shells partially open like hungry jaws, revealing pearlescent interiors and sensitive, frilled edges. They feel vibrations, Cora cautioned. One wrong move. Finn watched the clams. He noticed tiny, glowing shrimp cleaning their shells, moving with exquisite slowness and care. The clams remained open for them. Gentleness, Finn thought, remembering his grandmother's words. Not force. He projected the image of the cleaning shrimp to Cora, then an idea formed. He needed to move like the shrimp, slowly, deliberately, radiating calm. Holding the deep star close, he focused all his will on projecting a feeling of peace, of harmless intent, just as the shell seemed to radiate warmth and safety. He imagined himself not as an intruder, but as part of the gentle rhythm of the garden. Slowly, inch by painstaking inch, he drifted towards a cluster of moonlace, keeping his movements fluid and minimal. He felt the deep star amplify his intent, its light softening, becoming less a beacon and more like the dappled sunlight filtering through the surface. Cora watched utterly still, her ancient eyes filled with hope. A large razorback clam loomed beside the moonlace. Its frilled mantle rippled, sensing his presence. Finn held his breath, pouring every ounce of calm he possessed through the deep star. The clam's shell tensed slightly, then relaxed. It remained open. Heart pounding with quiet triumph, Finn carefully reached out and gently harvested several fronds of the glowing moonlace. They felt cool and resilient in his hand, pulsing with soft blue light. He retreated as slowly as he had approached. Back at the poisoned fissure, the task was even more delicate. They had to get close enough to the stone-sick urchins without triggering a defensive spray of their toxic slime. Finn again relied on the deep star, projecting feelings of calm and harmlessness, while Cora used her immense patience and knowledge of currents to position them. Finn held a frond of moonlace towards one of the urchins. As the soft blue light touched the oozing gray spines, a remarkable thing happened. The sickly green glow within the urchin flickered. The gray slime seemed to recoil, sizzling faintly as the moonlace's light washed over it. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, the darkness receded from the spines, replaced by their natural, dull purple. The urchin stopped pulsing its toxic light and became still and dormant. Working with painstaking care, Finn and Cora treated each stone-sick urchin in the cluster. The deep star warmed in Finn's hand, its light blending with the moonlace's blue glow, amplifying the cleansing effect. They worked until the fissure was clear, the cold plume ceased, and the last traces of the sickly green light vanished. Exhaustion washed over Finn, deep and profound, but it was mixed with a soaring sense of accomplishment. They returned to the coral amphitheater. Queen Thalassa and her people awaited them anxiously. As Finn presented the remaining moonlace and projected images of their mission, the discovery of the urchins, the perilous journey, the gentle application of the cure, a wave of profound gratitude washed over him from the gathered merfolk. Their luminous eyes shone with renewed hope. Work began immediately. Guided by Finn's descriptions and Cora's wisdom, teams of merfolk carefully harvested more moonlace, using Finn's method of stillness and projected calm, and applied its light to the afflicted areas of the reef. Where the gloom had been thickest, the moonlace's gentle blue glow spread, pushing back the gray slime. Color began to seep back into the bleached coral, first faint pastels, then vibrant reds, oranges, and yellows. Tiny polyps tentatively extended their delicate arms. Fish, drawn by the returning life, darted back into the recovering areas. The oppressive silence lifted, replaced by the tentative clicks, pops, and chirps of returning reef life, gradually swelling back into the familiar, comforting hum of the meridian depths. Finn watched, tears mingling with the seawater inside his bubble. He had helped heal this wondrous place. The quiet boy who listened to shells had found his voice in stillness and observation. His bond with Cora, forged in shared purpose and silent understanding, felt deeper than any surface friendship. The queen approached, placing a webbed hand against his bubble once more. Her gratitude flowed into him, warm and profound. The deep star chose wisely, Finn. You saw with new eyes and acted with a gentle heart. You have reminded us that true strength often lies not in force, but in quiet understanding and the courage to act with kindness. The meridian depths will remember the shell-bearer. The time came for Finn to return. The deep star pulsed softly, its journey complete for now. Queen Thalassa presented him with a small, woven pouch made of iridescent seaweed, containing a single, perfect pearl that glowed with its own soft, inner light, a token of their gratitude and a reminder of the light within the depths. Cora nudged him gently one last time, her ancient eyes conveying a farewell that needed no words. Holding the deep star, Finn swam towards the surface, guided by the fading light above. He breached the waves just as the first stars began to prick the twilight sky. He stood on the familiar shore, dripping, the shell cool in his hand, the glowing pearl pouch tucked safely in his pocket. The world above seemed both the same and utterly changed. The rustle of the wind in the dune grass, the cry of a distant gull, the sigh of the waves, they all held a deeper resonance, a secret melody he now understood. Back in his small room, the deep star sat on his bedside table, dark and silent once more. But Finn knew its secret. He held the glowing pearl, its soft light, a comforting echo of the meridian depths. He was no longer just the quiet boy who collected shells. He was the shell-bearer, the boy who had befriended an ancient turtle, helped heal a hidden world, and learned that the greatest magic often lies in listening, observing, and acting with gentle courage. He knew the deep star would sleep, but its connection, like his bond with Cora and the memory of the shimmering depths, would remain, a warm, secret light within him. As he drifted off to sleep, the rhythmic sigh of the ocean outside his window sounded like a lullaby sung just for him, a promise of hidden wonders and the enduring strength found in quiet friendship and a kind heart. The world was vast, filled with mysteries both above and below, and Finn, holding the glowing pearl, felt a profound sense of peace and belonging, cradled in the gentle embrace of the known and the wonderfully unknown. In a lush, whispering forest where sunbeams threaded through the canopy like golden threads, the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the earthy aroma of damp moss. Here, amid the rustling leaves and gentle babbling of a brook, lay a world both ancient and alive, where every creature understood its role in the grand tapestry of nature. In a cozy nook beneath the roots of a towering oak tree lived a wise old tortoise named Tullius. His shell was a mosaic of green and brown, polished smooth by the passage of time. Tullius was known far and wide for his deep understanding of the forest's mysteries, and many sought his counsel when the balance of nature seemed to waver. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was adorned in a brilliant cloak of amber and crimson, a young squirrel named Pippin scampered up to Tullius's doorstep. Pippin's eyes were wide with worry, reflecting the dappled sunlight like polished hazelnuts. "Tullius," he chattered, his voice a blend of youthful eagerness and concern, "the acorns are not falling as they should. The trees are whispering of a change, and the wind carries a chill that speaks of something amiss." Tullius nodded, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "Ah, young Pippin," he said, his voice as warm as a sunlit glade, "the forest speaks to those who listen. Let us venture to the heart of the woods, where the oldest tree, the grandfather oak, may offer guidance." Together they embarked on their journey, their path cushioned by a carpet of fallen leaves that crunched softly underfoot. The air was alive with the chatter of birds and the distant call of a doe, creating a symphony that sang of the forest's rich life. As they traveled, the gentle rustle of the wind seemed to echo the harmony of nature, a reminder of the delicate balance that sustained the forest. Tullius and Pippin soon reached the grandfather oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like ancient arms embracing the heavens. The tree's bark was etched with the stories of countless seasons, and its leaves whispered secrets only the wise could hear. With a deep, resonant voice that seemed to rise from the very earth, the grandfather oak spoke. "Tullius, keeper of wisdom, and Pippin, seeker of truth, the forest is indeed in need of balance. The seasons have shifted, and the rhythm of nature's dance has faltered." Tullius listened intently, his heart attuned to the subtle language of the forest. "What must we do to restore harmony, Grandfather Oak?" he inquired, his voice carrying the weight of generations. The grandfather oak sighed, a sound like the softest breeze through a meadow. "Seek the guardian of the seasons, the elusive spirit of the zephyr. Only through her guidance can the balance be restored, and the acorns fall once more." With this knowledge, Tullius and Pippin set off once again, their journey bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, the air became cooler, carrying the crisp scent of pine and the faintest hint of snow. They soon arrived at a hidden glade, where the spirit of the zephyr danced among the swirling leaves. She was a vision of grace, her form ever-changing like the seasons themselves, with eyes that mirrored the sky. "Welcome, travelers," she greeted them, her voice as soft as a breeze through willow branches. "I sense the forest's plea for balance. To restore it, we must rekindle the harmony between all creatures and the land." Tullius bowed his head in respect. "We seek your wisdom, spirit of the zephyr. How can we aid in this renewal?" The spirit smiled, her presence calming as a lullaby. "Gather the creatures of the forest and remind them of their place in this wondrous world. Each must remember their role, and together they shall sing the song of harmony." With purpose renewed, Tullius and Pippin returned to the forest, their hearts filled with hope. They called upon the animals, each bird, each fox, each tiny beetle, sharing the spirit of the zephyr's message. Under the soft glow of the moon, they all gathered in a circle, united in their shared purpose. As the creatures of the forest joined paws, wings, and fins, a gentle melody rose among them. It was a song of connection, of life and love, of the intricate dance they all performed as part of nature's grand design. The air shimmered with magic as the harmony wove itself into the fabric of the world, restoring balance to the land. Slowly, like a gentle rain after a long drought, the acorns began to fall, dotting the forest floor with the promise of new life. The trees sighed in relief, their branches swaying in gratitude as the forest breathed as one. As dawn painted the sky in hues of soft lavender and gold, Tullius and Pippin stood together, watching the first light of a new day. The forest was alive with the sound of renewal, and a sense of peace settled over the land. "Thank you, Tullius," Pippin chirped, his eyes bright with newfound understanding. "The forest is truly a wondrous place when we listen and work together." Tullius nodded, his heart full. "Indeed, young Pippin, wisdom and friendship are the keys to overcoming any challenge, and together we have ensured the forest's harmony for generations to come." And with that, the forest awoke to the gentle embrace of a new season, where every creature, great and small, played their part in the timeless symphony of nature, a song that would linger in their hearts forever. In the quiet corner of the Whirlpool Galaxy, where stardust gathered like powdered sugar on a cosmic confection, there drifted a small space station known as the Starlight Haven. It was not a place of cold metal and blinking lights, but rather a living garden that floated among the nebulae, its walls made of crystalline structures that hummed gentle lullabies when starlight touched them just so. Here, two unlikely friends had found one another. Kaelen came from a world where the oceans sang and the forests glowed with soft blue light. His people communicated through shifting patterns of color that danced across their skin, a language of emotions made visible. When he was happy, his skin shimmered like sunlight on water. When thoughtful, it swirled with deep indigo patterns like ink dropped in milk. He had journeyed to Starlight Haven to tend its gardens, for his touch could make even the most stubborn star blossoms unfurl their petals. Then there was Zorblix, who hailed from a planet where the mountains chimed like crystal bells and the rivers flowed with liquid silver. His species spoke through harmonies, soft chimes and melodies that conveyed meaning through pitch and rhythm. His body was covered in delicate, overlapping scales that caught the light and cast rainbow patterns on the walls, and when he moved, he left behind a trail of faint, musical notes that hung in the air like forgotten dreams. They met in the heart of the station's garden, where plants from 1,000 worlds grew in peaceful coexistence. Kaelen was tending to a cluster of moonvines that refused to bloom, his skin pulsing with frustrated orange swirls. Zorblix approached with a curious chime, his scales tinkling like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. He reached out a 3-fingered hand, and from his fingertips emerged a soft, encouraging melody that sounded like raindrops on leaves. At first, their communication was a comedy of errors. When Kaelen's skin flashed bright yellow with excitement, Zorblix misinterpreted it as alarm and responded with anxious, discordant notes. When Zorblix produced a cheerful ascending scale, Kaelen thought it sounded mournful and responded with sympathetic violet patterns. They would often find themselves in bewildering conversations, where Kaelen would show appreciation with emerald green spirals, only to have Zorblix answer with what sounded like a sad farewell melody. But in their shared love for the garden, they found common ground. They discovered that when Kaelen's skin glowed with soft pink light, the color of contentment, and Zorblix hummed a particular G minor chord, the moonvines finally burst into spectacular bloom, their flowers opening to reveal tiny constellations inside. Together, they decided to create a special place within the garden, a sanctuary they called the Nebula Nook. They W-toged their floating crystals that caught starlight and scattered it in prismatic patterns across mossy banks. They cultivated plants that responded to both color and sound, creating a living symphony of light and music. There were whispering ferns that rustled in harmony with Zorblix's scales and glow mushrooms that pulsed in time with Kaelen's emotional hues. One evening, as the station drifted through a particularly beautiful nebula that painted the sky in watercolor hues of lavender and peach, they experienced their first true misunderstanding. Zorblix had been working on a special project, a fountain made of singing crystals that would flow with liquid light. Wanting to surprise Kaelen, he worked in secret, creating complex melodies that required intense concentration. Kaelen, seeing his friend constantly producing tense, sharp notes and avoiding their usual time together, assumed Zorblix was angry with him. His skin took on worried gray patterns, and he began spending more time alone with the star blossoms, which drooped in response to his sadness. The misunderstanding lasted for 3 rotations of the station around a nearby star. The garden began to suffer, flowers closed their petals, and the usually cheerful glow orbs dimmed. Finally, Zorblix completed his surprise and came to find Kaelen chiming excitedly. He found his friend sitting beneath the weeping willows of Xylos, his skin a dull, unhappy gray. With a confused series of notes, Zorblix approached. Kaelen looked up, his patterns flashing briefly with hope before settling back into gloomy gray. It was then that Zorblix realized what had happened. In his culture, working alone to create a gift was a sign of deep respect, but to Kaelen's people, spending time apart indicated displeasure. Zorblix gently took Kaelen's hand and led him to the nebula nook. There, in the center of their sanctuary, stood the most beautiful fountain either of them had ever seen. Crystalline structures rose like frozen music, flowing with liquid starlight that cascaded down in shimmering sheets. As the light flowed, it produced harmonies that changed with the patterns of the nebula outside. Understanding dawned on Kaelen, and his skin erupted in a fireworks display of joyful colors, golden sunbursts, happy cerulean waves, and grateful violet blossoms. Zorblix responded with a melody that sounded like laughter made into music. They sat together by the fountain, their misunderstanding washed away by the beauty they had created together. From that day on, they developed their own language, a blend of color and sound that was uniquely theirs. Kaelen learned to distinguish Zorblix's working concentration melody from his distressed chords, and Zorblix came to understand the difference between Kaelen's excited yellow and anxious yellow. Their favorite times were when they would sit in their nebula nook, watching distant stars being born and dying in spectacular supernovas. Kaelen's skin would glow with soft, contented patterns that mirrored the cosmic dance outside, while Zorblix would produce gentle, ambient music that harmonized with the universe's silent song. One particularly magical night, as a shower of shooting stars painted silver trails across the observation dome, they experienced something extraordinary. Kaelen was watching the display, his skin reflecting the starlight in odd silver patterns, while Zorblix produced a melody that sounded like stars twinkling. Without thinking, they reached for each other's hands. As their fingers touched, something miraculous happened. Kaelen's color patterns flowed up Zorblix's arm, tracing glowing patterns across his scales, while Zorblix's music seemed to vibrate through Kaelen, causing his skin to shimmer in time with the melody. For a breathtaking moment, they understood each other completely, not through color or sound, but through something deeper, something that needed no translation. It was the pure language of friendship, transcending worlds and species. They sat there for hours, not needing to communicate in any way but simply being together, two souls from different stars understanding that kindness needs no dictionary, that compassion has no language barrier, and that the quiet company of a true friend is the universal translator of the heart. As the space station drifted peacefully through the cosmos, its garden blooming with intergalactic flora and its crystals humming soft lullabies, the two friends continued their watch. They knew that no matter how far they were from their home planets, they had found something more valuable than any starlight or melody, a friendship that proved that across the vast, star-dusted expanse of the universe, all beings speak the same language when they speak from the heart. And in their nebula nook, with the fountain singing its liquid light melodies and the flowers glowing in response to their combined presence, they created a small corner of the cosmos where differences were celebrated, misunderstandings became opportunities for laughter, and kindness was the only technology that truly mattered. The rain whispered against the window panes of Mr. Thistledown's clock shop, a soft, rhythmic patter that seemed to keep time with the gentle tick-tock of 100 clocks. Inside, the air smelled of warm wood oil, cinnamon tea, and the faintest trace of ozone that always lingered near the oldest timepieces. Young Leo, with his perpetually messy brown hair and eyes wide with curiosity, was polishing the brass face of a grandfather clock, his reflection warped and wobbly in its gleaming surface. He loved the shop, loved the comforting symphony of ticks and chimes, loved the way Mr. Thistledown's wrinkled hands moved with such certainty among the gears and springs. "Careful with that one, Leo," Mr. Thistledown murmured, his voice like rustling parchment. He was hunched over a delicate porcelain mantel clock, his magnifying glass perched precariously on his nose. "She's older than the cobblestones out front, sensitive soul." Leo nodded, buffing the brass with extra gentleness. His hand brushed against a small, dusty drawer tucked beneath the clock's pendulum case, a drawer he'd never noticed before. Intrigued, he eased it open. Inside, nestled on faded blue velvet, lay a pocket watch. It wasn't grand or jewel-encrusted. Its silver case was tarnished, its glass face scratched, and the chain was a simple, thin braid of metal. It looked utterly ordinary, forgotten. Curiosity prickling his fingertips, Leo picked it up. It felt cool and surprisingly heavy. He traced the worn etching on the back, a simple spiral like a coiled fern frond. As his finger touched the spiral, a faint warmth pulsed through the metal. Then, quite distinctly, he heard it. Not with his ears, but inside his mind. A soft, rhythmic thrum-thrum-thrum like a tiny heartbeat, and a feeling of deep, aching loneliness. Leo gasped, nearly dropping the watch. He looked quickly at Mr. Thistledown, but the old man was absorbed in his work. Holding the watch carefully in both hands, Leo focused. The thrum-thrum was steady, but the loneliness was a cold, gray fog swirling around it. He closed his eyes, picturing the warm shop, the smell of cinnamon, the comforting ticking. Slowly, tentatively, he pushed that feeling towards the watch. The cold gray fog seemed to shimmer, then thin just a little. The thrum-thrum felt a fraction stronger, a tiny bit warmer. Leo's eyes flew open. This wasn't just an old watch. It felt things. "Mr. Thistledown," Leo asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "This watch in the drawer, does it belong to anyone?" The old clockmaker looked up, his magnifying glass making one eye enormous. He peered at the watch in Leo's hands. "Ah, the Solace watch, haven't seen that in years, belonged to old Mrs. Hemlock, lived up in Ivy Cottage on Whisper Hill. Kind soul, terribly lonely after her husband passed. She brought it in once, said it felt sad. I couldn't find a thing wrong with the mechanism, just needed winding." He sighed. "She passed on herself, oh, must be 10 winters ago now. No family left, the watch just stayed." Leo clutched the watch. It wasn't broken. It was lonely. Its owner was gone, and it carried the echo of her sadness. Can I take care of it?" he asked impulsively. "Mr." Thistledown studied Leo's earnest face. "Seems it found its way to you, lad. Keep it safe. Even forgotten things remember." Leo carefully slipped the watch into his pocket. It felt warm against his leg, the thrum-thrum a constant, quiet companion. But the loneliness was still there, a persistent chill. Leo understood loneliness. He'd only recently moved to the village, shy, and finding it hard to make friends. He decided then and there he would help the watch remember something besides sadness. He would find it solace. His journey began simply. He took the watch everywhere. He held it while watching bees drone lazily around fragrant lavender bushes, pushing the feeling of drowsy contentment towards it. He placed it near the bakery oven when Mrs. Butterworth pulled out loaves of golden bread, letting the warm, yeasty smell and the feeling of cozy fullness seep into the metal. He sat with it by the babbling brook, sharing the feeling of cool, clear peace. Each time the cold loneliness retreated a little more, replaced by a warmer, softer glow within the watch's gentle thrum. But it wasn't enough. The core ache remained, a deep-seated longing. Leo needed help. He thought of Barnaby, the grumpy but soft-hearted badger who lived in a burrow beneath the ancient oak at the edge of the village green. Barnaby knew everything that happened in the woods and fields. Leo found him meticulously polishing a collection of shiny pebbles outside his burrow. HMPH, Barnaby grunted, not looking up. "What do you want, lad? Interrupt an important rock business." Leo knelt, showing him the watch. "It's lonely, Barnaby, really lonely. It belonged to Mrs. Hemlock. I'm trying to help it feel better, but I don't know what it truly needs." Barnaby stopped polishing and peered at the watch, his black nose twitching. Old Hemlock knew her, always left crumbs for the birds, even in deepest snow, heart big as the moon. He tapped a claw thoughtfully on a particularly smooth pebble. "Lonely, you say, HMPH. Maybe it needs more than just nice feelings. Maybe it needs connection, to remember her." "But how?" Leo asked, the watch pulsing softly in his hand. "Ask the Whisperers," Barnaby said cryptically. "Up near Ivy Cottage, they remember everything, those gossips." He pointed a stubby claw towards Whisper Hill. The Whisperers, Leo knew, were the ancient wind chimes hanging from the gnarled apple tree in Mrs. Hemlock's overgrown garden. Made of seashells and smooth glass, they were said to catch and hold fragments of sound and feeling from long ago. It was a steep climb up Whisper Hill. Ivy Cottage looked forlorn, its windows dark, its garden a tangle of wildflowers and tall grass. But there, catching the afternoon sun, hung the Whisperers. They weren't moving, the air was still. As Leo approached, holding the watch close, a faint, almost imperceptible breeze stirred. The chimes didn't ring, but they hummed. A low, soft vibration filled the air. Suddenly, Leo wasn't just holding the watch, he was inside it. He felt the warm weight of a hand holding it, saw flashes of a sunlit garden bursting with roses, smelled the sharp, clean scent of soap and earth. He heard a woman's soft laugh, warm and kind. He felt a deep contentment, a quiet joy in tending the flowers, in watching the birds, in the simple peace of her cottage. This was Mrs. Hemlock's happiness, her solace. The watch had been a constant companion, a silent witness to her quiet, loving life. Its loneliness wasn't just for itself. It was an echo of her missing presence, the sudden silence where her joy had been. The vision faded. Leo stood blinking in the overgrown garden, the watch warm and pulsing rapidly in his hand. The cold loneliness was still there, but now it was mixed with the warm memory of joy, creating a poignant ache. He understood now. The watch needed to feel useful again. It needed to witness new solace, new moments of quiet joy. It needed to be held, not just carried. Back in the village, Leo found his next helper, Pip, a sparrow with feathers the color of storm clouds and eyes that missed nothing. Pip was fearless and chatty, flitting from rooftop to windowsill. "Lonely ticker, eh?" Pip chirped, landing on Leo's shoulder and cocking his head at the watch. "Seen sadness, needs busy work, needs purpose." He pecked gently at the watch chain. "Follow me." Pip led Leo not to grand places, but to small moments. To old Mr. Fenwick sitting on his bench, sharing crusts of bread with the pigeons, a look of serene peace on his wrinkled face. "Hold it there," Pip chirped. Leo sat beside Mr. Fenwick, the watch warm in his hand. He pushed the feeling of the old man's quiet contentment towards it. The watch pulsed, absorbing the gentle scene. Pip led him to the baker's daughter, Alara, patiently teaching her little brother how to knead dough, their laughter light and flour dusting their noses. "Here, here," Pip insisted. Leo stood nearby, sharing the watch's presence with the feeling of familial warmth and patient teaching. The watch glowed faintly. They went to the edge of the brook where sunlight dappled through leaves onto the water, creating shimmering patterns. "Just quiet," Pip whispered, unusually subdued. Leo sat, the watch resting on his knee, both of them soaking in the pure, peaceful beauty. The watch's thrum became deep and steady, like the heartbeat of the earth itself. But the final challenge arose unexpectedly. A fierce storm rolled in one evening, howling winds rattling the shutters of Mr. Thistledown's shop. Leo was helping secure the windows when a frantic knocking came at the door. It was young Timothy, Mrs. Butterworth's son, tears streaking his face. "It's Whiskers," he sobbed. "My kitten, the wind blew the shed door open and she ran out. She's so scared of storms, I can't find her anywhere." Whiskers was tiny, a scrap of gray fluff easily lost and terrified. Searching in the howling dark and lashing rain seemed impossible. Fear clutched at Leo's heart. Then he felt the watch in his pocket. It wasn't pulsing its usual thrum-thrum. It felt focused, intent. And it was pulling him, a gentle, insistent tug towards the back door. Trusting the feeling, Leo grabbed a lantern. "Come on, Timothy, I think I know where to look." He dashed into the storm, the watch a warm beacon against the cold rain. It pulled him not towards the open fields, but along the stone wall bordering the village green, towards a dense thicket of hawthorn bushes. The wind screamed, the rain stung, and the lantern light flickered wildly. "Whiskers," Timothy cried, his voice thin against the gale. Leo held the watch tightly. He didn't try to push feelings at it. Instead, he asked it, silently, desperately, "Where is she? Help us find her." The watch grew warm, almost hot. Then a clear image flashed in Leo's mind, not a location, but a feeling. A tiny knot of pure, icy terror huddled deep within the thicket, behind the gnarled roots of the oldest hawthorn. It was so vivid, so precise. "She's here," Leo shouted over the wind, pointing towards the roots. Timothy scrambled forward, pushing aside wet branches. There, shivering violently, eyes wide with terror, was Whiskers. Timothy scooped her up, cradling the soaked, trembling kitten against his chest, murmuring soothing words. The relief that washed over Timothy was palpable, a warm wave of pure love and gratitude that cut through the storm's fury. Leo stood beside him, the rain plastering his hair to his forehead, the watch glowing with a soft, steady light in his hand. He let it feel Timothy's overwhelming relief and love for his found kitten. The watch didn't just absorb it, it seemed to resonate with it, its own lingering loneliness finally dissolving completely in the face of this powerful, selfless love and relief. The cold ache vanished, replaced by a deep, golden warmth that spread from the watch up Leo's arm, filling him with an incredible sense of peace and rightness. Back in the warm, dry shop, with Whiskers purring contentedly wrapped in a towel on Timothy's lap, Leo took out the watch. It gleamed softly in the firelight, the scratches on its glass face seeming less deep, the silver brighter. Its thrum-thrum was strong, steady, and radiated a gentle, comforting warmth, not just happiness, but deep contentment and purpose. It had witnessed fear, but also courage, love, and profound relief. It had been useful again. It had found solace not just in comfort, but in connection and the overcoming of adversity through kindness and care. Leo placed the solace watch on the mantelpiece above Mr. Thistledown's crackling fireplace. It didn't need to be carried anymore. Its journey was complete. Now its gentle thrum-thrum joined the symphony of the shop's clocks, a soft counterpoint that seemed to deepen the sense of peace. Anyone who sat near the fireplace felt a subtle warmth, a sense of calm, and the unspoken assurance that even in forgotten things, and even after storms, solace could always be found. Leo smiled, watching the firelight dance on the silver. He had learned that magic wasn't always in grand spells, but in quiet empathy, in listening with your heart, and in the extraordinary secrets held within the most ordinary acts of kindness. The watch ticked on, a quiet guardian of comfort, its secret now a shared warmth that filled the cozy shop, promising peaceful dreams to all who listened. In the velvet expanse of the cosmos, where stars hung like scattered diamonds and nebulae bloomed like watercolor flowers, there drifted a small, forgotten moon called Lumen. It was a gentle world swathed in perpetual twilight, where the very air shimmered with soft, phosphorescent mist. And upon this quiet moon, two very different beings found one another. The first was a creature from the world of Chroma, a place where beings communicated not with words, but with the shifting hues of their skin and the gentle pulses of light from their heart centers. His name, in the color speak of his people, was a warm, steady amber glow, which for simplicity's sake we shall call Ember. He was small and softly rounded, with 6 delicate limbs and skin that changed like living opal. He had come to Lumen in a vessel that was not so much a ship as a seed pod, designed to unfurl into a shelter of interwoven, light-sensitive fibers. The second was from the harmonic world of Sonus, a planet where life resonated with music. Her name was a series of 3 clear, ascending notes, a hopeful little chord, which we might think of as Lyra. She was slender and tall, with long, whisper-thin antennae that trembled sympathetically with the faintest vibration in the air. Her transport was a hollowed-out meteorite that hummed with a constant, low C-sharp, a comforting drone that reminded her of home. Their first meeting was one of profound confusion. Ember, tending to his newly sprouted fiber hut, saw Lyra approach. He flashed a friendly, inquisitive green, the color of a chromian greeting. To him, it was as clear as saying, "Hello, who are you?" But to Lyra, the sudden flash of green light was a startling, silent event. She recoiled, her antennae vibrating with alarm. In response, she sang a fluttering, questioning sequence of notes, a polite "Are you friendly?" in her native tongue. To Ember, the sound was a jarring, physical pressure. He dimmed his lights to a confused, murky violet, retreating into the doorway of his hut. He had never experienced sound as language before. It felt invasive. For a long while they observed each other from a distance, 2 solitary creatures marooned on a silent moon, separated by an ocean of misunderstanding. Ember would tend to his glowing garden of luminous mosses, his colors shifting with his lonely thoughts. Lyra would arrange smooth, resonant stones around her humming meteorite, creating patterns that sang in the wind. The turning point came during a gentle shower of cosmic dust. Tiny, iridescent particles began to fall from Lumen's sky, catching the faint starlight. Ember, delighted, rushed out into the shower, his skin flashing in joyous, sparkling golds and silvers as the dust settled on him. He was painting with light in the rain. Lyra, watching from her shelter, was captivated. She didn't understand the colors, but she understood the feeling behind them. It was pure, unadulterated joy. Hesitantly, she stepped out into the dust shower. As the particles touched her singing stones, they began to chime, each one ringing with a different, delicate note. It created a spontaneous, twinkling melody. Ember stopped his dancing and watched. He saw the way her whole body seemed to lean into the sound, her antennae tracing the patterns of the music in the air. He didn't understand the notes, but he understood the feeling behind them. It was the same joy. Tentatively, he approached. He pointed a delicate limb first at his own chest, where his heart light pulsed a soft, steady blue, the color of curiosity. Then he pointed at the chiming stones. He then pointed at Lyra and back to the stones. Lyra tilted her head. She then pointed a slender finger at her own throat, from which the 3-note name chord emerged, and then she pointed at Ember's heart light. A bridge, fragile and new, had been built. Not of words, but of intention. This was the beginning of their shared shelter. They decided to build something together, a place that would honor both light and sound. They found a cavern not far away, one whose walls were encrusted with natural crystalline formations. The crystals refracted light into 1,000 rainbows, and they also resonated beautifully, amplifying the faintest sound into a soft echo. Ember brought his light-sensitive fibers, weaving them through the crystals so that they glowed with whatever color his heart projected. Lyra arranged her singing stones in careful circles and spirals on the floor, creating a sonic landscape that changed as one walked through it. They called it the Resonant Grotto. It was a space that was never silent and never dark, a constant, gentle conversation between their two worlds. Their life in the grotto was filled with small, endearing misunderstandings that became inside jokes. One day, Ember was feeling particularly content after discovering a new patch of bioluminescent fungi. He glowed a deep, satisfied magenta. To Lyra, this was a new color. She associated magenta with the rich, low note of a cello-like instrument from her homeworld, an instrument played during summer ceremonies. Thinking he was feeling sad, she began to hum a slow, comforting dirge. Ember, bathed in his happy magenta, was baffled by the mournful music. He flickered in confusion. It took them most of the afternoon to untangle it. Ember would flash different colors, and Lyra would try to match them with notes until they both collapsed in a shared moment of laughter. Ember's lights flickering in a rapid, joyful staccato, Lyra's laughter like a cascade of wind chimes. They learned that Ember's magenta was like Lyra's F-sharp major chord, bright and celebratory. Their most cherished ritual was their nightly vigil. They would sit at the mouth of their grotto, on a smooth ledge that overlooked a vast, star-dusted plain. In the distance, the great spiral of the Andromeda galaxy turned slowly, a whirlpool of ancient light. In these quiet moments, they didn't need to try to communicate. They simply were. Ember's light would soften to a calm, breathing lavender, syncing with the slow rhythm of his contentment. Lyra would hum a single, sustained note, so low and soft it was almost a vibration, a harmonic anchor in the silence of space. They would watch the stars, the red giants burning with elderly warmth, the blue-white youngsters shining with fierce energy, the occasional meteor painting a brief, brilliant line across the darkness. Ember saw them as points of color in a grand tapestry. Lyra heard them as a silent, cosmic chord, a music too vast for any single world to contain. Together, they experienced the universe in a way neither could alone. One evening, a small, damaged probe tumbled out of the sky and crashed not far from their grotto. It was a cold, angular thing, all sharp metal and dead screens, a relic from a species that communicated in binary and efficiency. It was utterly alien to both of them. At first, they were frightened. Ember's light flickered with anxious oranges and reds. Lyra's hum became a tense, wavering pitch. The probe felt like an intrusion, a harsh reminder of a universe that could be loud and unkind. But as they watched the silent, broken machine, their fear turned to pity. It was alone and it was broken, just as they had once been. Without a word, they made a decision. Ember approached, his heart light glowing a gentle, healing gold. He laid his fibrous hands on the cold metal, and his warmth began to seep into it. Lyra knelt beside him and sang a slow, restorative melody, a song her people used to mend cracked crystal. The vibrations traveled through the metal, seeking out fractures and soothing stressed molecules. They worked for hours, their unique forms of care intertwining. Ember's light encouraged the probe's dormant solar panels to realign and drink in Lumen's soft starlight. Lyra's harmonics recalibrated its internal gyroscopes until with a soft click and a whir, a single light on its surface blinked on, a steady, peaceful blue. The probe did not speak their languages. It had no concept of color or song. But as it rose unsteadily from the ground, it turned to them and projected a simple, geometric shape onto the ground between them, a perfect circle, inside of which was a single, small dot. It was a universal symbol. a world, and a friend. Then with a silent, graceful arc, it flew back into the starry expanse, leaving them alone once more. But they were not the same. They stood together under the infinite sky, the bond between them stronger than any barrier of biology or language. Ember glowed with a color he had never produced before, a deep, luminous silver intertwined with threads of Lyra's signature chord note, a color that meant friend of my soul. In response, Lyra sang a new, complex harmony, one that incorporated the steady pulse of Ember's heartlight, a song that meant my light in the darkness. They had discovered the one technology that could truly bridge any gap in the cosmos, a force more powerful than any engine or computer. It was not a language of light or sound, but a grammar of kindness. It was the simple, profound act of seeing loneliness and offering companionship, of witnessing difference and building a bridge, of hearing a foreign song and learning to sing along. And as the twin moons of Lumen rose in the sky, casting their pale, dreamlike light over the resonant grotto, the little creature of color and the tall being of song settled into their shared sanctuary. The crystals glittered with Ember's peaceful, sleeping azure, and the stones hummed with Lyra's soft, dreaming lullaby. Together in their little corner of the universe, they were a perfect, quiet proof that no star need ever shine alone. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where seasons painted the world with gentle strokes. Spring brought carpets of bluebells, summer hummed with drowsy bees, autumn cloaked the hills in fiery hues, and winter tucked everything under a soft white quilt. Yet within this constant dance of change, young Silas felt like a stone in a rushing stream. He watched the world transform around him, buds bursting, leaves swirling, snow melting, with a quiet ache in his heart. Change felt overwhelming, unpredictable, and he clung fiercely to the familiar comfort of routine, his small cottage garden a meticulously ordered sanctuary against the valley's wild beauty. Silas possessed a peculiar magic, though he rarely used it beyond coaxing his prize-winning roses to bloom a week early. He could sense the inner life of plants, a gentle hum in his fingertips when he touched a leaf, a whispered feeling of thirst from the soil. But lately his magic felt stuck, like sap hardened in winter. It mirrored his own stillness, his resistance to the shifts within himself as he grew older. He longed for the simplicity of childhood, a time that now felt as distant and unchanging as the old oak on the hill. His closest friends, Kaelen and Mara, noticed his quiet withdrawal. Kaelen, whose laughter was as bright as sunbeams, bounced with the energy of a mountain stream, always eager for new adventures. Mara, thoughtful and serene like the deep forest pools, observed the world with quiet wisdom. One crisp autumn afternoon, as they sat beneath the ancient oak, its leaves shimmering gold and crimson, Kaelen nudged Silas gently. "You've been quieter than a hibernating hedgehog, Silas," Kaelen remarked, tossing an acorn into the air. "Even the squirrels are chattier. Is it the garden? Did those prize cabbages finally stage a rebellion?" Silas managed a small smile, tracing the rough bark of the oak. "No rebellion, it's just everything feels so loud. The leaves changing, the geese flying south, even Mistress Alara talking about turning her herb garden into a winter greenhouse. It's all movement. It makes my head spin." Mara reached over and placed a cool, smooth stone she'd found into Silas's palm. "Change is the valley's breath, Silas. It's how it lives. Like this stone," she said softly. "It seems unchanging, but look closer." She pointed to tiny flecks of mica catching the light. "Even the stillest things hold shifts within them, reflections of the world around." Silas sighed, closing his fingers around the stone. "I wish my magic felt like that. It used to feel flowing. Now it's thick like mud, and trying to make anything new happen." He shuddered, remembering a recent failed attempt to encourage a late-blooming clematis. The vine had merely trembled and dropped a few leaves, echoing his own frustration. "The whispering glade," Mara said suddenly, her eyes thoughtful. "Grandmother used to say it's a place where the valley's heart speaks. where magic listens to what's inside, not just what you try to force out. Maybe it could help you understand yours. The Whispering Glade was a place of legend, tucked deep within the oldest part of the woods. Few ventured there, speaking of strange lights and murmurs on the wind. Silas felt a familiar resistance coil in his stomach, venturing into the unknown, leaving his ordered garden. But the ache of his stagnant magic and the patient, hopeful looks of his friends nudged him. He nodded, a small, hesitant movement. Their journey took them beyond the tended orchards and into the embrace of the ancient forest. The air grew cooler, smelling of damp earth and decaying leaves. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns, painting the moss-covered ground in gold and green. Silas felt his breath catch with every unfamiliar rustle, every gnarled root he hadn't memorized. Kaelen bounded ahead, pointing out interesting fungi and chattering about bird calls, his energy a counterpoint to Silas's creeping anxiety. Mara walked beside Silas, her presence a steady anchor. "Listen," she murmured. "Not just with your ears, feel the forest breathe." As they walked deeper, Silas began to sense it. Not the individual hums of specific plants, but a vast, slow presence. It wasn't threatening, but ancient and deep, like the roots of the mountains themselves. It felt patient. They reached a small clearing where the trees formed a protective circle. Sunlight streamed down onto a carpet of the softest moss, dotted with tiny, star-shaped white flowers that seemed to glow with their own inner light. The air hummed faintly, a sound felt more than heard. This was the Whispering Glade. "All right," Silas whispered, his voice swallowed by the immense quiet. "What do I do?" "Just be," Mara suggested. "Let the glade feel you as you feel it." Kaelen plopped down onto the moss. "Yeah, maybe try not trying." Silas took a deep breath, the scent of cool earth and something sweet and indefinable filling his lungs. He sat gingerly, crossing his legs, and closed his eyes. He focused on the feeling of the moss beneath him, cool and yielding. He listened to the silence, which wasn't silence at all, but a tapestry of tiny sounds. The rustle of a beetle, the distant drip of water, the sigh of wind through the highest branches. He felt the vast, slow pulse of the forest life around him. He thought about his fear. The fear of becoming someone he didn't recognize, of losing the comfort of the known. He thought about his magic, feeling stuck like a seed that refused to sprout. As his anxieties swirled, a curious thing happened. The gentle glow of the starflowers near him dimmed slightly. A patch of moss under his hand felt cooler, almost damp with sadness. He gasped, opening his eyes. The glade seemed to mirror his inner state. When he felt a surge of frustration, a nearby fern curled its fronds inward defensively. When a wave of his old resistance rose, the air in the glade grew still and heavy. His magic wasn't gone, it was deeply connected to everything here, reflecting his inner landscape back at him. "It sees you, Silas," Mara whispered, her voice barely audible. "It shows you what you feel." Tears pricked Silas's eyes. He hadn't realized how much he'd been holding inside. He took another deep breath, focusing this time not on the fear of change, but on the memory of his garden's quiet joy. He thought of the first rosebud unfurling under his care, the satisfaction of rich soil between his fingers. He thought of Kaelen's infectious laugh, Mara's quiet wisdom, the unwavering support of his friends walking beside him into the unknown. As warmth spread through him, a feeling of gratitude replacing the icy knot of fear, the glade responded. The starflowers near him brightened, their glow pulsing softly like gentle fireflies. The moss warmed beneath him, feeling welcoming and alive. A tendril of ivy from a nearby oak stretched out slowly, almost shyly, and brushed against his arm. It wasn't demanding, just connecting. He understood. His magic wasn't about forcing things to be still or forcing them to change rapidly against their nature. It was about connection, about sensing the true rhythm, the inner life, and nurturing that. Like Mara's stone, he could be still on the surface, holding his core, while still being part of the changing world, reflecting its light. Change wasn't an enemy to be fought, it was the natural state of living things, including himself. His resistance, his fear, was what had clogged his magic, making it feel like mud. By accepting his feelings, by finding his center even amidst the flux, he could flow again. He reached out, not with a command, but with an open heart, towards a cluster of the glowing starflowers. He didn't ask them to change color or grow taller. He simply felt their delicate life force, their quiet contentment in the dappled light. He sent back a wave of appreciation, a sense of shared peace. In response, the flowers pulsed brighter, and a soft, golden light, warm and comforting, drifted from their petals and settled over Sela's like a gentle, shimmering cloak. It didn't transform him, it felt like an affirmation, a recognition of the shift within. The walk back to Willowbrook was different. Sela still noticed the changes, the deeper autumn hues, the sharper bite in the air, but they didn't overwhelm him. He felt the forest's pulse alongside his own, a rhythm that included both stillness and movement. He carried the warmth of the glade's golden light inside him, a quiet hum of acceptance. Days turned into weeks. Sela's didn't become like Kaelen, bursting with constant new energy. He still cherished the quiet routines of his garden. But something fundamental had shifted. When Mistress Alara asked for help transforming her herb garden for winter, instead of feeling a spike of anxiety, Sela's felt curiosity. He walked through her plot, sensing the lingering vitality of the summer herbs and the sleepy readiness of the soil for its winter rest. He didn't force anything. He simply helped her understand what the plants needed to transition comfortably, suggesting protective mulches and hardy winter varieties that resonated with the soil's quiet strength. His magic flowed easily now, a clear stream of connection guiding his actions. One frosty morning, Sela stood in his own garden. Winter was truly settling in. His prized roses were dormant, their stems bare. But in a corner, where he'd planted some late-blooming bulbs on a whim after returning from the glade, a cluster of deep purple crocuses had pushed bravely through the thin layer of frost. They glowed faintly, a soft echo of the starflower's light. He hadn't forced them, he'd simply planted them and trusted the season, trusted the life within them. Kaelen and Mara found him there, sipping steaming chamomile tea. "Look at that," Kaelen exclaimed, pointing to the crocuses. "Brave little things blooming in the cold." Mara smiled, her breath misting in the air. "They found their moment, didn't they? Just like someone else we know." Sela smiled, a deep, peaceful warmth spreading through him, more comforting than the tea. He looked at the crocuses, then at the dormant roses, then at the snow-dusted hills beyond. He felt the slow, sure pulse of the sleeping earth and the quiet hum of his own magic, no longer stuck, but flowing in harmony with the world's beautiful, inevitable rhythm. He didn't need to be a rushing stream or an unmoving stone. He could be Sela's, rooted yet flexible, finding his own unique way to grow and glow within the ever-changing, ever-beautiful dance of life. The frost sparkled, the crocuses glowed, and the quiet peace of acceptance settled over the garden like the softest blanket, promising that even in stillness, transformation was always possible, always beautiful, and never truly alone. The old house had a way of settling around Leo as he climbed the creaking stairs to the attic, each step releasing the scent of cedar and forgotten summers. Outside, rain whispered against the window panes like a gentle secret, and the distant chime of the town clock tower drifted through the air, marking the hour with a soft, bronze hum. Leo held a flickering lantern before him, its warm light pushing back the shadows that clung to the eaves and corners of the spacious attic. It was his grandmother's house, full of memories tucked into drawers and stacked in dusty boxes. Leo had always been a quiet boy, thoughtful and observant, with a heart that noticed things others often overlooked. Tonight, while searching for a book of pressed flowers his grandmother had mentioned, his fingers brushed against something unexpected nestled beneath a stack of embroidered linens, a small wooden compass. But it was unlike any compass he had ever seen. Its face was carved from pale birch, and instead of north, south, east, and west, its points were marked with symbols: a heart, a key, a feather, and a star. At its center, the needle was not of magnetized metal, but of delicate, darkened silver, shaped like an arrowhead. It lay perfectly still, as if waiting. Curious, Leo lifted it into the lamplight. As he did, the needle gave a soft shiver and began to turn, not toward any earthly direction, but pointing insistently toward a large, shrouded shape in the farthest corner of the attic. With careful steps, Leo approached and drew away the dusty cloth to reveal an ancient grandfather clock, its wood dark with age, its face etched with intricate patterns of vines and moons. It was silent and still, as if holding its breath. Tick. The sound was so faint Leo thought he might have imagined it. But then it came again, a little stronger. Tick-tock. A slow, deep rhythm began to emanate from within the clock, like a heartbeat returning to life. Then a voice, rich and resonant as a cello note, spoke from the clock's interior. "It has been a long time since the compass of clarity has awakened," the clock said. "You must be the one it has chosen." Leo, though startled, felt more wonder than fear. "Who are you?" he asked softly. "I am Horologius, the keeper of moments," the clock replied. "And you, child, have been called because something in this house is out of balance. A sorrow has settled in the walls, a quiet sadness that slows the flow of joy. The compass will guide you, but the journey is one of heart, not feet." Just then, a fluffy orange cat emerged from behind a stack of hatboxes, yawning widely before fixing Leo with wise, golden eyes. "About time someone showed up," the cat said in a voice like rustling silk. "I'm Marigold, I nap, I observe, and occasionally I offer advice. Usually I nap, though." Leo blinked. "You can talk." "Only to those who listen properly," Marigold replied, licking a paw. "Now the compass is pointing toward the heart symbol. That means we follow the thread of feeling. Lead on, little hero." The compass needle glowed with a soft, golden light, pulling Leo not toward the attic door, but toward a faded tapestry on the wall depicting a garden in full bloom. As he approached, the woven flowers seemed to shimmer, and the needle pulsed warmly in his hand. "A hidden door," murmured Horologius. "Press the embroidered forget-me-not in the corner." Leo did so, and a section of the wall swung inward with a gentle sigh, revealing a narrow, descending staircase lined with glowing crystals that cast a soft, blue light. The air smelled of old paper and lavender. "Down we go," said Marigold, trotting ahead with her tail held high. "Try not to trip. I'd hate to have to explain that to your grandmother." The stairs spiraled down into a cozy, circular room that Leo had never seen before. It was a library, but unlike any other. Books lined the walls not by title or author, but by color and feeling, warm hues of joy, cool tones of solace, bright sparks of inspiration. In the center of the room sat a small, nervous-looking candle, its flame flickering uncertainly. "Oh dear," the candle wisped, its light trembling. "Visitors, I'm Lumina. I'm supposed to illuminate the stories, but lately, I can't seem to keep them bright." Leo knelt down. "What's wrong?" "A draft of doubt has been blowing through," Lumina explained. "It makes the stories fade, words lose their meaning, memories grow dim." The compass in Leo's hand now pointed toward the key symbol. He looked around, thinking, "Maybe we need to find the source of the draft." Marigold leaped gracefully onto a shelf. "There's a loose stone near the ceiling," she announced. "I've seen a faint shimmer of cold air slipping through." But the stone was too high for any of them to reach. Leo bit his lip, thinking. Then he remembered the patience his grandmother always showed him when he struggled with his lessons. Kindness, not force. "Lumina," he said gently, "if we work together, maybe we can help. Marigold, if you climb onto my shoulders, you might be able to nudge the stone back into place. Lumina, can you light our way?" The candle's flame steadied slightly. I can try." With careful movements, Leo lifted Marigold onto his shoulders. The cat stretched upward, her paws delicately probing the loose stone. "A little to the left," she directed, and Leo shifted accordingly. Lumina glowed brighter, casting a warm, steady light that pushed back the shadows. With a soft click, the stone settled back into place. The draft ceased immediately. The room seemed to sigh in relief, and the books on the shelves glowed with renewed warmth. "Well done," Lumina whispered, her flame now burning bright and clear. "The stories are safe." But the compass needle had shifted again, now pointing toward the feather. It tugged Leo toward a large, leather-bound journal resting on a reading stand. The pages were blank. "The Journal of Whispers," Horologius's voice echoed down the staircase, gentle and approving. "It records what the heart needs to remember, but it only reveals its words to one who listens with compassion." Leo placed his hand on the open page. He thought of his grandmother, her gentle hands, her stories, the way her eyes sometimes grew distant with memories she seldom shared. He thought of the quiet sadness that had seeped into the house since his grandfather had passed away. "She misses him," Leo said softly. "She doesn't say it, but she does." As he spoke, words began to appear on the page, written in shimmering ink, not sad words, but joyful ones. Stories of laughter in the garden, of dances in the kitchen, of secrets shared under the stars. The journal was filling with light. The compass needle now turned one last time, settling on the star. It glowed so brightly that the entire room was bathed in soft, starlit radiance. And in that light, Leo saw not just a library, but a pathway of connection, between past and present, memory and hope, loss and love. He understood then. The journey was not about fixing something broken, but about remembering what was always whole. The courage was not in braving dangers, but in tending gently to the quiet places of the heart. When Leo emerged from the hidden staircase, the compass was still in his hand, but its needle was now still and peaceful. Marigold curled at his feet, purring like a little engine of contentment. From the grandfather clock came a deep, soothing chime, not marking the hour, but celebrating the moment. Leo returned to his grandmother's sitting room, where she dozed by the fire. He didn't show her the compass or speak of talking cats or hidden libraries. Instead, he opened the Journal of Whispers and began to read one of the stories aloud. His grandmother's eyes opened and she smiled, a real, full smile that reached her eyes and lit the room more brightly than any flame. And outside, the rain continued to fall softly. The wind hummed a lullaby through the trees, and the world felt, for a little while, perfectly at peace. The old house on Willow Lane had always been full of whispers, not of ghosts, but of memories. In the deepest corner of the attic, where dust motes danced in the slanted afternoon light, a small boy named Leo made a discovery. He'd been searching for a lost toy soldier, his fingers brushing against forgotten things, a hat box, a stack of yellowed letters, a pair of spectacles with one cracked lens. Then, tucked beneath a quilt that smelled of cedar and thyme, his hand closed around something cool and smooth. It was a compass, but unlike any he had ever seen. Its case was made of pearlescent shell that shimmered with a soft, internal light, and its needle wasn't pointing north. It was spinning in slow, lazy circles, glinting like a sliver of captured starlight. Whir, click. It would pause, tremble for a moment as if listening, then continue its silent dance. Leo held his breath, though only sound the gentle thump-thump of his own heart, and the distant, rhythmic purr of the house cat from somewhere below. That evening, by the warm glow of his bedside lamp, Leo examined his find. The compass didn't point to a direction on any map he knew. Instead, when he held it and thought of something lost, his confidence to speak in class, the easy laughter he'd shared with his grandfather, the needle would grow still, pointing unerringly toward a specific corner of his room, or out the window toward the sprawling oak tree in the garden. It was a compass that didn't find places, he realized with a thrill. It found lost things, lost feelings, lost moments, lost pieces of one's own heart. His journey began not at dawn, but at that very moment, within the four walls of his room. The first challenge was a small, nagging worry that had taken root in his chest, a fear of the dark space beneath his bed. The compass, when he held it and focused on that fear, pointed its luminous needle directly downward. Leo's courage felt as small as a pebble. He took a deep breath, the scent of his lavender-scented sheets filling his lungs, and knelt. Instead of monsters, he found a forgotten, flop-eared rabbit, its one-button eye gleaming in the soft light. He pulled it out, and a little of the fear unspooled and floated away. The compass needle gave a satisfied click. The next day, the compass led him into the sun-dappled garden. It was here he met his first helper. The needle quivered, pointing toward a thicket of lavender bushes. A soft rustle-rustle announced the arrival of Barnaby, a stout badger with a waistcoat of gray fur and spectacles perched precariously on his snout. He was a cartographer of feelings, and his voice was a low, rumbling hum, like stones tumbling in a gentle stream. "Ah," Barnaby said, peering at the compass. "The Heartseeker, a rare instrument indeed. It shows you the path, young sir, but it cannot walk it for you. What is it you seek?" I think I've lost my bravery," Leo confessed, his voice barely a whisper. "The kind for big things." Barnaby adjusted his spectacles. "Bravery is not a single large stone, but many small pebbles. You collect them one by one. You have already started." He pointed a claw at the flop-eared rabbit tucked under Leo's arm. "The compass will guide you to the next one, but you must listen, not just look." The compass led them to the base of the great oak tree, its branches a sprawling canopy against the blue sky. A faint, silvery ting-ailing echoed from above. With a flutter of iridescent wings, the second helper arrived. This was Pip, a hummingbird whose body was the color of emeralds, and whose voice was a rapid, cheerful chiming, like a handful of tiny bells. The Heartseeker's call, I heard it. Pip chimed, hovering before Leo's face. "You're searching for a piece of your spirit. How exciting. The next piece is up there." She zipped toward the highest branches, a living jewel in the sunlight. Leo looked up. The climb seemed immense. The bark was rough, the branches distant. His pebble of courage felt very small. He took a deep breath, the scent of damp earth and blooming honeysuckle grounding him. One branch at a time, he told himself. Barnaby waited patiently below, occasionally making a thoughtful note on a scroll of birch bark, while Pip chimed encouragement from above. "You can do it. Just a little further." Her bell-like voice was a thread of sound, weaving through the rustling leaves. Finally, puffing and with scraped knees, Leo reached a wide, comfortable fork in the tree. Nestled in a cradle of moss and lichen was not a thing, but a memory so vivid it washed over him. It was the memory of his grandfather teaching him to whistle with a blade of grass. The triumph of that first, shrill note. The feeling of being capable. He hadn't lost his bravery, he had just forgotten where he'd put it. He sat there for a long time, the memory warming him from the inside out, as a soft breeze whispered through the leaves and a distant church bell told the hour. It sounded deep, bronze comfort. The compass, however, was not yet still. Its needle now pointed away from the tree, across the meadow behind his house, toward the old woods, a place of shadows and stories, where the sunlight fell in broken patches on the forest floor. This was the true test. The woods were not frightening, but they were deeply quiet. The only sounds were the crunch of their footsteps on the leafy carpet and the occasional chitter of a squirrel. The air was cool and smelled of pine and decaying leaves. The compass led them to a small, clear stream that gurgled over smooth, gray stones. And on the other side, shrouded in the deep shade of a willow tree, sat the challenge. It was not a dragon or a giant, but a creature made of the gloom itself, a shiverling. It was a small, wispy being, all muted grays and blues, and it was weeping, its sobs the sound of rustling, tear-soaked silk. The stream between them seemed as wide as an ocean. The shiverling hoards what it fears to lose, Barnaby rumbled softly. It has likely taken the last piece of your courage and is guarding it, not out of malice, but out of a terrible loneliness. Pip zipped forward. We could scare it away, a loud buzz right in its ear, she chimed. But Leo remembered the lesson of the compass. It was solved through kindness, not force. He shook his head. He sat down on the mossy bank, the cozy safety of Barnaby's solid presence beside him and Pip's gentle humming a comfort. He didn't try to cross. He simply sat and he listened. He listened to the shiverling's sad cries and the gurgle of the stream and the sigh of the wind in the willow branches. After a long while, he took the floppy-eared rabbit from his pocket. It was his first pebble of courage. He held it out. I'm lonely sometimes, too, Leo said, his voice quiet but clear in the hushed woods. The shiverling's sobs hiccuped to a stop. It looked up, its form seeming to solidify slightly. It looked at the offered rabbit, then at Leo's face. Very slowly, it uncurled a wispy hand. In its palm lay a small, smooth stone, warm to the touch and glowing with a soft, golden light. It was the final pebble of Leo's bravery. The shiverling made its way to the stream's edge and placed the stone in Leo's outstretched hand. In return, Leo gently set the floppy-eared rabbit in the shiverling's grasp. The creature hugged it and its form brightened, the grays and blues softening into a gentle silver. It wasn't a trade, but a sharing. The challenge was over, solved not by a battle, but by a moment of understanding and patient kindness. The walk home was filled with a deep, quiet peace. The compass in Leo's pocket was now perfectly still, its needle pointing contentedly at his own heart. He had traveled far, though he had never left the familiar boundaries of his home and garden. He had journeyed through fear, through memory, and through empathy, and he had returned not with a treasure, but with himself made whole. That night, as a gentle rain began to fall, pitter-pattering a soft lullaby on the roof, Leo placed the compass on his bedside table. Its gentle, pearlescent glow mingled with the light from his lamp. He felt the weight of the 3 courage stones, the rabbit, the memory, the glowing pebble, safe within him. He was just a boy in a small house on Willow Lane, but he was also a brave explorer who had navigated the most important map of all. And as he drifted to sleep, the compass gave one final, soft click, a sound of perfect contentment, a promise that some things once found are never truly lost again. The nebula outside the observation dome shimmered like spilled watercolors, amethyst, cerulean, and the faintest blush of rose. Within the dome, nestled amidst hydroponic ferns that sighed with contentment and luminous moss that pulsed a soft, steady green, 2 beings shared the quiet hum of the harmony's rest, a small way station drifting at the edge of known space. One was Kaelen, hailing from the crystalline forests of Lyra 7. His form resembled smooth, polished obsidian, shifting subtly like liquid shadow. Where emotions bloomed, intricate patterns of light ignited beneath his surface, starbursts of gold for joy, soft ripples of blue for calm, flickers of deep violet for contemplation. He communicated not with words, but with these radiant symphonies of color. The other was Pip, a small, spindly being from the methane seas of Glaza. Covered in iridescent, feathery filaments that constantly shifted hues, Pip perceived the universe through intricate harmonies. Every movement, every thought, every shift in light produced a unique resonance only Pip could fully appreciate. Pip expressed feelings through delicate vibrations that shimmered in the air, like the sound of wind chimes dipped in honey. Their meeting had been accidental. Kaelen's scout pod, damaged in a micrometeoroid shower, had limped into the Harmony's rest for repairs. Pip, a solitary gardener tending the station's forgotten botanical dome, had found the injured traveler. Fear initially painted Kaelen in jagged streaks of crimson. Pip, startled, emitted a discordant, high-pitched trill that made the ferns shiver. But Pip saw the distress in Kaelen's flickering core light and offered a single, perfectly spherical, bioluminescent berry grown in the hydroponics. The gesture, a universal offering of peace, calmed the crimson streaks into softer pinks. The dome became their shared sanctuary. Kaelen, fascinated by the living green, helped tend the plants. His cool touch seemed to soothe the more temperamental ferns, and his presence encouraged the moss to glow brighter. Pip, in turn, showed Kaelen the hidden music of the station, the rhythmic thrum of the life support systems, the melodic drip of nutrient solution into the tanks, the complex symphony of the plants themselves breathing and growing. Kaelen learned to hear Pip's emotions as subtle shifts in the ambient hum, while Pip began to see Kaelen's feelings as beautiful, silent light shows. One day Pip, bubbling with excitement over a new hybrid blossom, attempted to share its joy. The tiny being vibrated intensely, sending out a cascade of rapid, high-frequency chimes. To Pip, it was a triumphant fanfare. To Kaelen, however, the vibrations resonated painfully within his crystalline structure, causing sharp, jagged lines of white light to flare across his surface, a clear signal of distress. Pip froze, filaments drooping into muted grays. Kaelen, seeing Pip's sudden dejection, pulsed a slow, reassuring wave of deep blue. They floated together in the zero-gravity center of the dome, bathed in nebula light. Kaelen gently pulsed the sequence, a soft yellow question mark. Pip responded with a low, questioning hum. Kaelen projected an image, Pip's rapid vibrations, overlaid with the painful white flashes he experienced. Pip projected back, the vibrant, joyful meaning behind the rapid chimes, a burst of sunshine yellow and spring green in Kaelen's own light language. Understanding dawned. Pip's next expression of joy was a slower, warmer vibration, like a deep cello note. Kaelen responded with gentle, golden spirals. They didn't need words. The misunderstanding dissolved into shared, silent laughter, Kaelen's light shimmering with amusement, Pip's filaments rustling with a soft, chuckling hum. They began building something new in their sanctuary, a quiet corner dedicated to shared appreciation. Pip strung delicate filaments between glowing fungi, creating a harp that resonated with the station's natural sounds. Kaelen arranged polished river stones from his homeworld, each imbued with a faint, calming inner light, to reflect the nebula's colors onto the walls. It became their listening grove, a place for gentle communion. Their favorite ritual was stargazing. They would drift near the dome's clear apex, the vastness of space stretching before them. Pip would point a slender limb towards a distant, pulsing star and emit a complex chord, the song of that star, as Pip perceived its light and energy signature. Kaelen would respond by projecting swirling patterns of light onto the dome, mimicking the star's color and imagined movement. They shared memories this way, Kaelen painting the swirling auroras of Lyra 7 with shimmering ribbons of green and silver light, while Pip hummed the deep, resonant song of Gleeza's churning ocean currents. In the profound quiet, punctuated only by the station's gentle breath and their own non-verbal exchanges, they found a deep, wordless peace. The infinite distance between their worlds shrunk to the space between them in the listening grove, bridged by the shared wonder of the cosmos. One quiet cycle, a minor crisis, arose. A power fluctuation caused the temperature regulators in the dome to falter. The ferns began to wilt, their vibrant green fading. The luminous moss dimmed. Kaelen pulsed anxious shades of orange and gray. Pip emitted a worried, wavering drone. Panic threatened. But then Pip remembered the ancient Glesian practice of communal resonance for healing. Focusing intently on the drooping ferns, Pip began a low, steady hum, a vibration tuned to the frequency of growth and vitality. It was a sound felt more than heard, a deep thrumming that seemed to sink into the very roots. Kaelen watched Pip's filaments glow with concentrated effort. He understood the intent. Drawing on his own connection to light and energy, Kaelen positioned himself near the struggling plants. He focused his inner light, not in bright flashes, but in a warm, steady, golden radiance, bathing the leaves and soil. It was like concentrated, gentle sunlight. Pip's hum deepened, harmonizing with the faint life pulse of the plants themselves. Kaelen's light pulsed in time with the vibration. Slowly, miraculously, the ferns perked up. Their leaves regained their sheen. The moss began its soft, green pulse once more. Relief washed over them. Kaelen shimmered with pure, bright gold gratitude. Pip vibrated with a warm, contented purr. They hadn't fixed the regulator yet, that required a maintenance bot, but together, through their unique forms of care sound and light, they had nurtured their sanctuary back to health. The shared effort, the combination of their alien gifts, created a bond stronger than any translation matrix. The nebula outside shifted, the rose hue deepening as a nearby star ignited its evening glow. Kaelen drifted towards the listening grove, projecting a soft invitation, an image of the two of them beneath the star-painted dome. Pip followed, settling onto a cushion of soft moss. Kaelen began to project slow, swirling patterns onto the stones, not depicting a specific memory, but an abstract feeling, deep contentment, profound friendship, the quiet awe of the universe. It was a tapestry of deep blues, gentle golds, and shimmering silvers. Pip responded not with a complex chord, but with the simplest, purest sound, a single, sustained, clear note. It was the note of peace, the note of home found. It resonated softly through the grove, mingling with Kaelen's light dance, filling the space with a palpable warmth. As the harmony's rest drifted silently through the painted cosmos, its small botanical dome glowed like a beacon. Within it, two beings from unimaginably different worlds, speaking no common tongue, shared a universe of understanding. They had built a shelter not just of glass and steel, but of kindness, patience, and the shared language of a starlit heart. The gap between stars, between species, between ways of being, seemed insignificant beside the simple, resonant truth humming in the listening grove. That connection, born of gentle curiosity and unwavering kindness, was the most universal language of all. And in that shared silence, bathed in nebula light and the soft pulse of their sanctuary, they watched the distant stars bloom together. In the quiet village of Meadowshire, where cobblestone lanes wound like sleepy serpents between thatched cottages, lived a boy named Silas. His world was one of ordinary wonders, the scent of baking bread drifting from Mrs. Bramble's oven, the way sunlight turned the mill pond into liquid gold each dawn. Yet Silas often felt a quiet longing, as if the world held secrets just beyond his reach. That longing led him to the dusty attic of his grandmother's cottage one misty afternoon, where he discovered an old wooden music box tucked beneath a quilt of faded stars. Its surface was carved with spiraling patterns that seemed to shift like smoke when touched, and when Silas wound its tiny key, it played no melody at all. Instead, it released a soft, shimmering light that painted pictures in the air, memories not his own. The first vision showed a locket shaped like a teardrop, lost deep within the whispering woods on the edge of the village. Silas recognized it at once. It belonged to his grandmother, who'd spoken of it with wistful sighs, calling it her heart's compass. The music box hummed, and Silas understood this was no ordinary trinket. It could reveal the hidden stories of lost things, but only if he followed where it led. With the box cradled in his hands, its light pulsing like a gentle heartbeat, Silas stepped into the woods. Shadows draped the path like velvet curtains, and the air smelled of damp moss and secrets. His journey began with uncertainty, but soon helpers emerged from the greenery. First came Thistle, a badger with fur like twilight and eyes that held the patience of ancient stones. He moved with a slow, deliberate grace, teaching Silas to read the language of roots and rivulets. Every bend in the path has a tale, Thistle rumbled, his voice a soothing rasp. Listen with your feet, not just your ears. Next fluttered Pip, a sparrow with feathers the color of storm clouds and a habit of reciting rhymes. Left at the crooked oak, right where the ferns sigh low, she'd chirp, her wings tracing maps in the dappled light. Last was Bramble, a hedgehog whose quills glittered with dewdrops and whose laughter was a soft, rustling sound. She carried a tiny satchel of courage, a thimble-sized cup of honeysuckle nectar that warmed the spirit when sipped. Together they ventured deeper, guided by the music box's glow. It showed them fragments of the locket's past, grandmother as a girl, laughing as she hung it from a branch while chasing fireflies, the day a storm swept it into a burbling creek. The woods grew stranger, trees whispered in riddles, and streams flowed uphill. Silas's heart ached with every step, not from weariness, but from the weight of the stories he carried. He realized this was no mere quest for an object. It was a journey into the tender, tangled heart of memory itself. The challenge arose when they reached the Grove of Echoes, a clearing where the air shimmered like heat haze. There the locket lay cradled in the roots of an ancient willow, but guarding it was the keeper of whispers, a being woven from starlight and sorrow, with eyes like frozen ponds. She had no form, only a voice that echoed with 1,000 lost sighs. "Take this locket," she murmured, "and you steal a piece of someone's soul. Memories are not trinkets to be reclaimed." Silas felt fear tighten his throat. Thistle nudged his hand. "Wisdom, little traveler," the badger whispered. "Not force." Pip landed on Silas's shoulder, humming a rhyme about letting go. Bramble pressed the honeysuckle cup into his palm, its sweetness a balm. Silas closed his eyes, recalling the music box's visions, not just the locket's loss, but the joy it once held. He understood then what the keeper truly guarded, not the object, but the right of memories to breathe, to change, to be more than frozen moments. "Memories aren't meant to be kept locked away," Silas said softly, his voice steady as a stream. "They're like seeds. If you hold them too tight, they never grow. My grandmother's sorrow isn't in losing this locket. It's in forgetting how it felt to laugh when it swung from that branch." He held up the music box. Its light swirled, showing the keeper her own memories, of being a sapling kissed by rain, of sheltering fledglings, of seasons turning without regret. "Sometimes," Silas added, "letting go is how we keep things alive." The keeper's form softened, melting into a shower of silver mist that rained down like tears. Where it touched the earth, forget-me-nots bloomed in a blue circle around the willow. "You carry old wisdom in young bones," the keeper sighed, her voice now warm as hearth smoke. "Take the locket, but leave a memory in its place." Silas placed his hand on the willow's bark. He thought of this journey, Thistle's steady presence, Pip's guiding rhymes, Bramble's brave giggle. The tree absorbed it, its leaves shivering with contentment. The locket slipped into Silas's palm, cool and light. The return to Meadowshire was lit by a buttery sunset. Grandmother's eyes welled when Silas pressed the locket into her hands, but he quickly opened the music box. Its light wove a new vision, not the past, but the present, the four friends walking home, the willow grove blooming behind them, the village glowing ahead like a promise. "The memory isn't in the locket, Grandma," Silas whispered. "It's in us, and now we have a new one to share." That night, as crickets sang outside and the cottage breathed with the scent of chamomile tea, Silas wound the music box one last time. Its light danced across the ceiling, painting not just lost things but found joys, the gleam in grandmother's eyes, the badger's wise nod from the garden fence, the sparrow's evening song. And as Silas drifted to sleep, he knew the greatest magic wasn't in objects or visions. It was in the quiet courage to listen, the warmth of companions, and the gentle truth that some journeys don't end, they bloom inside you forever. Deep within the heart of the world, nestled between the shoulders of sleeping mountains, lay the ancient forest of Elm Shadow. It was a place untouched by the hurried hands of time, where the moonlight did not simply fall, but was woven into the very fabric of the night. The air itself tasted of damp earth, pine resin, and the sweet, cold scent of starlight. It was here, under the velvet cloak of a new autumn, that our story begins. In a snug burrow tucked between the roots of a grandfather oak, lived a small, thoughtful hedgehog named Pip. His coat was the color of fallen leaves, and his eyes held the quiet curiosity of one who listens more than he speaks. Unlike other hedgehogs who dozed as the sun faded, Pip felt a peculiar stirring in his soul when the moon rose. He was a creature of the twilight, drawn to the soft sounds and shimmering secrets that only revealed themselves after dark. One evening, as a gentle rain began to fall, its patter 1,000 tiny drumbeats on the canopy above, Pip heard a new sound weaving through the rainfall. It was a melody not of notes but of feelings, a soft, pulsing hum of sadness that seemed to emanate from the very heart of the forest. The great trees, usually whispering tales of old in a language of rustling leaves and creaking boughs, had fallen into a troubled silence. The sparkling stream that giggled over smooth stones now murmured in a minor key. Even the moss-covered stones, which normally held the day's warmth like a cherished memory, felt unusually cool and distant. Pip knew something was amiss. Wrapping a cloak of spider silk and dried lavender around his shoulders, he ventured out. The forest floor was a tapestry of bioluminescent wonders. Ghost mushrooms glowed with a soft blue-green light, illuminating his path. Will-o'-the-wisps, those playful sprites of trapped starlight, bobbed between ferns, casting long, dancing shadows. But their light seemed dimmer tonight, their dance a little slower. He followed the sad melody to a starlit clearing where a circle of ancient stones stood. In the center grew the moonsilver oak, the eldest tree in the forest. Its bark was etched with the history of countless seasons, and its leaves, even in autumn, shimmered as if dipped in quicksilver. Perched on its lowest branch was Rowan, the great gray owl. His feathers were the color of wood smoke and wisdom, and his eyes were vast, golden pools that held the reflection of every star. Rowan did not startle as Pip approached. He simply swiveled his head, his gaze as soft and encompassing as the moonlight itself. The sound of the wind moving through his feathers was a gentle shush-shush, a natural lullaby. "The forest is sighing, little Pip," Rowan said, his voice a low, resonant hum that vibrated in the chest rather than the ears. "It has forgotten the rhythm of the turning year. It fears the coming sleep of winter, mistaking rest for an ending." Pip looked up, his small face full of concern. "But how can it forget? The seasons have always turned." Rowan blinked slowly. "Even the oldest memories can grow faint without a keeper to remember them aloud. The magic of renewal requires a witness. The stream has forgotten the lullaby it sings to the sleeping fish. The stones have forgotten the dreams they dream under the snow. The trees have forgotten that letting go is not loss, but a promise to return." He tilted his head. "You hear the sadness, do you not? You feel the dissonance." Pip nodded, the prickles on his back tingling with the truth of it. "Then you must be the one to help the forest remember. Orin said, not as a command, but as a simple statement of fact. Journey to the four corners of Elm Shadow. Listen. Each guardian holds a piece of the song of renewal. Bring them together, and the harmony will be restored. And so Pip's quest began. His first path led him north to the cavern of Whispering Stones. The entrance was hidden behind a curtain of weeping willow, its leaves trailing in a crystal-clear pool. As Pip entered, the sound of the rain outside faded, replaced by the gentle plink-plink of water dripping from stalactites into still pools below. The cavern walls were studded with geodes that cracked open to reveal cores of glowing amethyst, casting a dreamy, violet light. In the deepest part of the cavern, he found the stone speaker, a badger of immense age and stillness. She was curled atop a large, flat rock that hummed with a deep, vibrational energy. "Little listener," she rumbled, her voice echoing the stone's low thrum. "You have come for the first note." She placed a heavy paw on the rock. "This is the note of deep rest. It is the silence beneath the snow, the patient waiting, the dream of spring that is woven in the heart of winter. It is not empty. It is full of potential." She closed her eyes, and the hum of the stone grew louder, a comforting, grounding tone that sank into Pip's bones. He felt a profound sense of peace, understanding that rest was a sacred, active magic all its own. Thanking the badger, Pip turned south, towards the grove of the sun-dappled memory. Here, even at night, the remnants of summer's light were trapped in golden, glowing sap that wept from the pine trees, creating pools of liquid honey light on the forest floor. The air was warm and smelled of cinnamon and pine. He found the guardian there, a venerable red fox with a coat like autumn embers, sitting beside the eldest of the pines. The sound of the wind through the pine needles was a constant, soothing sibilance, a shh that calmed the spirit. "Ah," said the fox, his voice as warm and crackling as a distant fire. "You seek the memory of warmth." He gestured with his nose to the glowing sap. "This is the note of stored sunshine. It is the memory of long days and gentle breezes, the laughter of summer stored away to fuel the hope of spring. It reminds us that no warmth is ever truly lost. It is only saved for when it is needed most." Pip watched as a firefly, its light dimmed by the season, landed on a drop of sap and was instantly re-energized, its glow burning bright once more. He understood then that memories were a form of magic, a sustenance for the soul during lean times. His journey then took him west, to the banks of the laughing stream. The water here did not simply flow, it chattered and giggled, telling jokes to the smooth, water-worn stones it passed over. The sound was a constant, cheerful babble, a melody of pure, liquid joy. The guardian was an otter, sleek and playful, who tumbled in the water with effortless grace. The sound of her movement was a soft splashing, a playful counterpoint to the stream's song. "The next note is the easiest to forget in the cold," the otter chirped, shaking diamond droplets from her fur. "It is the note of flowing change." She dove under the water and emerged with a perfectly round, white stone. The stream never tries to hold onto a single moment. It lets go, it moves, it changes. It trusts that the journey is the purpose. Winter is not a prison of ice, but simply the stream flowing more slowly, dreaming of its springtime dance. She handed the stone to Pip. It was warm and hummed with a lively, energetic frequency. Pip felt a surge of optimism, a recognition that change was not something to fear, but a natural and beautiful part of existence. Finally, Pip traveled east, to the meadow of the celestial blooms. This was the most breathtaking place of all. Here, flowers that only opened under the starlight covered the ground, their petals glowing with soft, pulsating light in hues of silver, blue, and pale pink. They swayed in a gentle breeze that carried the scent of night-blooming jasmine. The collective sound of their delicate stems bending was a faint, celestial rustle, like the skirts of stars dancing. The guardian was a lone, ancient moth, her wings dusted with what looked like powdered moonlight. She fluttered from bloom to bloom, her wings making a soft, papery whisper. "You have come for the final note, small one," she breathed, her voice as light as thistledown. "This is the note of quiet hope. It is the tiny, unwavering light in the deep dark. It is the seed beneath the frost, the star that guides the lost traveler, the first green shoot that defies the snow. It does not shout, it simply persists." She alighted on Pip's nose, and for a moment he felt a warmth spread through him, a conviction that no night, no matter how long, lasts forever. With the 4 notes humming within his heart, the deep rest of the stone, the stored sunshine of the pine, the flowing change of the stream, and the quiet hope of the starlit blooms, Pip returned to the clearing of the moonsilver oak. Oren was waiting. "Now, little keeper," the owl said softly, "sing for the forest." Pip closed his eyes. He did not sing with his voice, for he was a quiet creature. Instead, he sang with his spirit. He let the deep, resonant hum of rest radiate from him. He let the warm, golden memory of sunshine fill the air. He let the lively, trusting energy of change flow around him. And finally, he let the delicate, persistent light of hope shine from his very being. The 4 notes wove together, creating a harmony that was as old as the world itself. It was the song of renewal. As the music spread, the forest began to change. The trees, hearing the note of rest, relaxed their branches, ready to let their leaves fall in a beautiful, necessary surrender. The stream, remembering the note of change, giggled with renewed vigor, its waters sparkling as they embraced their coming slowdown. The stones, feeling the note of stored sunshine, grew warm again, holding the day's heat like a promise. And the bioluminescent fungi and will-o'-the-wisps blazed with the note of hope, their light painting the forest in a brilliant, joyful display. The dissonant melody of sadness was gone, replaced by a peaceful, resonant hum that promised the turn of the season was not an end, but a part of a beautiful, eternal cycle. Pip, exhausted but content, curled up at the base of the moonsilver oak. Oren spread his great wings in a silent benediction, the whoosh of air a final, soothing sound. The gentle rain returned, its patter a soft percussion to the forest's restored lullaby. And as Pip drifted into a deep and dreamless sleep, he knew he was not just a creature of the forest, but its keeper. He held the song inside him, a quiet, steady rhythm of rest and renewal, a melody as endless and comforting as the turning of the stars in the sky above. The ancient forest of Elm Shadow slept, its magic secure, its heart beating in time with the peaceful, patient heart of the world. In the heart of the ancient woods, nestled between rolling hills and babbling brooks, lay a place known as Whispering Glen. Here the air always carried the gentle scent of pine and wildflowers, and the trees stood like wise old guardians, their leaves rustling secrets to anyone who cared to listen. At the edge of the glen, a small village named Hearthwood hummed with quiet activity, its cobblestone paths winding past cottages with smoke curling from chimneys. But it was in the glen itself where magic seemed to breathe, especially at twilight, when the fireflies emerged like scattered embers and the wind chimes, hung from low branches by kind hands, tinkled softly in the breeze. Sometimes a gentle rain would fall, pattering on leaves like a lullaby, and from the village square, the deep, comforting chime of the old clock tower would echo, marking the hours with a steady, reassuring rhythm. In a cozy cottage at the edge of the glen lived a young girl named Layla, with eyes as bright as the stars she adored, and a heart that listened more than it spoke. Leela spent her evenings wrapped in a woolen blanket on her porch, charting the constellations with a well-loved telescope her grandfather had left her. She knew the sky like the back of her hand, the bold sweep of the Great Bear, the delicate curve of the Swan, and the shy twinkle of the Lost Lamb constellation, which her grandmother had said held stories of kindness and home. But one evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars blinked awake, Layla noticed something peculiar. The Lost Lamb constellation, usually a cluster of 7 bright stars, had one missing, a gap where a star named Pip should have been. At first she thought it a trick of the clouds, but night after night, more stars vanished from the sky. Not in a dramatic flash, but quietly, as if they were being gently plucked away. Alongside this, the glen itself began to change. The bluebells that carpeted the forest floor shifted to a soft lavender at dawn, then to a rosy pink by noon, as if painting with emotions. Stranger still, Leela once saw dew droplets on a spiderweb rise upwards towards the leaves, defying gravity, and her sundial seemed to cast shadows that moved backwards for a breath before correcting themselves. The villagers whispered about it over cups of chamomile tea. Old Mr. Bramble, the clockmaker, grumbled that time was playing tricks, while young Finn, who tended the gardens, marveled at the color-changing flowers but worried they might be ill. Yet no one was frightened. Instead, a curious hum filled the air, like the suspense before a favorite story unfolds. Lila, with her keen observation and gentle nature, felt a pull to understand. She believed that every mystery, no matter how strange, held a heart that needed listening to. One rainy afternoon, as droplets tapped a gentle rhythm on the roof, Leela sat by the fireplace, tracing the patterns in an old book of nursery rhymes her grandmother had cherished. One rhyme, the Song of the Wandering Stars, caught her eye. When the lamb loses its way, and colors dance night into day, seek the map the sky has drawn, where time flows backwards to the dawn. Follow the path of empathy's light, to restore the stars and make things right. Leela's heart skipped a beat. This felt like a clue. She remembered her grandmother saying that the constellations were not just pictures, but maps of stories, guiding those who looked with kindness. The next morning, with the sun casting golden streaks through the mist, Leila decided to investigate. She packed a basket with honey cakes and a thermos of warm cider, slipped on her sturdy boots, and ventured into the glen, her mind set on observation and empathy. Her first stop was the meadow where the flowers changed colors. Finn was there, kneeling among the blossoms, his brow furrowed. "Leila, look at this, the violets turned sunrise orange overnight," he said, his voice filled with wonder rather than worry. Leela knelt beside him, noticing how the petals seemed to pulse with a soft light. She observed that the color shifts coincided with the missing stars. When Pip vanished, the flowers had glowed blue, and now, with another star gone, they shimmered green. Perhaps the stars and flowers were connected, speaking a language of light and hue. This felt like a clue, but Leela knew better than to jump to conclusions. It might be a red herring, leading her away from the true answer. As she walked deeper into the woods, the wind chimes sang a melody that seemed to guide her steps. She followed a path lined with ancient oaks, their bark carved with faint symbols that resembled constellations. Leela recalled an old map her grandfather had drawn, tucked away in a drawer, showing the glen as a mirror of the night sky. She hurried home to fetch it, and when she unrolled the parchment, her eyes widened. The map marked special spots, a stargazing hill, a whispering creek, and a hidden grove, each aligned with a constellation. The lost lamb stars corresponded to places where kindness had been shown, like where villagers left food for woodland creatures. Leila decided to visit these spots, hoping to find answers. At the stargazing hill, she met an elderly woman named Maeve, who was feeding crumbs to the birds. Maeve spoke of a legend. Long ago, the stars would sometimes descend to earth to rest, taking the form of gentle lights, and if treated with empathy, they would share wisdom. But if ignored, they might fade. Leela wondered if the missing stars had come down, lost or tired. This seemed plausible, but Maeve also mentioned that mischievous forest sprites were known to play tricks, like making time wobble or colors shift. Could the sprites be behind it? Leela filed this away as a possible red herring, something to consider but not fear. Over the next few days, Leila visited each location on the map. At the Whispering Creek, where the water babbled secrets, she found a patch of flowers that glowed silver, matching a star that had vanished from the Swan constellation. She sat quietly, listening not just with her ears but with her heart. She heard a faint, sorrowful hum, like a melody missing its notes. Empathy stirred within her. She felt that the stars weren't being stolen but were hiding or helping something. She left a honey cake by the creek as a gesture of friendship, and the next day the flower there turned a cheerful yellow, a small, delightful discovery that warmed her spirit. The suspense built through curiosity, not fear. Leela noticed that the backwards flowing time incidents often happened near the old clock tower in the village. Mr. Bramble had mentioned that the tower's mechanism was ancient, sometimes chiming an extra hour or falling silent. Leela wondered if the tower was connected, but when she investigated, she found that the clock was simply aging, needing care, a red herring that led her to organize the villagers to help Mr. Bramble clean and oil the gears. As they worked together, sharing stories and laughter, Leela realized that even false clues could bring joy, strengthening the community bonds. One evening, as the clock tower chimed 7, Leila had a breakthrough. She was on the stargazing hill, comparing her grandfather's map to the sky, when she saw it. The pattern of the missing stars formed a new constellation, one that looked like a tearful eye. Remembering the nursery rhyme's hint, where time flows backwards to the dawn, she thought of the dew rising and the sundial's odd shadow. What if time was flowing backwards not as a trick, but as a way to undo a sadness? Empathy guided her next step. She imagined how a star might feel if it witnessed something sorrowful and wanted to help. Leela shared her thoughts with the villagers at the weekly gathering in the glen, where everyone brought lanterns and sat on mossy logs. Finn spoke of how the color-changing flowers seemed to respond to their moods, blushing pink when children laughed, turning blue when someone was lonely. Old Maeve recalled that in legends, stars could absorb emotions to balance the world. Together they pieced it together. The stars were descending to comfort a part of the glen that held an old grief, perhaps from a lost story or a forgotten kindness. By taking on this sadness, the stars were growing dim, and their absence was causing the peculiar happenings as the glen tried to heal itself. The resolution came on a night of gentle rain, when the community decided to act with collective empathy. Led by Leela, they gathered in the hidden grove marked on the map, a place where the wind chimes hung thickly, their music like a chorus. There they found soft, starlight orbs nestled among the roots, the missing stars indeed taking earthly form. Each orb pulsed with a color that matched the flowers, and when Leela approached with kindness, she felt a whisper of sadness from them. The stars had come to soothe the grove, where long ago a village elder had passed away without a proper farewell, leaving a void. With understanding hearts, the villagers held a quiet ceremony, sharing stories of gratitude and lighting lanterns to guide the stars back home. As they sang a lullaby from the nursery rhyme, the orbs rose slowly, weaving into the sky like pearls on a string. One by one, the stars returned to their constellations, brighter than before, and the flowers settled into a peaceful, steady hue. Time flowed normally again, the dew droplets clinging properly to the grass, and the clock tower chimed in perfect harmony. The mystery solved, the community of Hearthwood felt closer than ever. They decided to make the stargazing hill a regular meeting place, where they would share tales and watch the sky, reminding themselves that empathy could light even the darkest corners. Leela curled on her porch once more, felt a deep comfort as the fireflies danced and the wind chimes sang their soft song. The stars twinkled down as if winking in gratitude, and she knew that in Whispering Glen, every ending was a gentle beginning, wrapped in the cozy blanket of friendship and wonder. In the quiet hamlet of Starlight Hollow, nestled between whispering pines and a babbling brook, there existed a peculiar phenomenon every autumn. The village was famous for its celestial clockwork. The stars above seemed to shine brighter here than anywhere else, and the townsfolk often said they could hear the constellations humming softly on clear nights. But this year, as the leaves began to blush crimson and gold, something was amiss. The stars were disappearing. Not all at once, mind you. it began subtly. Old Man Hemlock, who sat on his porch each evening with a cup of chamomile tea, noticed first that the tip of the archer's bow had winked out. Then the baker's daughter, while collecting moon-kissed apples, saw that the little dipper had lost its handle. Each night another star vanished from the sky, leaving behind dark, empty patches in the familiar tapestry above. The village was abuzz with whispers, but not of fear, rather a curious, gentle concern. The missing stars became the primary topic of conversation at the nightly gatherings in the town square, where the soft chime of the clock tower marked the hours, and the scent of cinnamon and wood smoke hung in the air. It was then that a young woman named Lyra, who mended clocks and listened to the heartbeat of the world, decided to investigate. Lyra had eyes the color of twilight and a way of noticing things others overlooked, the way the dew settled on a spiderweb, or how the wind carried secrets from distant hills. She believed that every mystery, no matter how strange, had a gentle explanation if one only listened closely enough. Her first clue came from an old nursery rhyme the village children sang while skipping rope beneath the sycamore trees. When autumn leaves begin to fall, and the silver moon feels rather small, seek the path where time runs deep, where the starry-eyed guardians sleep. Find the key in the constellations, sigh, beneath the rainbow's hidden eye. Lyra pondered these words as she walked through the cobblestone streets, the evening breeze carrying the distant melody of wind chimes from Mrs. Willow's garden. She wondered about the starry-eyed guardians and the constellations, sigh. That night she spread out an ancient map of Starlight Hollow on her oakwood table. The map was embroidered with silver thread that shimmered like starlight, and it showed not only the village but the surrounding woods, the meadows, and even the patterns of the constellations above. As she traced the lines, she noticed something peculiar. The pattern of the missing stars in the sky matched the arrangement of certain landmarks on the map: the old well, the quartz rock near the brook, the hollow tree where fireflies danced. It was as if the stars were mirroring the earth below. The next morning, Lyra decided to follow the map to the first location, the quartz rock by the babbling brook. As she approached, she heard a soft, melodic humming, the same sound the stars were said to make. There, sitting on the rock, was a little creature no larger than a hedgehog, with fur the color of midnight and eyes that sparkled like diamonds. It was weeping silver tears. "Why are you sad?" Lyra asked gently, kneeling so she wouldn't loom over the small being. The creature looked up, surprised. "I am a starlight nymph," it whispered. "We are the guardians of the stars, but our home, the celestial meadows, is growing dim because the humans have forgotten the old songs that keep the stars alight. We've been gathering the fading starlight to preserve it, but we don't know how to return it." Lyra's heart ached with understanding. This was no theft or mischief, it was an act of love and desperation. She remembered the nursery rhyme, "Find the key in the constellations, sigh." Perhaps the constellations' sigh was not a sound but a pattern, a clue hidden in the stars themselves. That evening, Lyra gathered the villagers in the town square. The clock tower chimed 7 times, and the air was filled with the gentle patter of rain beginning to fall, each drop glistening like liquid silver in the lantern light. She told them of the starlight nymphs and their dilemma. "We must sing the old songs," Lyra explained. "The songs our grandparents sang to the stars." But which songs? The villagers were puzzled. They knew many tunes, lullabies, harvest chants, melodies for the solstice, but which ones were the right ones? Here, the mystery deepened with a red herring. Old Man Hemlock recalled a song about the moon, and the baker's daughter remembered a rhyme about the sun. They sang them earnestly, their voices rising into the night, but the stars did not return. Instead, something delightful happened. The rain above them began to sparkle, and the flowers in Mrs. Willow's garden shimmered with newfound luminescence. The songs hadn't brought back the stars, but they had awakened magic in the earth itself. The roses now glowed softly, and the raindrops left tiny, starry reflections where they fell. Lyra smiled. "We're on the right path," she said, "but we need the song of the constellations." She looked again at the ancient map, now sprinkled with glowing raindrops. The pattern of the missing stars seemed to form a musical staff across the sky. And then she understood. The constellation's sigh was the pattern of the stars themselves, and the key was in their arrangement. She hurried to the clock tower, where the largest telescope in the village was kept. Peering through it, she studied the gaps in the sky. The absent stars formed notes, a melody waiting to be sung. With the help of the village musician, who played the flute like a breeze through reeds, they deciphered the tune. It was a soft, haunting melody, one that felt both foreign and familiar, like a dream half-remembered. That night, the entire village gathered once more. The rain had ceased, leaving the air fresh and clean. The clock tower chimed 9 times, and the wind chimes tinkled softly. Together, they sang the melody Lyra had discovered. Their voices wove through the night, gentle and heartfelt, rising to the heavens. And one by one, the stars returned. They shimmered back into place, brighter than ever before, casting a silvery glow over Starlight Hollow. The starlight nymphs appeared at the edge of the woods, their eyes no longer tearful but radiant with joy. They bowed to the villagers in gratitude. "You have remembered," the late nymph said. "The stars thrive on kindness and memory. Thank you for singing us back to light." From that night on, the people of Starlight Hollow made it a tradition to gather each week and sing the constellations to sleep. The nymphs, no longer lonely, often joined them, and the bond between earth and sky grew stronger than ever. The flowers that had gained luminescence from the misplaced songs continued to glow softly in the dark, guiding wanderers home with their gentle light. And Lyra, the clock mender who listened with her heart, became the keeper of stories and songs, ensuring that the light above would never fade again. As the embers in the fireplace crackle and the wind whispers outside your window, remember that even the darkest night holds mysteries meant to be solved with curiosity and kindness. And somewhere in a village like Starlight Hollow, the stars are humming a lullaby just for you. Once upon a time, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the whispering babble of a crystal-clear brook, lay the quaint village of Meadowdown. This little village was known for its charming cobblestone streets, the scent of sweet lavender drifting from cottage gardens, and the gentle chime of bells from the old stone chapel at the village square. But beyond the common sights and sounds, Meadowdown held a secret known only to those who had the heart to discover it. In a small, ivy-clad cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was a kind-hearted soul, with hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. She was known throughout the village for her gentle nature and unwavering curiosity. Her days were filled with helping her neighbors, tending her garden, and dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as Clara wandered through the golden-hued forest that bordered Meadowdown, she stumbled upon an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a delicate, silver key, its surface intricately etched with swirling patterns that glinted in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Clara picked up the key, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her fingers as she held it. As she examined the key, a soft voice broke the gentle rustling of the leaves. "Ah, you have found it," the voice said, seemingly coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Startled, Clara looked around until her eyes fell upon a small rabbit with fur as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes as blue as the summer sky. This was no ordinary rabbit, for it wore a tiny emerald-green waistcoat and a pair of spectacles perched upon its twitching nose. "Who are you?" Clara asked, her voice filled with wonder rather than fear. "My name is Thistle," the rabbit replied, adjusting his spectacles with a practiced paw. "I am the guardian of the Whispering Woods, and it seems you have found the Key of Whispers." Clara looked at the key in her hand, now understanding its significance. "What does the key unlock?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Thistle hopped closer, his whiskers twitching with excitement. "The key unlocks the door of secrets, a magical portal that reveals the hidden wonders of the forest. But beware, only those with a pure heart and a wise mind can truly benefit from its magic." With Thistle guiding her, Clara embarked on a journey deeper into the forest. The path was lined with towering trees whose branches formed a canopy of vibrant reds and oranges, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the forest's hidden magic, of creatures that sang to the moon and flowers that bloomed only under starlight. Their journey was not without challenges. At one point, they came upon a wide, rushing stream, its waters too deep and swift to cross easily. Clara paused, thinking deeply. Instead of attempting to force her way across, she noticed the pattern of stepping stones hidden just beneath the surface, revealed only to those who took the time to truly observe. With careful steps, Clara and Thistle made their way across the stream, their trust in each other growing with every challenge they faced. Along the way, they encountered other forest inhabitants who offered their unique wisdom. There was Luna, the wise old owl with feathers like moonlit shadows, who taught Clara the importance of patience and listening to the world around her. And there was Fern, the playful squirrel with a tail like a plume, who showed Clara the joy of laughter and the beauty of small, everyday wonders. Finally, after a journey filled with learning and laughter, they reached the Door of Secrets. It stood nestled between two ancient oak trees, its surface shimmering with a light all its own. Clara hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the key in her hand before turning to Thistle. "Are you ready?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Clara nodded and inserted the key into the lock. As she turned it, the door swung open with a gentle creak, revealing a world of breathtaking beauty. A world where the trees whispered secrets of the ages, and the air was filled with a melody only the heart could hear. Clara stepped through, feeling a sense of peace and belonging wash over her. She had embarked on this journey with a heart full of curiosity and returned with a heart full of wisdom and wonder. She realized that the true magic of the key was not in the wonders it revealed, but in the journey itself and the friendships she had forged along the way. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara and Thistle made their way back to Meadowdown. The village welcomed them with open arms, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Clara placed the key in a special place in her garden, knowing its magic would always be there, ready to guide those who were willing to listen and learn. And every evening, as the village settled into the comforting embrace of night, Clara would share stories of her adventures, her voice a gentle melody that lulled the village to sleep. And so in the heart of Meadowdown, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, Clara's story of discovery and wonder was whispered from generation to generation, a reminder that the true magic of life lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. Silas tended his moonpetal garden with trembling fingers. Each morning he checked the exact height of the silvery blooms, the precise angle of their glowing faces towards the east, the moisture level of the deep violet soil. Change was Silas's quiet dread. It whispered in the shifting wind and lurked in unexpected clouds. He preferred the gentle predictability of his walled garden, where everything stayed exactly as he nurtured it to be. Beyond the weathered stone walls, the whispering woods pulsed with wild magic and untamed growth, a thought that tightened Silas's chest. One crisp autumn morning, Silas found his prized moon petals drooping. Their usual radiant silver glow had dimmed to a dull pewter, and the soft chime they made at dawn was silent. Panic fluttered in his throat like a trapped moth. He checked the soil, the sunlight, the alignment of the protective crystals. Everything was exactly as it should be. Yet the plants were fading, their magic waning. The fear of losing them, the fear of this unwanted change, felt like a cold stone in his stomach. His friend Bryn, whose cottage nestled at the very edge of the whispering woods, found him staring helplessly at the wilting flowers. Bryn's hair was perpetually tangled with leaves, and her eyes held the deep green wisdom of the forest. "They feel your fear, Silas," she said softly, her voice like rustling parchment. "Moon petals thrive on gentle acceptance, not rigid control. They sense the storm inside you." "But I haven't changed anything," Silas protested, his voice tight. "Everything is perfect." Bryn knelt, brushing a fingertip against a drooping petal. It shivered faintly. "Perhaps perfect isn't what they need anymore. Perhaps they need to change, and you need to let them. The woods might hold an answer. The Heartstone Glade is stirring." The Heartstone Glade. Silas had heard whispers of it, a place deep within the Whispering Woods, where the oldest magic pooled, reflecting the inner state of those who entered. Legend said it could show your true self in its crystalline waters. The thought of venturing so deep into the unknown, where paths shifted and shadows danced, filled him with icy dread. Yet the sight of his beloved moon petals, their light flickering like a dying candle, pushed him. He couldn't lose them. With a deep, shuddering breath, he agreed. Bryn led the way, her steps sure and silent on the mossy path. Silas followed, his heart pounding against his ribs like a trapped bird. The air in the woods smelled rich and ancient damp earth, decaying leaves, and the sweet tang of unseen berries. Sunlight dappled through the canopy in shifting patterns, illuminating vibrant emerald ferns and clusters of luminous blue mushrooms. Every rustle, every creak of a branch felt amplified. Silas flinched when a squirrel chattered overhead, scattering acorns. "Breathe, Silas," Bryn murmured, pausing by a stream where water chuckled over smooth, gray stones. The woods sense tension, they respond to openness. She dipped her hand into the cool water, and tiny, phosphorescent fish darted around her fingers, leaving trails of soft light. See, no harm, only curiosity. As they walked deeper, the path became less defined. Silas stumbled over a hidden root, catching himself on the rough bark of an ancient oak. He felt a gentle thrum beneath his palm, a slow, steady pulse that echoed the beat of his own heart, calming him slightly. He looked up. High in the branches, a figure made of woven twigs and autumn leaves watched him with eyes like polished amber. Kaelen, the forest guardian, rarely seen but always present. "You carry winter in your spring," Kaelen's voice whispered, not from the figure but from the rustling leaves all around. "The garden fears the wild, yet the wild nourishes the garden. Let the walls down, little caretaker. Let the light find its new shape." Silas shivered, the words resonating deep within his fear. Was his own rigidity, his terror of change, what was truly harming the moon petals? Was he the walls stifling their light? Finally, they reached the Heartstone Glade. It was a small clearing bathed in ethereal light that seemed to emanate from the very air. In its center lay a pool of water so clear it was almost invisible, reflecting the vibrant canopy above like a perfect mirror. Ringing the pool were smooth, milky white stones that pulsed with a soft, internal light. The air hummed with a deep, resonant energy, peaceful yet profoundly alive. "Look into the waters, Silas," Bryn said, her voice barely a breath. "See what the Heartstone shows you." Trembling, Silas stepped to the edge of the pool. He saw his own reflection first, pale face etched with worry lines, eyes wide with apprehension. But as he focused, the image shimmered. He saw his walled garden, but the walls were impossibly high, thick with thorns, casting deep shadows over the moon petals within. He saw himself frantically measuring, pruning, trying to force the plants into unchanging forms, while their light dimmed under his anxious touch. The reflection shifted again, showing the Whispering Woods vibrant, chaotic, teeming with life in constant, beautiful flux. Vines embraced trees, flowers bloomed in unexpected bursts of color, streams changed course, and everything felt interconnected, pulsing with healthy, dynamic magic. He saw the fear in his own mirrored eyes, fear of the wildness, fear of losing control, fear of becoming something different. Tears welled in Silas's eyes, blurring the vision. The truth was undeniable. His fear wasn't protecting the garden, it was suffocating it. He had built walls not just of stone, but of rigid expectation, shutting out the very elements of growth and renewal. He sank to his knees beside the pool, the cool moss soft beneath him. "I'm afraid," he whispered, the admission carried away by the glade's gentle hum. "I'm afraid of what happens when things change, when I might need to change." As he spoke his fear aloud, something remarkable happened. A single tear fell from his cheek into the crystalline water. Where it landed, a tiny, perfect silver flower bloomed instantly on the surface, a miniature moon petal, glowing with pure, soft light. It floated for a moment, then dissolved into shimmering motes that drifted upwards like fireflies. The water rippled. Silas's reflection shimmered once more. This time he saw the garden walls crumble gently, not into ruin, but into low, moss-covered borders. Sunlight streamed freely onto the moon petals. He saw himself not rigidly measuring, but sitting peacefully among the plants, observing them with wonder as they stretched towards the light, their shapes slightly different, uniquely beautiful. He saw vines from the whispering woods curling over the low walls, bearing unfamiliar, star-shaped blossoms that complemented the moon petals' silver glow. He saw himself smiling, a quiet joy replacing the anxious lines on his face. He saw Bryn and Kaelen nearby, their presence a steady, supportive warmth. The reflection radiated peace and acceptance. A profound sense of calm washed over Silas, deeper than any he had ever known. It wasn't the absence of fear, but the understanding that change wasn't an enemy. It was the rhythm of life itself, the very force that allowed growth and beauty. He felt the rigid knot inside his chest loosen and dissolve, replaced by a gentle warmth, like the first rays of dawn after a long night. He looked up at Bryn, his eyes clear. "They need to grow," he said, his voice steady now, filled with a quiet wonder. "And so do I." Bryn smiled, a sunrise spreading across her face. "Then let's go home." The journey back felt different. The shifting shadows no longer seemed threatening, but playful. The rustling leaves sounded like welcoming whispers. Silas noticed details he'd missed before: the intricate pattern of frost on a spiderweb, the vibrant red flash of a cardinal's wing, the sweet scent of decaying wood nurturing new fungi. He felt connected, part of the vast, changing tapestry, not separate from it. Kaelen's twig and leaf figure watched them pass from a high branch, its amber eyes gleaming with quiet approval. When they reached the walled garden, Silas didn't rush to the moon petals. He stood before the heavy wooden gate, placing his palm flat against the weathered wood. He closed his eyes, remembering the vision in the heartstone glade. He thought not of control, but of trust, not of rigidity, but of flow, not of fear, but of possibility. He pushed the gate open. The change was immediate, magical. As Silas stepped inside, a gentle wave of silver light pulsed from the center of the garden, washing over the drooping moon petals. They shuddered, then slowly, gracefully, lifted their faces. Their glow intensified, not back to its old state, but into a richer, deeper silver, shimmering with hints of blue and violet. New buds swelled on stems that had seemed barren, unfurling into larger, more intricate blooms that chimed softly, a melody more complex and beautiful than before. The air hummed with their renewed magic, smelling like cool moonlight and fresh rain. Silas didn't measure. He walked slowly among them, feeling the cool, velvety petals brush his fingertips, listening to their gentle song. He saw that some stems leaned slightly, others curved uniquely, each bloom a distinct expression of moon-petal beauty. He noticed tendrils of Bryn's wild honeysuckle, which she'd planted long ago outside the wall, now finding tiny cracks in the stone and curling inward, their golden flowers adding warm counterpoints to the silver light. It wasn't the sterile perfection he'd clung to. It was vibrant, diverse, harmonious chaos. It was alive. He spent the afternoon simply being with his garden. He watered with a light touch, not a strict measure. He hummed along with the moon petal's chime. He welcomed the buzzing bees drawn to the honeysuckle. He felt a profound sense of peace settle over him, deeper than the quiet of routine. It was the peace of acceptance, of trusting the process of growth, both in his garden and within himself. That evening Bryn joined him, carrying 2 steaming mugs of spiced cider that smelled of cinnamon and cloves. They sat on a low stone bench Silas hadn't used in years, watching as the moon petals' glow intensified under the twilight sky, casting dancing silver shadows on the mossy ground. The low walls, now softened by vines and moss, felt welcoming, not confining. "They're more beautiful than ever," Bryn observed, her voice warm. Silas sipped the sweet, warm cider, feeling its comforting heat spread through him. "They needed to change," he said softly, watching a particularly large bloom slowly rotate to follow the rising moon. "And I needed to learn that change isn't loss, it's transformation. It's how we grow into who we're meant to be. Like the garden needed the wildness, I needed to let go of the walls I built." He looked at Bryn, his eyes reflecting the moon petal's gentle light. "Thank you for showing me the way." Bryn simply smiled and nudged his shoulder gently. Above them, in the branches of the old oak just outside the garden, Kaelen's amber eyes glowed softly, a silent guardian witnessing the quiet, magical bloom of courage and acceptance. The air was filled with the soft chime of moon petals, the hum of night insects, the comforting crackle of Bryn's small fire pit nearby, and the deep, peaceful sigh of the forest beyond the walls. Silas leaned back, breathing in the cool, fragrant air, no longer afraid of the changing seasons, the shifting winds, or the wild magic that flowed through everything. He had discovered the greatest magic of all, the courage to grow, held safe in the gentle embrace of friendship and the enduring beauty of a world forever renewing itself. The moon rose higher, bathing the transformed garden and the quiet watchers in its serene, silver light, a perfect lullaby for a heart finally at peace. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows upon the walls as the evening settled into a deep, velvety blue outside the window. In a small cottage nestled at the edge of a sleepy village, young Leo sat by the warmth, his knees drawn up to his chin, feeling a familiar loneliness settle over him like a well-worn blanket. It wasn't that he was unhappy, not exactly. But there was an emptiness in his chest, a quiet space that seemed to echo whenever the wind whistled through the old oak tree outside his window. Leo's grandmother had often told him stories of the whispering woods that bordered their village, a place where the trees murmured secrets to those who listened closely, and where magic lingered in the dappled light. But Leo had never ventured beyond the first few familiar oaks. The woods felt too vast, too mysterious, and he was a boy who found comfort in the known, the creak of the cottage floorboards, the smell of baking bread, the steady rhythm of his own breath. But tonight felt different. Perhaps it was the way the firelight flickered, casting shapes that almost looked like beckoning hands. Or perhaps it was the small, smooth stone he had found earlier that day by the stream, a stone that, when he held it just so, seemed to glow with a soft, amber light from within, like a captured ember. He turned it over in his palm now, watching as the light pulsed gently, almost in time with the crackling of the fire. It was warm to the touch, and when he closed his fingers around it, he felt a faint hum, like a distant melody. "What are you?" he whispered to the stone. As if in answer, the glow brightened slightly, and for a moment Leo thought he heard a soft sigh, like the wind, but softer, kinder. He stood and walked to the window, peering out into the deepening twilight. The woods stood dark and silent, but the stone in his hand pulsed again, and this time it seemed to pull him gently toward the door. Something stirred in Leo's heart, a curiosity he hadn't felt in a long time. Pulling on his warmest cloak and tucking the glowing stone safely into his pocket, he slipped outside into the cool night air. The path into the whispering woods was faint, lit only by the sliver of moon overhead and the gentle glow from his pocket. With each step the world seemed to grow quieter, as if the very air was holding its breath. The rustle of leaves underfoot was soft, and the scent of damp earth and pine filled his senses. He could hear the distant hoot of an owl, the whisper of the wind through the branches, and beneath it all, a low, melodic hum that seemed to come from the stone itself. He walked for what felt like both moments and hours, until the familiar lights of the village had disappeared entirely behind him. The trees grew taller here, their branches weaving together into a canopy that should have blocked out the moonlight, and yet a soft, silvery light filtered through, illuminating a path that Leo felt certain hadn't been there before. And then he saw it, a faint, golden glow flickering between the trees ahead. It pulsed in time with the stone in his pocket, and as he drew closer, he realized it was a small, lantern-like orb, hovering just above the forest floor. It bobbed gently, as if waiting for him. "Hello," Leo called softly, his voice barely more than a breath. The orb brightened and drifted closer, and as it did, Leo saw that it wasn't a lantern at all, but a creature, a small, furry being with large, luminous eyes and wings that shimmered like moths' wings in the moonlight. It regarded him with a tilted head, and then let out a soft, chiming sound like tiny bells. "You can see me?" it asked, its voice like the rustle of autumn leaves. Leo nodded, too surprised to speak. The creature, a glimmerwing, as Leo would later learn, drifted closer still. "You carry a heartstone," it chimed softly. "I haven't seen one in many seasons." Leo pulled the glowing stone from his pocket. I found it by the stream." The glimmerwing's eyes softened. "They are not found. They are given. Only those with a quiet heart and a listening spirit can even see its light." It hovered near his hand, and the stone's glow seemed to brighten in response. "My name is Flicker, and you must be lost." "I'm Leo," he said, his voice a little steadier now. "And I'm not lost, well, not exactly. The stone, it led me here." Flicker chimed again, a sound that Leo was beginning to recognize as laughter. "The stone doesn't lied, it responds. You led yourself here, Leo, but since you've come, would you like to see something wonderful?" There was a kindness in Flicker's large eyes that made Leo's loneliness feel a little less heavy. He nodded, and Flicker bobbed happily before turning and drifting deeper into the woods. Leo followed, the heartstone warm in his hand, its light blending with Flicker's golden glow. They walked together along the silver-lit path, and as they went, Leo noticed that the woods were not silent at all. They were filled with soft sounds, the gentle patter of tiny feet, the whisper of wings, the murmur of leaves sharing secrets. He saw other glimmerwings drifting among the branches, their lights weaving patterns in the dark. He saw moss-covered stones that hummed with a deep, earthy music, and streams that glowed with a soft, blue light. "Where are we?" Leo whispered, afraid to break the spell. "The heart of the whispering woods," Flicker replied softly. "A place that exists between moments, visible only to those who seek it with an open heart." They came to a clearing where the trees formed a natural amphitheater, their branches arched overhead like a cathedral ceiling. In the center stood an ancient, gnarled tree, its bark silver in the moonlight, and from its branches hung hundreds of softly glowing orbs, each a different color, each pulsing with a gentle light. "The memory tree," Flicker chimed reverently. "Each light is a memory, a moment of kindness, a burst of laughter, a quiet truth. They glow brightest when shared." As they drew nearer, Leo felt a warmth spread through him, not just from the heartstone, but from the tree itself. It felt like being wrapped in a comforting embrace. He reached out and touched the bark, and as he did, one of the orbs detached itself and drifted down to hover before him. It glowed with a soft amber light, much like his stone. "Go on," Flicker encouraged gently. "Touch it." Leo reached out, his fingers brushing against the warm light. And and suddenly he wasn't in the clearing anymore. He was back in his grandmother's kitchen years ago. She was teaching him how to knead dough, her hands flour-dusted and gentle over his. He could smell the yeast and honey, feel the warmth of the oven, hear her soft humming. She looked down at him with eyes full of love. "Remember, Leo," she said, her voice as real as if she were standing beside him now. "The most important ingredients are patience and kindness. They make everything rise." The memory faded, and Leo found himself back in the clearing, tears prickling his eyes. The orb pulsed softly before drifting back to its branch. "She had a kind heart," Flicker chimed softly. "She visited here often." Leo looked at the Glimmerwing, surprised. "You knew her." "All who carry heartstones are known to us," Flicker said. "They leave echoes of their kindness here, in the memory tree." For a long moment Leo stood in silence, the weight of his loneliness lifting slightly, replaced by a warmth that felt like understanding. He had been so focused on the empty space inside him that he had forgotten how to fill it, but here, in this hidden world, he remembered. Kindness. Connection. The simple act of sharing a moment with another. As if reading his thoughts, Flicker drifted closer. "The Heartstone responds to what is already within you, Leo. It glows for those who have light to share, even if they've forgotten how to see it themselves." Leo looked down at the stone in his hand. Its light seemed brighter now, steadier. "What do I do with it?" he asked. "Whatever feels right," Flicker replied. "Some leave their stones here, adding their light to the tree. Others carry them back into the world to remember." But before Leo could decide, a sudden change swept through the clearing. The gentle hum of the woods grew strained, and the lights of the memory tree flickered uneasily. From the shadows beyond the clearing, a cold draft swept in, carrying with it a sense of deep sadness. Flicker's glow dimmed slightly. The sorrow wind they chimed, their voice worried. "It comes sometimes when loneliness grows too heavy in the world outside. It seeks to dim the lights of the memory tree." Leo watched as the darker shadow crept closer, and with it, the glowing orbs on the tree began to flicker more urgently, some growing dim. He felt a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. It was a cold that seeped into the heart. "What can we do?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. Flicker looked at him, their large eyes serious. "The sorrow wind feeds on isolation. It cannot withstand shared light, but to stand against it, it requires courage and trust." Leo thought of his grandmother's words, patience and kindness. He thought of the loneliness he had carried, and how it had lessened here, in this place of connection. He looked at the heartstone in his hand, now glowing steadily, and then at Flicker, whose light, though dimmed, still held firm. Without another word, he walked toward the approaching shadow, holding the stone out before him. Its amber light pushed back against the darkness, creating a small circle of warmth around him. "You are not alone," he said to the shadow, his voice stronger now. "And neither am I." The sorrow wind seemed to hesitate, swirling uncertainly at the edge of his light. But Leo stood firm, thinking of all the memories in the tree, all the moments of love and kindness that had been shared here. He thought of his grandmother, of Flicker, of the Glimmerwings watching from the trees. And then he began to hum, the same tune his grandmother had hummed in the memory. It was a simple, gentle melody, one of warmth and home. As he hummed, the heartstone's glow brightened, spreading until it touched the nearest branches of the memory tree. One by one, the orbs there brightened in response, their lights joining with his. Flicker drifted to his side, and their chime joined his hum, adding a bell-like harmony. Then other Glimmerwings joined, their lights brightening as they added their voices to the song. The moss-covered stones hummed their deep notes, the streams added their watery whisper, and even the leaves rustled in rhythm. Together they created a melody of light and sound that pushed back against the sorrow wind, not with force, but with warmth. The shadow wavered, thinning like mist in the morning sun, until finally it dissolved entirely, leaving behind only the gentle night and the steady glow of the memory tree. For a moment there was silence. Then the wood seemed to sigh, a sound of relief and peace. The lights of the tree glowed brighter than ever, pulsing in a soft, steady rhythm. Leo lowered the stone, his heart feeling lighter than it had in years. He turned to Flicker, who was glowing with a warm, golden light. "You see," Flicker chimed softly. "You had the light all along, you just needed to remember how to share it." Leo smiled, a real, genuine smile that warmed him from the inside out. He looked at the heartstone in his hand, then at the memory tree. Slowly he walked to the ancient tree and placed the stone gently among its roots. As he did, a new orb formed on one of the lower branches, a soft, amber light that pulsed in time with his heartbeat. "Now a piece of your light will always be here," Flicker said, drifting closer. "And you can visit whenever you wish." Leo nodded, feeling a sense of peace settle over him. The emptiness inside was gone, replaced by a warmth that he knew would never truly fade. As the first hints of dawn began to lighten the sky, Flicker led him back to the edge of the woods. The path seemed shorter this time, or perhaps it was just that Leo walked with a lighter step. At the tree line, Flicker hovered before him. "Remember, Leo, the world is full of hidden light. Sometimes we just need to look for it, and sometimes we need to be it." Leo reached out and Flicker brushed against his hand, their warmth lingering even after they drifted back into the woods. He walked back to his cottage as the sun began to rise, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. The familiar creak of the door, the smell of home, it all felt the same and yet completely different. He had brought the warmth of the woods back with him. That day Leo baked bread using his grandmother's recipe. He shared it with his neighbors, and as he did, he found himself listening more closely to their stories, offering a kind word, a smile. He noticed how their faces lit up, and how his own heart felt fuller with each connection. In the evenings, he would sometimes sit by the fire and look out at the whispering woods. They no longer seemed mysterious or lonely, they felt like a friend. And sometimes, if he looked very closely, he would see a soft, golden light flickering between the trees, and he would smile, knowing that he was never truly alone. The memory of that night stayed with him, a warm, glowing ember in his heart. And though he never again found a heartstone by the stream, he didn't need to. He had learned that the truest light comes not from stones or magic, but from the connections we make, the kindness we share, and the courage to be a light for others, even on the darkest nights. And so, as the fire crackled and the stars twinkled outside his window, Leo would close his eyes, feeling the warmth of friendship and the peace of knowing that somewhere in the whispering woods, a tree full of memories glowed softly, reminding all who sought it that they too carried a light within, steady, true, and always enough. Title: The Whisper of the Willow. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and the edge of a vast, whispering forest, lived a gentle young girl named Leora. Her days were filled with the hum of bees in the meadow, the scent of wildflowers on the breeze, and the comforting embrace of her grandmother's stories by nightfall. Leora's world was one of serene beauty, yet she harbored a yearning for something more, a spark of magic to ignite her heart's deepest dreams. The village was surrounded by legends of the enchanted forest, a place where the old trees told tales to those who would listen, and the streams sang lullabies to the moon. But the heart of these stories was the ancient Willow of Whispers, a tree said to hold the power to reveal one's true path in life. Many sought its wisdom, but few returned unchanged, for the forest had a way of showing each visitor not only who they were, but who they could become. Leora often wandered to the forest's edge, her fingers brushing the soft moss that clung to the trunks of the trees. Her grandmother's stories painted images in her mind, of brave explorers and wise creatures, but the Willow of Whispers remained an enigma, a mystery she longed to unravel. It was on one such day, with the sun dappling through the leaves and a gentle breeze rustling the branches, that Liora felt the forest calling to her more strongly than ever before. With a heart full of anticipation and a small satchel packed with essentials, bread, cheese, and her grandmother's knitted shawl, Liora stepped into the forest. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of pine and damp earth. As she ventured deeper, the trees seemed to lean closer, their boughs whispering secrets that only the forest knew. Liora felt a tingling at the back of her neck, a sensation both thrilling and comforting, as if the forest was welcoming her into its embrace. As the path wound deeper into the forest, Liora met a curious friend, a small, bright-eyed squirrel named Pip. His fur was a tawny gold, and he chittered merrily as he bounded from branch to branch beside her. "Where are you headed, young traveler?" Pip asked, his voice a soft, musical note in the forest symphony. Liora smiled, her heart lightened by the squirrel's friendly demeanor. "I'm seeking the Willow of Whispers," she replied, her eyes alight with determination. Pip twitched his whiskers thoughtfully. "Ah, the willow," he said, nodding. "Many have sought its wisdom, but it is not easily found. The forest has a way of testing those who desire its secrets." "I am ready," Liora declared, her voice steady with resolve. "I believe the willow will guide me." With Pip scampering alongside her, Liora continued her journey. The forest was a tapestry of colors and sounds, each step revealing new wonders. Birds sang sweetly in the canopy above, their songs weaving through the leaves like a gentle lullaby. The sunlight danced across the forest floor, painting patterns of light and shadow that seemed to shift with every breath of wind. As they walked, Pip told Liora tales of the forest's inhabitants. A wise old owl who knew the stars by heart, a family of foxes who danced under the moon, and a mischievous sprite who played tricks on unwary travelers. Liora listened with delight, her imagination painting vivid pictures of these magical creatures. Yet, as the day wore on, the path grew more tangled and overgrown. Vines draped like curtains across their way, and the underbrush thickened, whispering against Leora's legs as she pushed forward. The air grew cooler, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. "Do not be discouraged," Pip chirped, sensing her unease. "Every journey worth taking has its trials." Leora nodded, brushing aside a strand of ivy. Her determination was unwavering, her heart guided by the stories her grandmother had woven, a tapestry of courage, kindness, and the endless potential within. At last, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of gold and amber, they arrived at a clearing. In its center stood the Willow of Whispers, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, its branches sweeping gracefully to the ground like a curtain of leaves. The air around the tree shimmered softly, as if infused with magic. Liora approached the willow with reverence, her steps slow and deliberate. She felt the weight of the forest's silence, a sacred hush that enveloped the clearing. Pip perched on a nearby rock, watching with bright, curious eyes. With a deep breath, Liora reached out to touch the willow's bark, her fingers brushing against its rough, ancient surface. As her hand made contact, a gentle warmth spread through her, and she closed her eyes, allowing the magic to wash over her. In the stillness, Liora heard the whisper of the willow, a soft, melodic voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the tree. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, a tapestry of memories and dreams. She saw herself as she was, a young girl filled with wonder and longing. But she also saw glimpses of what could be, a future shaped by choices and courage, by kindness and discovery. The willow showed her paths that twisted and turned, each leading to a different version of herself. As the visions faded, Liora opened her eyes, her heart brimming with understanding. The willow had not given her clear answers, but it had shown her the possibilities, the power of choice, and the strength within her to forge her own path. Pip hopped to her side, his eyes gleaming with approval. "You have the heart of a true adventurer," he said, his voice full of warmth. Liora smiled, her heart light with newfound clarity. "I see now," she said softly. "The journey is as important as the destination. It's not just about finding answers, but about discovering who you are along the way." With the willow's wisdom nestled in her heart, Liora and Pip began their journey back through the forest. The path seemed brighter now, the forest's secrets a little less mysterious. As they walked, Leora felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she was not alone, that the forest, with its whispers and wonders, would always be there to guide her. As they emerged from the trees, the village lay before them, bathed in the soft glow of dusk. The familiar sense of home wrapped around Leora like a comforting embrace, and she knew that she was forever changed by her journey. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of 1,000 stories. Leora embraced her, feeling the warmth of love and belonging. That night, as she lay beneath the stars, Leora closed her eyes and listened to the forest's lullaby, her heart full of gratitude and dreams yet to be realized. The Willow of Whispers had shown her the way, but it was her journey to walk, her story to write. And so, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the night, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the forest and the endless possibilities of tomorrow. Deep within the heart of the world lay the Elderwood, a forest so ancient that its roots remembered the first rainfall and its tallest branches had once brushed the edges of the newborn moon. It was a place where moonlight did not merely fall, but pooled in silvery puddles between gnarled roots, and where magic was not a spectacle, but the very breath of the land. The air itself hummed with a soft, forgotten music, the rustle of leaves sharing secrets, the gurgle of streams murmuring tales of distant mountains, and the low, resonant hum of stones dreaming their slow, geologic dreams. On this particular autumn evening, as a crisp wind carried the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a young fox named Rowan sat at the edge of a starlit clearing. His coat was the color of burnt amber, and his eyes, wide with a restless energy, reflected the shimmering constellations above. He was listening, or trying to listen, to the forest. But all he could hear was the frantic thrumming of his own heart. He was filled with a yearning he could not name, a feeling that he was missing something vital, something that hummed just beyond his understanding. A soft rustle came from the canopy above. An immense snow-white owl named Alaric alighted on a low-hanging branch of the grandmother willow, her boughs sweeping the mossy ground like a gentle sigh. His eyes were twin pools of liquid moonlight, deep and knowing. "The wind speaks of unrest, little one." Alaric's voice was not a sound heard with ears alone, but a vibration that settled in the bones, calm and resonant. It carries the flutter of a heart that has forgotten how to be still. Rowan looked up, his ears twitching. "I feel empty, Elder Alaric, as if the forest is singing a song and I have forgotten the words." Alaric blinked slowly. "The words are not forgotten, young fox. They are waiting for you to be quiet enough to hear them. Come, the moon is generous tonight. She will light our path." And so their journey began. They moved away from the clearing and into the deeper, velvet darkness of the Elderwood. Here the magic was thicker. Patches of bioluminescent fungi clung to fallen logs, glowing with a soft, blue-green light that pulsed gently, like a sleeping heartbeat. Delicate will-o'-the-wisps, little more than captured starlight, drifted lazily through the air, tracing invisible pathways. "Listen to the stream," Alaric whispered, as they approached a ribbon of water that chuckled over smooth, dark stones. "Do not listen for the sound of water, but for the story it tells." Rowan crouched, dipping a paw into the icy current. At first it was just noise. But as he let his breathing slow, as he let the chill of the water and the soft patter-patter of a light drizzle beginning to fall on the broad leaves above calm his spirit, the noise began to unravel into meaning. It was a story of patience. The water was not fighting the stones, it was singing to them, wearing them smooth over centuries with its gentle, persistent melody. It was a lesson in softness overcoming hardness, in the power of constant, gentle flow. "It speaks of perseverance," Rowan murmured, his voice full of wonder. "It does," Alaric agreed. "And it reminds the stones to dream of the sea." They walked on, the gentle rainfall creating a soothing symphony all around them. A soft pit-pat on the leaves, a steady drip-drop from the canopy, a faint hiss as it met the forest floor. The wind picked up not a gale, but a tender breath that stirred the pine needles into a soft shushing sound, and made the bare branches of the oak trees click together like whispering bones. Soon they came to a circle of ancient standing stones, draped in cloaks of thick emerald moss. In the center stood a monolith of pure obsidian, taller than the rest, known as the Heartstone. "Place your ear against it," Alaric instructed. Rowan pressed his sensitive ear to the cool, smooth surface of the Heartstone. He expected silence, the silence of the deepest earth. But instead he felt a low, deep thrum, a vibration so profound it seemed to resonate with the very core of the world. It was the slow, steady pulse of the forest itself, the rhythm of roots stretching deep, of minerals shifting, of time itself passing with infinite patience. It was the language of stability, of being utterly and completely present. "It feels eternal," Rowan breathed. "It is the memory of the mountain from which it came," Alaric said. "It teaches us that even in stillness there is immense life. Now look up." As if on cue, the clouds parted, and the full moon bathed the stone circle in a radiance so pure it seemed to wash the color from the world, leaving only silver and shadow. And in this magical light, the most breathtaking wonder occurred. All through the surrounding glade, flowers that had been closed for the night began to unfurl. They were moon-petal blossoms, their petals the color of moonlight, and as they opened, they released a soft, internal luminescence that made the entire clearing glow. It was a silent, radiant bloom, a celebration of the night. But why do they only bloom now? Rowan asked, his restlessness completely forgotten, replaced by awe. "The sun is so much brighter." "The sun gives strength for growing, for doing, for becoming," Alaric explained, his form almost glowing in the ethereal light. "But the moon gives light for being, for resting, for listening. These blossoms understand that there is a season for basking in the sun's vigor and a season for absorbing the moon's wisdom. They do not fight the cycle, they embrace each part of it." The words settled deep within Rowan. The babbling brook's lesson of gentle persistence. The Heartstone's lesson of profound stillness. The moon petal's lesson of cyclical renewal. They were all pieces of a single truth. He thought of his own restlessness, his feeling of emptiness. He had been trying to fill the quiet with noise, to outrun the stillness. He had forgotten the part of the cycle that was for listening, for absorbing, for simply being present in the grand, quiet hum of the world. He sat down in the center of the glowing clearing, the cool moss soft beneath him, the gentle rain a tender caress on his fur. He closed his eyes and did not try to listen for anything in particular. He just listened. And in that state of open receptivity, the forest spoke to him not in separate voices, but in a single harmonious symphony. He heard the wind's gentle sigh as it wove through the pines. He heard the patient drip of water from a leaf. He felt the deep, slow pulse of the earth through the soles of his paws. He saw the soft, pulsing glow of the fungi and the blossoms against his closed eyelids. It was no longer a language of words, but a feeling, a vast, comforting presence that held him, a tapestry of sound and light and life woven together with threads of moonbeam and magic. A profound peace, warm and heavy as a quilt of summer wool, settled over him. The emptiness was gone, not because it had been filled with something new, but because he had realized it was not emptiness at all. It was a space, a sacred, quiet space meant for listening, for dreaming, for being part of the forest's endless, gentle song. When he opened his eyes, the first hints of dawn were painting the eastern sky with shades of lavender and rose. The moon petals were slowly closing their luminous faces, storing their light for the next cycle of darkness. The nocturnal creatures were retreating to their hidden dens, their wisdom shared for another night. Alaric was still perched on the Heartstone, a silent, majestic sentinel. He looked at Rowan, and no words were needed. The understanding passed between them as clearly as a moonbeam passes through clear water. Rowan bowed his head in gratitude, then turned and padded softly back toward his den. The forest was different now, or perhaps he was different within it. He no longer felt like a visitor trying to decipher a foreign language. He felt like a single, quiet note in a beautiful, endless melody. He reached his cozy den beneath the roots of a great oak just as the sun's first rays touched the highest branches. The gentle tension of his quest had resolved into the deep comfort of understanding. He curled into his nest of dried ferns, the sounds of the waking day, the chirping of birds, the buzzing of early bees, a pleasant, distant murmur. And as he drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep, the last thing he felt was not the restless yearning of the night before, but the gentle, reassuring pulse of the ancient forest, a lullaby of stone and stream and moonlight, humming him into his dreams.